Chapter 451 Akainu wants to test the power of Amaterasu. Before leaving, Akainu looked at Uchiha Itachi with resentment, then wiped his throat with his hand, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Akainu did this because he hated Uchiha Itachi deeply, but he intervened at this time. Akainu has always believed that if he is given a little more time, he will definitely be able to pull out the tendons and skin of the dead fox opposite to vent his hatred for the broken arm. Then, while Uchiha Itachi was still some distance away, he suddenly transformed into an element, turning into extremely hot magma and merging into the lava hell he had set up. In this lava hell covering nearly a kilometer, Akainu can condense into a human form at any time in 1/1000th of a second, and then easily escape from here. Akainu has made up his mind that after returning to the Navy headquarters, he will do his best to persuade Marshal Sengoku to lead the team and send a large number of naval forces to encircle this damn kitchen god pirates. But just when his body turned into magma and half of it was about to be completely integrated below, an accident happened. Akainu's eyes were wide open, full of panic. Above his head, a dark flame, carrying a seemingly temperatureless flame, seemed to be bearing its fangs and claws, and fell on him. Eternal flame. Amaterasu. Before Akainu came, he had learned from the Navy intelligence that this was a kind of almost rogue flame. As long as the object it burned was not dead, it would never be extinguished. Even if it was poured with seawater, it would not work. The immortal flame should be useless to me, right? At first, Akainu still had such a naive idea in his heart. After all, he was a natural fruit ability user, and now he was in an elemental state, so ordinary means really could not affect him. But the existence of the rules itself was to be broken. The next moment, Akainu only felt a piercing pain coming from the place where Amaterasu was burning. It can really hurt me. Akainu was horrified. There was a tailed beast cannon in front and Amaterasu behind. How could they deal with him? What was the origin of this kitchen god pirates? Why were they all monsters? But Akainu still had a glimmer of luck in his heart. His whole body merged into the lava hell, and then appeared at the edge of the place nearly 1,000 meters away from the original place. When the lava gathered again to form a human body, Akainu was first happy that the Amaterasu on his body was gone. But then, he suddenly screamed in fear and stomped his feet, as if there was a prehistoric beast chasing him behind him, and he ran towards the distance like a lightning bolt. Whoosh! He was fast, but the black shadow behind him was even faster. The dark Amaterasu was like a thorn in the flesh, following Akainu closely, with a completely unstoppable momentum. As Amaterasu chased him vigorously, it leaped up, and with Akainu's scream, it suddenly flew onto Akainu. Ah! The cold black flames were burning, making a crackling sound, which was caused by a violent reaction caused by touching the fat on the sebum. Akainu's eyes were full of fear. Under the imminent threat of death, Akainu ignored the majesty of the Admiral of the Navy and rolled hard on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames in this way. But since it is said to be an inextinguishable flame, how can it be easily extinguished? Akainu's actions are doomed to be in vain. The dark flames enveloped Akainu's body, and he could feel that his vitality was fading away bit by bit. If he was not so strong, he would have been burned to death by the flames long ago, but now it was not comfortable at all, and he could feel the flames all over his body. The pain coming. Akainu lay on the ground, raised his head and tried to support his body. Even if he died, he would never want to die with his head down. If he died, he would die standing up, and die gloriously. Although Akainu had extreme ideas about justice, he was an iron-blooded warrior in his bones. Akainu was wrapped in pitch-black flames. His face was obviously in so much pain, but he still stood up staggeringly, straightened his waist, like a spear piercing the sky. Just as Akainu closed his eyes and quietly waited for death to come, a strange voice suddenly sounded. It seems that I am not too late. Akainu slightly opened his eyelids and saw the owner of the pitch-black flames, walking over with a bundle of scrolls. But he was already at the end of his rope. After being roasted by Amaterasu for a while, he felt weak in his body. He felt that his eyes were covered by the tide of darkness, and then he lost consciousness. In the original Naruto, Jiraiya also used a seal scroll to seal Amaterasu. As the master of Amaterasu, Uchiha Itachi also performed the same action, and saw the dark flames break away from Akainu, and rush into the seal scroll like a returning bird. What surprised Uchiha Itachi was that the man in front of him was charred, but he still held his head high and never bowed his head. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi felt a surge of admiration in his heart. This is a real Iron Man. Uchiha Itachi put one hand on Akainu's shoulder, used Flying Thunder God, and took him back to Yang Ming in the blink of an eye. As soon as he appeared, Uchiha Itachi felt a black screen in front of his eyes and almost fell to the ground. Yang Ming helped him up in time and asked with concern, "Itachi, are you okay?" Uchiha Itachi shook his head, only feeling a little blurry. "It's okay, it's just that I activated my ability too frequently, and I'm afraid I won't be able to use the Mangeki Sharingan for a while." Yang Ming's heart sank slightly. For him, this was not good news. But Yang Ming had no choice. Uchiha Itachi's eye problem was more troublesome than Kimimura's blood disease. Although some of the dishes he cooked had healing abilities, they could only alleviate the symptoms, not completely cure them. This might be the limitation of the Mangeki Sharingan. Unless... Yang Ming glanced at Uchiha Itachi and shook his head violently. Even if there were resurrection dishes, he would never be able to hurt Suzuki. "I didn't expect that even Akainu was caught." Seeing this, Kizaru smiled bitterly, and the belief that had been supporting him collapsed. Coupled with the injuries in his body, he fainted cleanly. To be honest, Yang Ming was already beyond his expectation to capture two generals alive. As the saying goes, greed is the key to success. He didn't need to take this risk any longer. So, Yang Ming said to Naruto, who had just returned and looked exhausted, "Please help me call the other employees back." "Brother, leave it to me." Even though he was very tired, Naruto still readily agreed. This scene made Luo marvel at it. Luo looked at Yang Ming with a little more curiosity. What kind of ability did this seemingly ordinary boy have to have such a group of powerful subordinates? Chapter 452, Marshal of the Second Qi Warring States. 1. In fact, Yang Ming didn't need to send Naruto to call back the employees. The battlefield on their side was always monitored by the navy with telescopes. When they saw Kizaru and Akainu being captured alive by the kitchen god pirates, the navy who were monitoring from a distance were shocked and hurriedly picked up the Denden Mushi to contact Garp and Aokiji. Brew brew. On the frozen throne, Qingji crossed his legs and picked up the Denden Mushi. "What's the matter?" The Denden Mushi was surprisingly human, with its eyes almost popping out and a look of extreme fear in its eyes. Due to excessive fear and tension, a tight and voiceless tenor came out of the Denden Mushi's mouth. The two generals, Kizaru and Akainu, were captured alive by the kitchen god pirates. Boom! As soon as this sentence came out, it was like a stone breaking the sky, and it shocked Qingji all of a sudden. Even his whole body tilted, and he actually fell off the seat to the ground. Bang! Qingji sat on the ice with his buttocks, not caring about the pain, and pinched the Denden Mushi hard with his hands, pinching the poor little thing so hard that its tongue spit out. Qingji leaned forward, his face changed drastically, and he roared, "What did you say?" The face of the Denden Mushi was pinched by Qingji, and his eyes rolled back, but his mouth was still opening and closing, and he said intermittently. The two generals, ahem, were captured alive by the enemy. As soon as the voice fell, Qingji was too excited, and he exerted force on his hand, and he actually crushed the precious Denden Mushi in his hand. Qingji felt that the situation had completely exceeded his expectations, and this was the first time since the establishment of the navy that the generals of the navy headquarters were captured alive by the enemy, and it was two of them at the beginning. King Zi slapped the ice under his feet and built several ice walls like hills to block the pursuit of Kisame and his men. He turned around and ran away. Seeing this, Kisame and his men were of course unwilling to let King Zi go, but at this time Naruto came over and conveyed Yang Ming's order, so they had to stop. King Zi ran very fast, and in a blink of an eye, he had opened up a distance of more than 1,000 meters. He happened to meet Garp on the road. Garp was previously set up by Uchiha Itachi and ran a very far place. He originally thought that the other party was changing the battlefield, but he didn't expect that the other party would finally let him down and disappeared instantly with Flying Thunder God. When Garp saw King Zi's panic, his heart suddenly tightened, and he had a bad premonition. Because he threw away the shirt with the Denden Mushi in the previous battle, he was still in the dark and knew nothing. When the two men, who were both teachers and friends, met, Qingji suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and then his expression was extremely serious, and he said in a deep voice. Kizaru and Akainu were captured alive by the kitchen god pirates. Garp's face changed, and then he suddenly realized that this was not the place to chat, and immediately returned to the warship with Qingji. Back on the warship, Garp immediately caught an intelligence officer. What's going on with Akainu and Kizaru? Upon hearing this, the intelligence officer's face was full of horror, as if he saw a scene through a telescope in front of him. They were all captured alive by a man named Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi? Isn't this the bastard who fought with him at the beginning? Garp seemed to be holding back his breath, his face showed a trace of ferocity, and he gritted his teeth and said, "If I had known this would happen, I would have stopped that man at all costs." Although he was angry, Garp still maintained a trace of calmness and passed the message to Marshal Sengoku to see if he had any way to solve the current predicament. After all, the capture of 2 generals is not a small matter. Even if Garp and King Z wanted to save people, they were powerless now. But when Garp wanted to call the Denden Mushi to contact Sengoku, he found that the call was not connected. At this time, the Navy headquarters, Marshal Sengoku's office. When King Z learned the news, Marshal Sengoku had actually received the news first. He sat on the stool, although his face was expressionless, but his body exuded a suppressed murderous aura. Even his pet goat did not dare to approach him, and hid in the corner trembling. This time, Marshal Sengoku admitted that he underestimated the god of cooking pirates. Because the information provided by the intelligence personnel was wrong, they misjudged that the cotters of the god of cooking pirates were only the strength of 11 supernovas. Marshal Sengoku originally thought that Garp and the 3 admirals would be able to capture them easily. But the facts slapped him hard, and it was still a crackling sound. Marshal Sengoku was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. But he couldn't, because he was Marshal Sengoku, so he had to suppress the negative emotions in his heart. Marshal Sengoku took a deep breath, picked up the Denden Mushi, made a top-secret call, and said to the other end. "CP0, this time please be sure to send people to block all the news, and don't let anyone outside know that the Admiral of the Navy headquarters was captured alive." The other end was silent for a long time. As the head of the spy, they have also obtained relevant information. Everyone knows that this so-called blockade of information will become a terrible sanction measure in the hands of CP0. At least, the residents of the island where the auction was held in the Sabayati archipelago will surely suffer a devastating blow, and everyone must die. In theory, CP0 is a subordinate organization of the world government, and Marshal Zhangguo has no right to order the other party. But after a long silence, the other party finally responded, "I know." Then, the other party hung up the phone. After hearing this, Marshal Zhangguo breathed a sigh of relief. With the help of the other party, this time at least all the news that is unfavorable to the Navy can be temporarily blocked. After all, it is very close to the day of Ace's execution. If this incident is known to the outside world, it will definitely be considered that the Navy is strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and the morale of the Navy will also drop greatly. This is something Marshal Zhangguo absolutely does not want to see. Then, Marshal Zhangguo called all the vice-admirals of the Navy headquarters and asked them to stop their work and come to the meeting now. Generally, meetings are conveyed by subordinates, and it is rare for Marshal Zhangguo to call for a meeting in person. This difference alone made all the senior generals understand that something big had happened. After finishing these things, Marshal Zhangguo closed his eyes tiredly, leaned back in his chair, and showed a painful expression on his face. He had the greatest responsibility for Kizaru and Akainu being captured alive by the enemy. This huge pressure turned into an invisible burden, making Marshal Zhangguo almost breathless. Because he realized that if he didn't handle it well this time, Akainu and Kizaru's lives might be in jeopardy. The future of the Navy will also usher in the most turbulent stage. The Kitchen God Pirates. How should I deal with them? Chapter 453, The Navy's Measures to Deal with Yang Ming. 1 Navy Headquarters, Meeting Room. One after another, generals of different shapes but high positions and powers entered the venue one after another. They looked at each other, with different thoughts, and just nodded as a greeting. No one in the audience spoke, only silence enveloped, which was the most silent pressure. When almost everyone came, Marshal Zhangguo dragged his tired body and slowly came in to sit on the first seat. It was only a short period of time since they last met, and everyone present could see that Marshal Zhangguo had a lot more white hair and a much more vicissitudes of life. Even if he put on makeup, he couldn't cover the wrinkles on his face. It was as if he had aged a dozen years in an instant. What exactly caused all this? Seeing this, everyone's heart sank, and they could all feel a silent pressure. Marshal Zhangguo picked up the cup in front of him, drank a sip of warm water to moisten his throat, and then made a hoarse voice. "Everyone, I have an unfortunate news for you." Marshal Zhangguo paused and looked around at the people who didn't know what was going on. Akainu, Kizaru, the 2 admirals, unfortunately were captured by the enemy. Wow! Marshal Zhang Guo's words immediately stirred up 1,000 waves and caused an uproar. As Akainu's admirer and subordinate, the fighting dog Doberman suddenly stood up. This is a burly man with many scars left by battles on his face and neck. His face is as fierce as a beast, and he looks like a pirate better than a vice-admiral. Fighting dog Doberman had a look of disbelief on his face, staring at Marshal Sengoku with his eyes, and said in a rough voice. This is absolutely impossible. As soon as this was said, most of the vice-admirals present nodded, and they agreed with this point of view. After all, Akainu and Kizaru are both men at the top of the world in terms of combat power, and they also have the most powerful natural fruit ability. Even if they face the 4 emperors as opponents, they can still retreat unscathed if they cannot defeat them. But none of the vice-admirals present have heard of any movement from the 4 emperors, so who else can pose a threat to them? Besides, killing and capturing alive are 2 different realms. Killing can be said to be a momentary mistake, but capturing alive means that the other party is extremely powerful. How could such a person exist? Alas! Marshal Sengoku sighed, he had already encountered other people's doubts. Therefore, he simply distributed the information about the kitchen god pirates to others. At first, Daubman was not convinced, but after reading the intelligence, he couldn't help but gasp. Hiss hiss. Not only him, but the others also gasped, and the sound came one after another, one wave after another. Daubman seemed to have been drained of strength, and sat on the stool with a look of surprise on his face. How can this kitchen god pirates be so powerful? I saw that the intelligence was updated and it said. Captain Yang Ming, strength is unknown. Kader Uchiha Itaki, strength is unimaginable, and he captured 2 generals, Akainu and Kizaru, alive. Kader Kisame, strength is comparable to that of a general, overpowering Admiral Aokiji, making him dare not face the edge. Kader Uzumaki Naruto, strength is comparable to that of a general, and once broke Admiral Akainu's right arm with 1 blow. Financial Manager Kimimaro, Rival's Kid, the leader of the 11 supernovas. After reading everyone's intelligence, especially the fact that a mere financial manager of the god of cooking pirates actually has the strength to rival a supernova, all the vice-admirals were stunned. How could this be an ordinary pirate group? Even if they said it was the 4 emperors' army, some people would believe it. Moreover, although the god of cooking pirates had a small number of people, each of them was an elite among elites. I'm afraid even the 4 emperors would have to avoid them. Gurgle. Gurgle. Fighting dog Daubman's throat moved up and down, swallowing hard, his hands were actually shaking slightly. Everyone present was a smart person, they knew very well how profound an impact this sudden appearance of the god of cooking pirates would have on the world's pattern. At this moment, everyone finally understood Marshal Sengoku's mood, and finally realized why Marshal Sengoku had white hair and vicissitudes of life in such a short time. Fighting dog Daubman asked himself, if it were him, he would have had a heart attack and died of vomiting blood out of anger. His eyes suddenly changed when he looked at Marshal Zhang Guo, full of admiration. He clasped his hands together, apologized to Marshal Zhang Guo for his rudeness just now, and then asked solemnly. The Navy is now at a critical moment of life and death, please tell us what to do, Marshal. With a swish. As soon as these words fell, everyone's eyes were all on Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku looked around, pondered for a moment, and then said in a calm tone. The original strategic plan of the Navy headquarters was to use the execution of Ace to cut off the cancer of the Whitebeard pirates. This matter has long been announced to the world. For the dignity of the Navy, we have already made the arrow on the string and have to shoot, so the 2 admirals Akainu and Kizaru must be there and must be rescued. Clap. 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 As soon as the voice fell, Akainu and Kizaru's men took the lead in applauding to show their support. Marshal Sengoku paused before continuing. Therefore, I decided to negotiate with the captain of the god of cooking pirates. No matter what the price, we must rescue Akainu and Kizaru. Negotiate? Not lead the army to encircle and suppress? Everyone suddenly realized that during this period of time, the Navy really should not waste too much power, and they could only swallow their anger. Even if the god of cooking pirates opened their mouths wide, they could only hold their noses and bear it. After that, Marshal Sengoku turned his eyes to his think tank, the female Vice Admiral Crane who was relied on as his right-hand man. Xiaohe, I have to trouble you to take the 5 Vice Admirals with you. Obviously, in addition to Crane going to negotiate, these 5 vice-admirals went to the Sabayati archipelago not to threaten the god of cooking pirates, but to eliminate other people who witnessed everything. For example, Kid, the leader of the 11 supernovas. This is equivalent to issuing a demon-killing order. Crane, as a think tank, naturally understood this and nodded in agreement. Marshal Zhangguo clapped his hands. Okay, this meeting ends here. When everyone stood up and prepared to leave, Marshal Zhangguo glanced at Crane, who understood and deliberately walked behind everyone. After the others left, Crane turned back. Marshal Zhangguo came to Crane, put a small bomb that looked like chocolate in her hand, and whispered in her ear. This is the latest bomb developed, which can raise an island to the ground in an instant. If the negotiations fail, you use it to destroy the god of cooking pirates. Chapter 454 Unlucky Kid. 1 Sabayati Archipelago. As the leader of the 11 supernovas, Kid and his subordinate Kira finally escaped a disaster and fled back to the pirate ship. When Kid fell off the robot dog with a tired face on the ship, the crew members walked up with horror. Captain, what happened? Captain, what happened to you? Are you seriously injured? Ship doctor. Ship doctor, come quickly. Treat the captain's injuries. After a while of chaos, Kid looked at the mess in front of him and was furious. In addition to the frustration of being suppressed by Kimimaro and the anger of being ignored by Yang Ming, they all burst out in an instant. Assholes, all of you shut up. Like a wild beast roaring and roaring, coupled with Kid's usual killing image in the past, the whole ship suddenly became quiet. Kid's mouth twitched slightly. Hurry up and raise the sail, we will leave the Sabayati archipelago immediately. A crew member on the side was puzzled, but Captain, our ship has not crossed the membrane yet. Kid didn't even think about it, and knocked the crew member to the ground with a punch, roaring, I said, hurry up and leave. Looking at Kid's irritable appearance, a flash of red light flashed in his eyes, and the whole person was like a wounded beast, full of aggression at any time and anywhere. The crew members were silent. How could they dare to say anything more? Soon, the pirate ship set sail. But not long after, the crew member who was knocked to the ground by Kid before found Kid with a sad face. Captain, there is a navy interception ahead. Kid curled his lips in disdain and said in a tone of regret, what's wrong with the navy? Just ram it. But the crew member collapsed. That's the flagship of 6 vice-admirals of the navy. Standing on the bow are 6 famous vice-admirals of the navy headquarters. Puff. Hearing this, Kid was almost angry to death. Do you think his life is easy? He finally escaped from the pit of Yang Ming Chef God Pirate Group, but he didn't expect to fall into another pit in the blink of an eye. Kid suddenly realized that the so-called false title of the head of the 11 supernovas was fake, and he was actually a weakling. For a while, Kid actually felt discouraged. However, Kid knew that their pirate group was definitely not a match for the 6 vice-admirals of the navy headquarters. Therefore, Kid immediately gave the order. Turn the rudder quickly and return to the Sabayati archipelago. A crew member beside him asked in confusion, but Captain, if we go back, won't we be trapped in a jar? Kid's eyes flashed with madness. No, 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 let's go back to find the god of cooking pirates. The navy side. Because the navy headquarters is too close to the Sabayati archipelago, and the ship the vice admiral is on is more advanced and faster, they can reach here so quickly. The sea is magnificent. Crane stands on the bow, facing the wind, watching the pirate group on the opposite side running away with their tails between their legs, and her eyes can't help but narrow. What a coincidence, I actually ran into Kid and his gang. As the think tank of the Navy headquarters, the information about Kid soon emerged in her mind. As a party to the auction, Kid and his gang are also included in the blacklist of those to be purged, and they are definitely not allowed to walk out alive. Therefore, Crane cast his eyes on the other 5 vice-admirals. Please help me and kill Kid. Because Kid is powerful and has the magnetic fruit, Crane does not intend to use artillery fire with a low hit rate, but directly use decapitation. The 5 vice-admirals headed by the fighting dog Daubman naturally did not object. After all, this is also one of their tasks. Bang bang bang. Bang, bang, bang. The 6 men nodded in unison, stepped on their feet, and shot out like an arrow from a bow, stepping in the air as light as a swallow, and rushed towards Kid and his group like flying. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Kid felt like he had eaten shit. This is not right. Do I need 6 vice-admirals to deal with me together? Isn't this obviously bullying? Without Kid's order, the crew felt that a disaster was coming when they saw the 6 vice-admirals personally taking action, but as pirates, it also aroused the fierceness deep in their hearts. Suddenly, a group of desperate people howled and rudely stuffed shells into the cannon, accompanied by a series of piercing roars, and the shells drew beautiful arcs in the air. As a result, none of them hit. The 6 vice-admirals spread their wings like rocks, and their bodies were like circus jugglers. They were often able to perform complex and difficult movements in the air. While easily dodging the shells, their speed did not decrease at all, but instead they shortened the distance between each other. Damn it! I can't beat the admirals of the navy, I can't beat the god of cooking pirates, can't I beat you vice-admirals? Kid had been holding back a rage in his heart for a long time, and at this moment, it was like a volcanic eruption, and his anger suddenly soared to the sky. Then, the pirates on the ship were horrified to find that the swords they were wearing and most of the iron products on the ship were floating in the air uncontrollably, circling around Kid quickly. Kid's eyes were full of murderous intent, and his face was as ferocious as an executioner, which was extremely frightening. Vice-Admiral, taste my gift to you. Iron Storm. Kid raised his hand, and the iron products under his control moved instantly, turning into countless flying hidden weapons, making sharp sounds of breaking wind in the air, densely covering the 6 vice-admirals. Hat. Crane smiled with an ambiguous meaning, it's just a trick. She suddenly pointed her finger forward, and a strange light circle shot out from her finger, then swelled against the wind, expanding to a size large enough to cover the 6 vice-admirals. Crane had eaten the washing fruit and possessed very strange superhuman abilities. I saw that the iron that was originally overwhelming, once touched this strange light circle, was like clothes put into a washing machine, instantly mixed into a ball, no longer sharp, and then fell into the sea under the influence of weight. One blow broke Kid's all-out attack. Moreover, after using this move, Crane did not consume any more energy, but instead increased his speed a little. Wow! Seeing this scene, Kid and his crew almost collapsed. In their impression, Captain Kid has always been invincible, but they didn't expect that the opponent would resolve his attack as soon as he arrived. How can we fight this? It's a deadly situation. Kira grabbed Kid, who was indignant and wanted to rush up to fight, and his face was extremely serious. Captain, you are our last hope. Take advantage of this time and run away quickly. Kid was stunned. What did you say? You told me to run away. Want to run away? At this moment, the fighting dog Daubman was like a cannonball, attacking the many pirates' muskets on the pirate ship, and blasted into the deck of the ship. He swept his eyes around with a gloomy look. None of you can leave. Chapter 455 Reward a Chrysanthemum. On Kid's pirate ship. Seeing the Vice-Admiral Daubman, the nearest pirate showed a trace of madness on his face, shouted, raised his pistol and fired a bullet. Bang! In the smoke, a bullet hit Daubman, the fighting dog, but there was no blood splashing as expected, but there was a spark of friction and a crisp sound of golden swords clashing. Iron block! Daubman grinned, revealing a murderous intent. You scum of the sea! He shot at him with lightning speed. With the force of covering his ears, Ruo Yunlong stretched out his claws, grabbed the neck of the pirate who had just fired the gun, and lifted him up high. In the other party's horrified eyes, the fighting dog Daubman showed no mercy and exerted force on his hands. Snap! There was a crisp sound from the neck, and the pirate's neck tilted, and he was completely silent. Killing people in the hands of fighting dog Daubman is as simple as strangling an ant, there is no difficulty at all. Seeing this, Kira's face changed drastically. He turned around suddenly, turned his back to Kid and said quickly, Captain, I will buy you some time, you run away. After that, Kira rushed up regardless of his own danger. Oh! At this moment, the scar on the face of fighting dog Daubman was like several centipedes entangled together, showing a suffocating hideousness. There are still ignorant little reptiles here. The fighting dog Daubman suddenly pulled out the sword at his side, and a cold light like the wind in the cold winter drew a sharp arc in the air, like a crescent moon hanging upside down, and wiped it out sharply. Tear! The sword flashed, and a deep crack suddenly appeared on the deck in front of him, and a strong wind whistled. Kira is worthy of being a master second only to Kid. At the critical moment, he evaded to his side quickly, and then 2 rotating sickles appeared on both sides of his arms, at a very tricky angle, like a venomous snake jumping out, fiercely hitting the fighting dog Daubman. Strangely, the opponent had no intention of dodging at all. Ding! When the two collided, Kira's face under the mask was suddenly horrified, and he felt that the two rotating sickles were not cutting meat, but a very solid steel plate. Fighting Dogman's eyes flashed. At such a close distance, he didn't think twice, and pointed directly with a finger, which was smeared with a layer of black grease. Armament Haki. Finger gun. This finger was as fast as thunder, pointing directly at Kira's head. Fortunately, Kira had already noticed something was wrong and dodged first. But even so, he was still brushed by fighting Dogman's finger. Tear. In an instant, the clothes were torn, blood splattered, Kira's shoulder was bleeding, and a steaming black cut appeared. Is this the strength of the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters? It's so strong. Kira covered the wound on his shoulder, glanced behind him inadvertently, and couldn't help but feel a dead soul. It turned out that at this time, under the leadership of Vice Admiral Tsuru, the remaining Vice Admirals had already started a one-sided killing on the ship. No matter swords, spears, swords or halberds, no one could leave even a scratch on these Vice Admirals. It was so terrifying. Fighting with me, you still have the mind to look at other things. At this time, a voice like a demon's whisper sounded. But I saw that the fighting Dogman had come behind Kira in a ghostly figure. Then, a sword slashed down. Hey! Hey! At this time, under the blue sky and white clouds, a figure lay on a big mechanical bird, breathing heavily. Looking closely at this big bird, it was assembled from many iron tools on the ship. It looked neither fish nor fowl, but its speed was very fast. Needless to say, the person on it must be Kid. The scene of Kira's tragic death and the disappearance of many familiar faces kept playing in Kid's eyes like a slideshow. Unconsciously, for the first time, tears as big as beans flowed from Kid's eyes for this murderous captain. Who says men don't cry? It's just that they haven't been sad yet. These damn Navy, I must take revenge. The deep hatred was deeply imprinted in Kid's heart, like a small seedling growing wildly and becoming a towering tree. Kid decided that no matter what the cost, as long as he could make these Navy admirals die, he would do anything. In his sight, he finally flew to the end of the sea and saw the land of the Sabayati archipelago. Kid had no intention of lingering, after all, there was a group of Navy chasing him, so he flew non-stop all the way to the direction of Yang Ming's chef god pirates. At this moment, Yang Ming was looking at the system task he had just completed. Hidden mission, capture the Admiral of the Navy. Mission description, we have never been good at not fighting back or refusing to respond. After completing the mission, you must capture at least one Admiral alive. The more people you capture, the higher the reward. Mission reward, reward based on the degree of completion. Familiar feeling, familiar lottery. A turntable that ordinary people could hardly see appeared in front of Yang Ming. When he turned it, the pointer quickly pointed to a prop. Before the lottery, Yang Ming had a bad idea in his mind. Sure enough, when the prop appeared in Yang Ming's hand, he almost fell over. There was nothing else, Yang Ming's hand was a chrysanthemum. Of course, the system's products must be top-notch, even if it is just a chrysanthemum, it has incredible functions. However, Yang Ming just wanted to be a handsome man quietly, and wailed in his heart. System, why are you becoming more and more shameless recently? The system was silent. Only Yang Ming was messy in the wind. Yang Ming put away the chrysanthemum and looked at other employees. It turned out that because the elementalization of the natural fruit ability user was too difficult to deal with, only a few employees of Yang Ming's shop could do it, so Uchiha Itachi was teaching everyone how to use the armed color domineering. However, the facts show that geniuses are always a minority, so they stand out from the crowd. No matter how Kisame and the others learn, they can't get started and can't meet the requirements at all. Naruto sighed, this is so difficult. Uchiha Itachi's mouth twitched fiercely, it's not difficult at all, it's just that you didn't learn it carefully. Seeing Naruto's face full of disbelief, Uchiha Itachi shrugged, otherwise, I will demonstrate it to boss Yang Ming on the spot and see if he can learn it. Yang Ming was shot even when he was lying down. However, Yang Ming was also very smart. He opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan early and copied the other party's movements exactly. Naruto looked at Yang Ming curiously, brother, can you do it? How can a man say no? Yang Ming's mouth curled up, revealing an unfathomable smile, and then raised it, black grease covered his little finger. This is how a top student is cultivated. With the Sharingan in hand, my mother no longer has to worry about my grades. Chapter 456 Even Rayleigh doesn't care. Armament haki has been learned? Seeing Yang Ming easily showing the results of his training, Luo's jaw dropped. When did the unique skills that he relied on in the second half of the Grand Line become so simple? In the dark, Pluto Rayleigh, who had been secretly observing Yang Ming and his group, suddenly felt his eyes brighten. Young people nowadays are really not simple. Rayleigh sighed, which immediately attracted the attention of Luffy and Zoro beside him. Luffy looked unconvinced. What is armament haki? Is it difficult to learn? Rayleigh looked at Luffy with pity. Armament haki is a martial art that can restrain the natural fruit ability users. Originally I thought you were a rare genius in a century, but now I find that there are even more evil geniuses. Luffy blinked and pointed at Yang Ming and Uchiha Itachi in the distance. Are you talking about them? Rayleigh looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and sighed. They are rare monsters in 1,000 years. After that, Rayleigh patted the dust on his clothes. Let's go meet these interesting young people. As he said that, Rayleigh took a step forward. The strange thing was that his seemingly slow steps, with a strange rhythm under his feet, were walking very fast. Uchiha Itachi actually found that someone was hiding in the dark early on, but he found that they had no ill intentions, so he ignored them. Before knowing whether the other party was an enemy or a friend, Uchiha Itachi was on guard and stood in front of Rayleigh and the others. How cautious! After a sigh, Rayleigh waved his hand to indicate that he was not a threat, and then made an invitation to Yang Ming. Young man, I am very interested in you. Are you interested in accompanying me, an old man, to have a few drinks? Layab put both hands on the hilt of the knife, ready to attack at any time, and looked at Rayleigh with a vigilant face. Rayleigh was dressed simply, with messy white hair shawl, looking like a downtrodden old man. But for some reason, Layab frowned, feeling that the other party's old body contained a power that could threaten him. Layab glanced at Zoro beside the other party. This guy had failed in the challenge to Zabuza before, and then followed them all the way. Unexpectedly, he was the same person as this old man. Layab raised his eyebrows. Who are you? Rayleigh's words were not polite at all. After all, this was a strange world. As one of Yang Ming's bodyguards, he could only do his duty in this way. The wrinkles on Rayleigh's face suddenly spread out, like a blooming chrysanthemum, revealing a brilliant smile. Sorry, I invited you without introducing myself first. I was presumptuous. Rayleigh apologized to Yang Ming like an elegant gentleman. I'm Rayleigh. Apart from his name, he did not introduce himself in detail. But these two words fell into Luo's ears, which was like a thunderbolt in the blue sky. You. Luo's pupils suddenly widened, and his fingers trembled as he pointed at Rayleigh. Could it be that you are the Rayleigh who is known as Pluto and once served as the vice-captain of the Pirate King? Faced with these ultimate honors in the world, Rayleigh had already looked down on them. His face was calm, and he just nodded slightly. Oh my god! Luo just felt happiness come so suddenly. In the Great Pirate Era, there were few pirates who did not dream of becoming the Pirate King. When the vice-captain of this legendary figure appeared in front of him, Luo was just like those young people who chased stars and met their idols on the street. He was simply overwhelmed. Luo felt his heart pounding. The experience of facing a legendary figure was so exciting. However, what surprised Luo was that Yang Ming and his party were very calm in the face of this powerful man who was once famous on the sea. No, that kind of expression was like hearing the name of a passerby, without any emotion. As expected of a great pirate who can capture the admiral of the navy alive, the kitchen god pirates are really unfathomable. Luo's face was full of surprise, and he couldn't help but admire Yang Ming and his party. Luo felt that this was a realm that he could not match and could not reach. Invisible pretense is the most deadly. At this moment, the figures of every member of the kitchen god pirates became tall and noble in Luo's eyes. If Luo knew that, in fact, except Yang Ming, no one else had ever heard of the One Piece, he would probably vomit blood. Facing the invitation of the legendary figure Rayleigh, Luo asked himself that even if he was a navy admiral, he would have to give him some face. But Yang Ming's actions are always so unexpected. Yang Ming shrugged. Sorry, we are very tight on time and don't have time. Luo. Rayleigh. Luo opened his mouth wide, his lips trembled a few times, and he wanted to say something, hoping to persuade Yang Ming, but in the end he realized that he didn't seem to have the qualifications at the moment, so he had to give up. As for Rayleigh, it was embarrassing. Rayleigh originally thought that if he personally took action, the other party would definitely give him some face. But the result was not the case. causing his hand to be stretched out to invite him to freeze directly in the air, and even Luo felt very distressed when he saw that look. Fortunately, Rayleigh was generous by nature. His embarrassment flashed across his face, and then he laughed to cover it up. As expected of the captain of the god of cooking pirates, he really has personality. It doesn't matter if you don't have time this time. My door is always open for you. You can come and drink whenever you want. Faced with Rayleigh's enthusiasm, Yang Ming couldn't bear to reject his kindness again and promised to go next time if he had the chance. Then, after leaving his contact address, Rayleigh took Luffy and Zoro away. Not long after, Yang Ming and his party were about to leave with the two prisoners, but they unexpectedly found a black shadow flying in the distance. After seeing Yang Ming and his party, the black shadow moved a little faster, allowing Yang Ming and his party to see clearly. On a robot bird, carrying a tall figure, it was Kid who had returned. Finally found you. Kid came with an indescribable feeling, and then he saw Akainu and Kizaru being captured from afar in the sky, and was immediately shocked by Yang Ming. I didn't expect that they even captured the generals. It seems that I have a chance to get revenge. Due to his excitement, Kid failed to control the robot bird, and it fell from the sky like a plane out of control, like a meteor. Fortunately, Kid was very skilled, like a diver who did a few tumbles in the air, and then touched the ground with his toes, and landed lightly on the ground. As soon as Kid came down, a sincere expression appeared on his face, and he knelt down in front of Yang Ming at the first time. Captain Yang Ming, I hope you can avenge me. Chapter 457 How about turning the four emperors Kaido into a woman? Captain Yang Ming, I hope you can avenge me. Kid's face was devoid of his usual arrogance, and was filled with the sadness of losing his companions. My companions were killed by the damn navy. No matter what price you want me to pay, as long as you can. Kid was interrupted by Yang Ming before he finished speaking. Yang Ming frowned, looking impatient. Do I know you well? Kid. Kid opened his mouth and moved his lips. He was used to being arrogant and used to the crew following his orders. Over time, he developed a very self-centered personality. Subconsciously, Kid blamed the appearance of the kitchen god pirates for the bad news of his crew's death, so he came to seek Yang Ming's help as soon as something happened. Just like in the original work, Luffy blew up the celestial dragons, which implicated Kid, and he targeted Luffy like a mad dog. Originally Kid thought that with his title as the leader of the 11 supernovas, he came to Yang Ming so humbly for help, and even offered chips at any cost. Yang Ming would definitely help him. But he guessed the beginning, but not the end. For Yang Ming, Luo's surgery fruit can be used as a butcher for the small shop, and its value is far higher than Kid. After all, Kid's fruit ability is nothing to Yang Ming. The fruit ability is not rare and powerful, and Yang Ming's shop is not short of bodyguards now. Due to various reasons, Kid was in tragedy in an instant. How could it be? Kid's tense nerves collapsed, and the glimmer of hope in his heart supported him all the way. But facing Yang Ming's unhesitating rejection, Kid collapsed instantly. The death of his partner and the collapse of his faith made this lawless pirate on the sea lie on the ground with his back to the sky like a madman, laughing crazily. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I'm so stupid. So stupid. Seeing this strong man like a bear, who actually laughed so sadly, Luo, who is also one of the 11 supernovas, could not help but remain silent, feeling a sense of grief. Although Luo despised Kid's character and thought he was rude and bloodthirsty, he still had a trace of pity in his heart at this time. So, Luo gritted his teeth and said to Yang Ming's surprised eyes. Boss Yang Ming, if you can help Kid, I am willing to disband the pirate group and work for you. Oh. Yang Ming raised his lips, can you tell me why? Seeing that Yang Ming did not refuse, Luo was happy and his nervous mood was relieved. In Luo's mind, he couldn't help but recall the scene when Corazon was still under the command of Shishibukai Don Quixote. In order to avoid being discovered, he had to hold on to his life and not die so quickly. Luo looked straight at Yang Ming and said frankly. I can understand, Kid. Losing a partner is a more painful thing than dying. I understand. Yang Ming nodded. At this moment, the sound of the system prompt rang in Yang Ming's ears. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission, paid help. Mission description, there is no free lunch in the world. Kid has no apparent value to the host. It is better to make use of the waste and give him the Nianghua Spring, let him lurk beside the four emperors Kaido and turn Kaido into a woman. Mission reward, Manhan banquet recipe. Seeing this mission description, Yang Ming was simply drunk. Give the 4 emperors Kaido the Nianghua Spring? Is there anyone who is so suicidal? When I think of Kaido, who is as huge as a hill, turning into a woman, and then the big relatives coming, he squats on the ground with his stomach covered in pain. That picture is too beautiful, Yang Ming simply dare not look at it. It is precisely because this mission is so suicidal, and it is to challenge the man who is known as the world's strongest creature in the world of One Piece, and has a powerful body known as immortal. Even if Yang Ming and his team face it, I am afraid they will not get any good results, so the system is very generous this time and directly rewards the Manhan banquet set meal. So, should we accept this mission or not? In just 1 second, Yang Ming had an idea. Of course, he would accept it. After all, Yang Ming and his party could only stay in One Piece for 3 months. Whatever happens after they leave, no matter how terrible the situation is. Yang Ming took out a bottle of ordinary-looking mineral water and handed it to Kid. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a half-smile. It's okay for me to help you, but as a condition, you have to lurk beside the 4 emperors Kaido and give him this bottle of water. For some reason, looking at Yang Ming's harmless smile, Kid saw it as a devil's smile. This. Kid lowered his head and thought about it. This deal seemed very unfair to him, but it was actually very simple. Because in the second half of the Grand Line, the territory had long been divided by the forces of the 4 emperors. New pirates had only 2 choices, either join one of the 4 emperors or die. Of course, it's not that there haven't been pirates who have resisted and fought, but they were suppressed without exception, so it's still the world of the 4 emperors until now. With the title of the first of the 11 supernovas, once Kid entered the new world, there must be 4 emperors who would offer him an olive branch. It's not difficult to lurk around the 4 emperors Kaido. What's more, now that all his partners are dead, he's the only one left, and in the eyes of the 4 emperors, he's even less threatening and can better integrate. Thinking of this, Kid gritted his teeth, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Okay, no problem. Yang Ming showed a hint of appreciation in his eyes, and solemnly handed the Nianghuequan to Kid. Remember, this thing can only be used once, and you only have 1 chance, so be sure to cherish it carefully. Kid solemnly took the Nianghuequan and nodded vigorously. I understand. Kid didn't know that what he did today would leave a heavy mark in history. Yang Ming was not worried that Kid would go back on his word. First, as a leader among pirates, he would naturally keep his word. Second, Yang Ming had confidence in his employees. If Kid did not keep his word, he would hunt him down all over the world. Kid was a smart man, he would know how to choose. The transaction was completed, and the two changed the topic. Yang Ming said calmly, "Tell me, what is it? Someone killed your partner." As soon as the voice fell, a loud shout came from a distance. "Kid, accept your death." On the horizon, a burly man wearing a navy coat, his face and neck were covered with crisscrossing scars, twisted like a centipede. He held a sharp sword and rushed like a mad dog. Behind him, dozens of navy officers kept approaching. Kid's face changed, and his eyes burst out with deep hatred, wishing to skin them and pull out their bones. He pointed at the fighting dog Daubman and said hatefully, "It's them." Chapter 458 Teach the Navy to Become a New Man. Kid's face changed, and his eyes burst out with deep hatred, wishing to skin them and pull out their bones. He pointed at the fighting dog Daubman and said hatefully, "It's them." As Akainu's most staunch supporter, Daubman is also a member of the Navy Hawks. He has an unimaginable killing intent for pirates, a kind of maritime scum. Therefore, Daubman left the other vice-admirals aside and let the others deal with Kid's crew, but he led his men to catch up. Yang Ming and his party were already famous in the Navy, and since they were the targets of this Navy negotiation, Daubman recognized them at once. Now, Daubman was in a dilemma. After all, the other party was a person who could capture 2 admirals alive, setting a record since the establishment of the Navy. The Navy followed orders, and when Daubman stopped, many Navy officers behind him stood still in unison, with a strong fighting spirit. Yang Ming. Fighting dog Daubman glanced and saw that the captured Akainu's entire right arm had disappeared. His whole body was burned black by the flames, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Whisper. 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 Puffs of white smoke came out of his nostrils, and a terrible light burst out of his eyes. Fighting dog Daubman admired Akainu's vigorous and resolute style. At this time, he was furious, his heartbeat kept accelerating, and he held the sword tightly in his hand. His nails dug deep into the flesh, and the wound at the tiger's mouth cracked, leaving a little bit of vermilion. But reason told Fighting Dog Dogman that he was not as strong as others, and this time he came to negotiate with Yang Ming on behalf of the navy, so he could only suppress the resentment in his heart. On one side was reason, and on the other side was emotion, which made his face look extremely distorted, and the knife marks on his face twisted like a centipede, which looked very scary. Clang! 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 Seeing that the other party was so hostile, without Yang Ming's order, Kisame and his men drew their weapons and confronted the navy. Fighting Dog Dogman took a deep breath, spurted out the rage that was as hot as magma in his chest, and calmed down, staring at Yang Ming coldly. Yang Ming, we are here to trade with you this time, in exchange for 2 admirals. Yang Ming was at ease, and had already expected the navy to react like this, but he was still a little surprised that the navy reacted so quickly. It seems that the navy is now like an ant on a hot pot. Of course, Yang Ming did not forget that his purpose in coming to the world of One Piece was to challenge the famous chefs in this world. Yang Ming raised his lips and raised 2 fingers. My request is very simple, only 2. 1. In a week, I will hold a grand cooking competition here. I don't care what method you use, you must invite world-class chefs to come. After completing this condition, I will release Akainu and Kizaru. Fighting Dog Dogman didn't expect Yang Ming to make such a simple proposal. He originally thought that Yang Ming would ask for too much. Fighting Dog Dogman didn't even think about it and nodded repeatedly, no problem. Yang Ming raised the corner of his mouth and showed a mysterious smile. Secondly, you will provide funds and people to help me rebuild a luxurious auction here. Fighting Dog Dogman was stunned. This is also very simple. Soon, the 2 sides reached a friendly consensus. At this time, he and several other vice admirals came late. After hearing Yang Ming's proposal, they couldn't believe it. Use such a simple proposal to exchange for 2 generals? That is a big man with top combat power. Yang Ming simply treats the generals as dispensable people. He supported his chin with one hand and thought about it. He always felt that something was wrong. If this was the case, why did Yang Ming go to so much trouble to capture the Navy Admiral? This is obviously a loss. I can't figure it out, I really can't figure it out. He thought he was very smart, but at this time he couldn't see through Yang Ming. He just felt that he was covered by a layer of mysterious fog. Seeing that the transaction between the 2 parties was completed, Kid was anxious and couldn't bear it anymore. He asked, Captain Yang Ming, don't forget what you promised me. Oh. Right, right. I almost forgot. Yang Ming slapped his head, turned his head away, and shrugged at the lieutenant generals led by he. I promised Kid that I would help him get revenge, but for our deal, I decided to keep you. One of them has a way out. As soon as Yang Ming finished speaking, the faces of the navy changed drastically. Whoosh! 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 The 6 vice admirals knew the strength of Yang Ming and his team. They felt something was wrong and immediately used shaving. They retreated as fast as a horse and as fast as lightning. But they were fast, and there were people who were faster than them. Since the boss has spoken, please leave your life here. With the flowing white hair flying in the air, Kimimaro danced like a butterfly in the air, and stepped gracefully to the Fighting Dog Dogman. Clang! Kimimaro shook his hand, and a bone whip fell off his arm. He whipped the ground fiercely with a snap. I'm sorry, this road is blocked. Fighting Dog Dogman's face suddenly changed, first he was startled, then furious, gloomy as ink, almost dripping out. Fighting Dog Dogman drew out his sword and faced Kimimaro diagonally, the knife marks on his face were chaotic and twisted, and his expression was cold. I heard that you are a financial manager of a district of the god of cooking pirates. Even in the face of the imposing admiral of the navy, Kimimaro was still elegant and smiled charmingly. I am not talented, but I was appreciated by the boss and allowed me to become the financial manager. Fighting Dog Dogman ignored Kimimaro's charm and smiled coldly. Then, starting today, the god of cooking pirates will recruit people again. After saying that, an extremely sinister murderous intent surged towards Kimimaro like a tide. As a member of the Navy's staunch Hawk faction, Dogman the dog has been patient with Yang Ming and his gang for a long, long time. Once it erupted at this moment, it was like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time erupting. One sword flow. Instant slash. Fighting Dog Dogman moved his hand, and his sword suddenly slashed in the air. This sword gathered the incomparable anger and murderous intent in his heart. It was really a sword that reached the pinnacle, so fast that people could not see it at all. Kimimaro only felt that at this moment, the world became silent and still, as if only the amazing sword in front of him was left. A sword Ling Chen, the head of the evil. In the past few decades, fighting dog Daubman relied on this fast sword to eliminate countless scums on the sea and made countless evils tremble from the bottom of their hearts. In his opinion, Kimimaro was not the first and definitely not the last to die under his sword. Fighting dog Daubman could already imagine the scene of the tip of the sword entering Kimimara's body and drinking the enemy's blood. Hey? Wait. Why does it feel wrong? Chapter 459 The Amazing Sword of Kimimaro. Hey? Wait. Why does it feel wrong? The information fed back from the sword made Daubman's face change. He was indeed a battle-hardened warrior. As soon as he realized something was wrong, his body subconsciously used iron blocks, which were as hard and indestructible as steel plates. Bang! Daubman's sword hit Kimimaro, but missed. A white smoke rose from the spot, and a piece of broken wood fell from the air. Substitution technique. As a ninjutsu that ninjas must learn, Kimimaro decisively used this trick to survive at the critical moment. Then, on the ground behind Daubman, a series of white and eerie bones broke out of the ground, and then filled with suffocating murderous intent, turning into spiral cones. The spiral bones bit at Daubman like saw teeth, and in a sound that pierced the eardrums, they rubbed out a burst of hot sparks. But even so, Daubman's defense could not be broken. Because, a layer of black grease has already covered the body part that was hit. Armament haki. Iron. The combination of the two forms an iron barrel-like defense. Fortunately, the fighting dog Daubman's armament haki is not very strong, and can only barely cover a small area. The eerie white bones broke out of the ground, like a bone flower blooming on the ground, and Kimimaro was ejected from the bud. All the killing moves in the past have been integrated into one after becoming Kimimaro's penumbra. There is great terror between life and death, Kimimaro is reborn, and this move contains his thunder strike after his rebirth. Rin's dance. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Kimimaro's eyes, and the bone whip in his hand emerged like a poisonous dragon, viciously bypassing the neck of the fighting dog Daubman, and then tightened it fiercely. Even if the nose is defended with an iron block, it is the weakest part of the human body after all. The fighting dog Daubman's face flushed red when it was pinched. Fighting dog Daubman already knew that he was at a critical moment of life and death after the previous move failed. He drew his sword in anger, and the sword's shadow cut a virtual shadow, and with a sound of dang, it chopped heavily on the bone whip. With a click, the bone whip trembled, then cracked a hole, and then broke apart. Ahema! Taking advantage of this opportunity, the fighting dog Daubman stomped his feet and shaves away. Touching the scar on his neck, his face looked extremely ugly. As the saying goes, it is better to pursue the enemy with the remaining courage, and it is better not to seek fame and learn from the tyrant. The dog in the water must be killed, and it is necessary to pursue the victory. Kimimaro was like a butterfly flying through flowers. When he stepped out, bone flowers bloomed on the ground, forming flying bone swords around him, emitting a cold light. Have you seen the scene after the wind stops? Kimimaro's beautiful face bloomed with a charming smile. Dance of soldiers. The flying bone swords were fired at the same time, with great momentum, like rolling thunder, rumbling and coming, crushing everything in front of them. After the strong wind blew, the originally beautiful flowers would be ravaged by the storm, only the fallen flowers turned into mud, and died sadly, and all life was extinguished. Just a financial manager. Don't be so arrogant. With a furious roar, the fighting dog Daubman suddenly put the sword back into the sheath, and his face withdrew the anger. It was like the calmness before the storm. Under this calm face, there was amazing force. As a great swordsman, the strongest sword skills are never complicated sword moves, but the sword that returns to the original nature. Draw the sword. Destroy the people. It happened so fast. Fighting dog Daubman put away his sword and drew it out in an instant, at a very fast speed. When he pulled the sword out of the scabbard again, the sharp sword light seemed to be the only protagonist in this world, absorbing the light of the world like a black hole, making all the bone swords in front of it pale in comparison. Tear. Dozens and hundreds of bone swords, each 2 meters long and heavy, originally covered the sky and the sun, as if forming a 100-meter-long oil painting, covering the fighting dog Daubman's whole body. But in the next moment, the oil painting was forcibly cut in half by a sword, torn from the middle. Crack, crack. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the bone swords, and then they could no longer withstand the violent force, and exploded, splitting into countless tiny fragments and splattering in all directions. It was like a grand fireworks display in the air. Fighting Dog Daubman breathed a sigh of relief and slowly sheathed his sword. A good man never looked back at the explosion, letting the explosion serve as background music for him. At this time, he saw a bloody mark on Kimimura's chest, from the right shoulder to the left abdomen. A strange light flashed in Kimimura's eyes, and he looked down at the injuries on his body, full of emotion. It's amazing. As soon as he finished speaking, strange changes occurred on his body. His clothes, along with the injured parts, all turned into pieces of broken bones, collapsed from his body, and the ground was covered with dust. Fighting Dog Daubman felt that the breath of the enemy behind him remained unchanged, and his eyes instantly became as sharp as a hawk. Without thinking, he directly relied on his intuition and swung his sword back. Dang! If the evening drum sounded, a deafening sound wave was stirred in the air, and Kimimura's hands turned into sharp bone swords, forming a cross shape and colliding with the Fighting Dog Daubman. Kimimura's face did not change, and he still maintained his elegance. After the storm, the fallen flowers will become mud, and they will become nutrients for the growth of seedlings. Take my move, the dance of fighting. Fight against the sky, fight against the earth, fight against people. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, every creature is struggling to survive. Kimimura's sword is like a seedling breaking through the soil, showing the spirit of not accepting the arrangement of fate, fighting against the sky, and fighting hard. The bone sword is chirping, trembling, and excited. In the eyes of the Fighting Dog Daubman, Kimimura's sword is not fast, nor is it fancy, but it makes him have an illusion that it is absolutely impossible to dodge. It's as if he has become the sky that is destined to be broken. Ah! A trace of madness flashed in the eyes of the Fighting Dog Daubman, and he didn't care at all. The sword in his hand drew a sharp arc in the air, like a bright moon hanging upside down. Tear! The two collided, blood splattered, like cherry blossoms withering, with a different kind of beauty. Kimimaro brushed past the Fighting Dog Daubman, half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his face pale, but he looked very energetic. He murmured in a low voice, "When the seedlings rise from the ground and form a towering tree, it is the time to fight against the sky." Kimimaro put away all the changes, turned his back to the Fighting Dog Daubman, and patted the dust on his body. "Goodbye. Dance of the warrior." As soon as the words fell, the Fighting Dog Daubman's face suddenly changed, and the bones in his body broke through his body uncontrollably. In an instant, the winner was decided. Chapter 460 We are a duo of dishwashers. After the rebirth of Nirvana, Kimimaro has a deeper understanding of the development of the corpse bone vein after being promoted to Penumbra's understanding. Since you can extract bones from your own body, why can't you use the bones in the enemy's body for your own use? Based on this idea, Kimimaro created this set of Linbing Fighters Dance. Lin's Dance, the wind rises and the clouds fly, breaking the enemy's body defense. Bing's Dance, turning into mud to protect flowers, and integrating the bone fragments in your body into the enemy's body. Fighting Dance, counting the heroes, still look at today, by constantly attacking with the corpse bone veins, stimulating the bones implanted in the enemy's body. The dance of the fighter, life is as gorgeous as summer flowers, death is as quiet and beautiful as autumn leaves, causing the bones in the enemy's body to pierce out in an instant, killing them with one blow. Although the Fighting Dog Daubman has the dual protection of iron blocks and armed color domineering, the weak parts of his body are still invaded by Kimimaro. These injuries that seem harmless at ordinary times have become the cornerstone of the final overwhelming victory. Bang! The Fighting Dog Daubman was pierced by bones in his body, as if he had turned into a hedgehog, which was daunting. His eyes gradually lost focus, his knees softened, and he suddenly half knelt on the ground. He raised his head and opened his mouth unconsciously, as if complaining to the sky about the injustice. After all, his loss was too unfair. If he had known that Kimimaro's ability was so insidious, he would never give the other party any chance and leave even the slightest injury on his body. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. He died so soon. Beside Yang Ming, Kid was confused and didn't know what to say. This tall and mighty man once beat Kid's partner killer to a pulp, and even Kid felt that he was an extremely difficult person. But now, he was solved by a mere financial manager of the Kitchen God Pirates, and it was not a draw, but the other party's life was completely cut off. This is terrible. Gurgle. Kid's throat moved up and down, swallowing hard, and looking at Yang Ming with more fear. What kind of person is Yang Ming, a man who can command so many terrible people? Could it be that he is really the former king? For a moment, Kid's mind was turbulent. The idea of regretting in his heart was completely abandoned by the strong strength of Yang Ming's employees. In Kid's eyes, Yang Ming, who was like a god, did not show any surprise at Kimimoro's progress, but just said lightly, "Not bad." Hearing this, Kid was almost angry to death. Being able to easily kill the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters in a duel, in Yang Ming's eyes, is just not bad. However, when Kid saw the captured Akainu and Admiral Kizaru on the side, Kid couldn't help but twitch his mouth fiercely. The other party is indeed qualified. Hey! At this time, Kid heard Yang Ming let out a light hey sound. What could surprise this man? Kid followed Yang Ming's gaze and looked into the field, only to see two young-looking boys confronting a Vice Admiral of the Navy. This Vice Admiral had a very distinctive appearance, wearing a helmet with a two-headed dragon pattern on it, with a sturdy and strong figure and a ferocious and cruel expression. People would believe that he was a pirate. He was the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Ghost Spider. He was a devil fruit ability user who could extend 6 spider-like hands from his body, plus his original 2 hands, and used 8 samurai swords and pistols as weapons. Opposite him, stood Niji and Koji. Originally, this Vice Admiral of the Navy was dealt with by Zabuza, but due to the request of Niji and Koji, he had to let them come. Niji and Koji looked at each other and could see the blazing flames in each other's eyes. As Yang Ming's store becomes stronger, more and more powerful people join in, which makes them a little marginalized. Ninkai and Dinkai watched this situation with their own eyes, and they were naturally unwilling to accept it. They didn't want to be dishwashers in Yang Ming's store all their lives, and they usually exercised like crazy. Especially Ninkai. There was a time in the past when Yang Ming asked him to temporarily manage the accounts before Kimimaro joined. Originally, Ninkai thought that he would be promoted and get a raise to marry by soon, but he didn't expect that after Kimimaro came, he was hit on the head and returned to his original form. He is still a dishwasher now. Ninkai and Dinkai are unwilling to accept it. Unfortunately, they are still too young and their talents are not at the level of monsters. Dinkai just barely reaches the level of ordinary Jonin, while Ninkai steadily reaches the level of elite Jonin. In order to fight for their own future and break through their own strength, the two resolutely stood up and challenged Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. In front of the sturdy and strong body of Spider Demon, Niji and Koji were 3 heads shorter than him. It was just like an adult bullying a child. Visually, there was an overwhelming victory. Stinky brat! The way forward was blocked by 2 little brats. Spider Demon suddenly, his face turned unfriendly, his 2 tiger eyes widened, revealing a cruel look. "Don't block the way, or I will kill you." As he said that, Ghost Spider waved his 8 arms and swung his samurai sword, making a whirring sound in the air, looking imposing, hoping to scare Ninkai and Dinkai in this way. Although Dinkai and Ninkai are ninjas, they are still young, but they have long been accustomed to life and death, and naturally they will not be easily frightened. The 2 of them took a fighting posture at the same time, and a stern momentum continued to gather, confronting Ghost Spider. "You are really ungrateful." Ghost Spider was not a very patient person. Seeing this, he suddenly had a murderous intent, and a pair of tiger eyes burst out with a horrified murderous intent. "I never kill nameless people. Tell me your names so that you can go to hell. Remember, it was me, Spider Demon, who killed you. Ningji. Koji. We are all dishwashers of the god of cooking pirates." Spider Demon. The wind was noisy, but Spider Demon was not feeling well. He stood there quietly, as if he was petrified in an instant. Dishwasher. 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 He was a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, but he was blocked by 2 dishwashers of the god of cooking pirates? Are you kidding me? Look at the fighting dog next door, Dogman. After all, his opponent is also a financial manager. Although it sounds a bit low-end compared to the cotters of the god of cooking pirates, it is not embarrassing. But who is Spider Demon? His enemy is actually a dishwasher. Your uncle. Even if he wins, others will say that you, a Vice Admiral of the Navy, can only bully the dishwasher. How can you be so ashamed? All kinds of complicated emotions flowed through Ghost Spider's heart, followed by a kind of humiliation of being despised and trampled on by self-esteem. You. Ghost Spider's face was gloomy, and his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, shrouded in a strong murderous intent, you are simply looking for death. A roar, murderous intent burst out. Chapter 461 The dishwasher wants to counterattack. Facing the angry ghost spider, Dinkai and Niji only felt that the murderous intent like a tsunami suddenly rushed in their faces, making it impossible to look directly at it. Under the powerful power, the two of them were like fragile butterflies in a storm, letting the rain and wind blow them away. Dinkai put away his usual indifferent expression, and because of the fat accumulation on his face, he squinted his eyes, revealing a serious light in the gap. Ninkai, I'll hold him back later, you try to get close. Understood. Niasai nodded heavily. As dishwashers, the two had already developed an extraordinary tacit understanding. Dinkai took a deep breath, and his abdomen suddenly swelled. Secret technique. The technique of multiplication. Then, in the astonished eyes of Ghost Spider, the little guy who was originally 3 heads shorter than him actually swelled up in the wind, like a balloon, and his body became a giant as tall as a 5-story building at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dinkai's body suddenly soared, and his weight soared instantly. The ground under his feet could not withstand the sudden change, and was sunken into 2 small pits by his heavy weight. Seeing this, Ghost Spider tilted his neck and showed a disdainful expression on his face. Boy, don't think that you can beat me just because you become taller and stronger than me. After saying that, he raised his 2 hands holding the pistol and shot at Dinkai fiercely. Bang bang bang! Bang, bang, bang! As a Vice Admiral of the Navy, he is equipped with the most advanced thermal weapons, capable of firing more than a dozen bullets in one breath. Without even a glance, Koji ignored all the threats in front of him, and then hugged a ball to form a huge meatball. Human bomb tank! Koji shouted, and after rolling into a ball, he quickly rotated on the spot like a car tire, rubbing against the ground and making a sound that pierced the eardrums. Ding ding! Dang dang! The bullet fired by Ghost Spider suddenly hit Koji and bounced off in an instant, leaving no injury at all. Then, with Ghost Spider's ugly expression, Koji's meatball rolled over directly. That's right, it literally rolled over. Can you imagine facing a meatball as high as a 5-story building rolling over you? Especially since Koji also exuded a smell of stinky sweat, which came like a tide, and it was simply suffocating. This is not a ghost chariot, it's just a moving stink bomb. Spider Demon cursed in his heart, damn it, how long has it been since you took a shower? Spider Demon stretched out a hand to cover his nose, took a few small steps on the ground, and the whole person flashed out. Shave. Spider Demon used shaving to avoid Dinkai, but he was unexpectedly stared at by someone, who had already seen through his whereabouts with his white eyes. Ninkai waved his hands and made a starting posture. 8 diagrams. 64 palms. Wuji gives birth to Taiji, Taiji gives birth to Lianji, Lianji gives birth to Sixiang, Sixiang gives birth to Bagua, and Bagua equals 64. At this moment, in the eyes of Ghost Spider, the 2 palms that Ninkai originally slapped out were actually divided into 2, 2 into 4, and more, and they became palm prints that filled the space, like the palm of the Tathagata, slapping down with a bang. Under such a terrifying palm print, Ghost Spider was like Sun Wukong in the hands of Tathagata Buddha. No matter how high your martial arts skills are, you can't escape the 5-finger mountain. However, Ghost Spider is a Vice Admiral of the Navy after all, and his strength is much stronger than Ninkai, but he was suddenly shocked by a completely unfamiliar force. His face was fierce, and he suddenly bit his tongue. A bloody smell immediately spread in his mouth, and at the same time it also stung his brain nerves, making him sober. Ghost Spider smiled grimly, revealing a cruel look. Who has more hands? Then let's see who is stronger, you or me. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his swords with 8 hands at the same time, and the whole person spun around, releasing a storm of sword blades. The sharp blade light tore through the sky, turning into a ruthless killing machine. In front of him, the palm print that seemed to suppress everything instantly disappeared. Puff! Ninkai risked being injured and slapped the connection point of the demon spider's meridians with a palm, but he was hit by a sword. The whole person flew backwards like an arrow from a bow, and fell heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. A deep sword mark fell on his abdomen, and his intestines were vaguely visible. Ninkai's face turned pale, and he suddenly tore open a corner of his clothes and wrapped up the sword wound on his abdomen as a temporary medical treatment. In an instant, the blood dyed the cloth red. Although he was injured, Niji successfully slapped Spider Demon, and with the help of his Byakugan and the family's secret technique, he successfully destroyed the nodes of his opponent's meridians. Damn you little brat! Spider Demon had a trace of surprise in his eyes. He originally wanted to take advantage of the victory, but found that he suddenly couldn't use shaving. Shaving requires the user to continuously step on the ground in a short period of time to form momentum and burst out with amazing speed. But the bad thing is that Spider Demon's right leg is out of control, as if it was paralyzed and lost consciousness. At this time, Spider Demon recalled that Niji seemed to have slapped his leg just now. A fierce light flashed, and Spider Demon stared at Niji with a gloomy face. Did you do this? It's really unexpected. At the same time, Spider Demon also found that because the meridian nodes in his legs were destroyed, his right leg could not even use the iron block and armed color domineering. After all, these two skills also require physical cooperation. At this moment, Spider Ghost's ears moved, and he heard a harsh sound of an object rubbing against the ground. It was Koji. Koji turned gorgeously on the ground like a car running at full speed, made a very difficult drifting action, and then killed a sneak attack. This time, Spider Ghost had a hard time avoiding it even if he wanted to. Asshole! Spider Ghost was inexplicably tricked by Niji, and he was furious at this time, and immediately poured all his anger on Koji. 8 Swords Style. Surfing. Spider Ghost raised his hand, and 8 sharp samurai swords were like extensions of his limbs, as flexible as his arms, and at the same time drew 8 shocking and sharp arcs. It was like a spider facing a heavy object attack, weaving a huge web in the air in an orderly manner, waiting for the prey to fall into the trap. Dang! 8 sharp blades chopped at the thick fat of Dinkai together, and the face of the Spider Demon twisted, like a devil reincarnated. Open it for me. As the voice fell, Ninkai's face suddenly changed. Dinkai, get out of the way. Unfortunately, it was too late. A terrifying force, like a huge wave, came from the blade of the Spider Demon. The knife flashed, and blood splattered. The thick fat on Dinkai's body only resisted for a while, and then it was torn apart fiercely, leaving 8 deep knife marks that could be seen through the bones. Chapter 462 Don't underestimate us dishwashers. Dinkai. Seeing the Spider Demon break Dinkai's defense with one blow and deal a heavy blow, Ninkai couldn't help but exclaimed. Ninkai's face changed drastically, and he was immediately anxious. His feet were like riding the wind and waves, trying his best to catch up to support. Ha ha ha! You're late, little brat! The Spider Demon had a hideous expression and smiled cruelly. He stretched out his scarlet tongue to lick the blood on the tip of the knife, and laughed like a pervert. Just like a spider hunting, watching the prey struggling desperately in the spider web, but could only be swallowed in vain, with a mocking light in his eyes. In the eyes of Niji, who was shocked and angry, the Spider Demon raised his 8 arms, and with a clang, 8 samurai swords stabbed into Koji's body. No! Seeing this, Niji was furious, and he rushed out like a cannonball, and flew towards the body of the Spider Demon. Niji's eyes were wide open, and shocking blood appeared on the edge of his white pupils. Secret technique. 8 trigram scattering strike. A white chakra erupted from Niji's hand, and then surrounded the Spider Demon, like twisting the spider with a piece of wood, pulling him away, and distanced him from Koji. The Spider Demon was stunned for a while, and felt that he was wrapped in a force like wind, and then he was inexplicably bounced away, and could only watch Niji run towards Koji. Niji strode to the seriously injured Koji, but saw 8 black holes stabbed in his body, and blood gushed out as if it was free. Due to the massive blood loss, Koji could no longer maintain his huge body, and shrank back to his original appearance, and his face was as pale as white paper. Shinkai, are you okay? Niji asked nervously, taking out a soldier pill from his bosom and putting it into the other's mouth. Ahem. Shinkai choked a few times, coughed up bloody phlegm, tremblingly stretched out his hand, fumbled in his bosom, and raised a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, I brought takeout made by the boss. Niji. Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider didn't know the magic of Yang Ming's cooking. At this time, he just felt like being fucked by a dog, and his mouth twitched fiercely. This dead fat man, is he still eating at this time? Eat your uncle. I haven't eaten yet. Seeing that Shinkai happily took out the lunchbox and wolfed down the food inside, Ghost Spider suddenly felt very hungry. The most painful things in this world are, watching others show affection while you don't, watching others enjoy all kinds of privileges and being awesome while you don't, watching others eat happily while you don't have anything to eat. It's so mad. A red light flashed in Ghost Spider's eyes, and he gritted his teeth. Even though his right leg was injured and he couldn't move, he didn't care about that at this time. He immediately dragged his broken leg and staggered up to give this fat guy a hard blow. But in the process, Ghost Spider was shocked to find that the heavy damage he had caused to Dinkai before was actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Due to the overly strong healing power, red buds popped out from the cracks in Dinkai's hand, and then condensed together, and soon formed new flesh. It's simply amazing. Not long after Ghost Spider left, Dinkai recovered as before. Dinkai twisted the joints of his hands, making crackling sounds, tilted his head, looked at the stunned expression of Ghost Spider, and was filled with joy in his heart. Let you show off and let you be happy, you didn't expect it. Dinkai patted the fat on both sides of his cheeks with both hands, and said with full energy. Come on, the second half begins. Ghost Spider. Seeing this, Ghost Spider was speechless and choked, and felt that he had seen more ghosts today than in the past few decades combined. What is going on? Can anyone tell me? Unfortunately, Ghost Spider's question is destined to be unanswered. However, Dinkai and Niji looked at each other, and the two sides separated tacitly. Dinkai suddenly stretched out his hands, and suddenly swelled up against the wind, as if blowing up a balloon, and turned into a giant hand as thick as a pillar. Secret technique. Local multiplication technique. Two hands were like giant hands covering the sky, and a slap fell from the sky. The terrifying air pressure immediately descended on Ghost Spider, and he felt a great fear like a mountain pressing down on his head. There was murderous intent in Ghost Spider's eyes. Since his right leg was injured by Niji and it was inconvenient to move, he was going to fight hard at this time. All of you, die. Ghost Spider used his intact left leg as a support point, and his body quickly rotated on the spot. The 8 samurai swords rotated outward, and the extreme blade light suddenly appeared, turning into an infinite sword storm. The way of the sword saint is to suppress others with force. As the sword storm swept over, the air around him suddenly became turbulent, and a tornado connecting the sky and the earth formed with him as the center, roaring violently, imposing, and terrifying. Times create heroes, and heroes can also create times. The weak can only complain about the environment, but the strong can change the world and make this world their home. In this narrow area, Ghost Spider is the supreme storm master. Under his will, mortals can only accept the fate of death. Ghost Spider's eyes showed murderous intent, and the terrifying sword storm swept over, and it collided with the giant hand that fell from the sky. Bang! Tear! As soon as the two strong men came into contact, the rotating sword storm left crisscrossing knife marks on Dinkai's arms. The irregular injuries immediately made him bleed and couldn't stop it at all. Dinkai only felt that this blow was just like hitting a hedgehog. There was a sharp pain in his hand, and he suddenly shuddered and quickly retracted his hand. It happened in a split second. Just as the two of them were fighting, Niji had already come to the periphery of the blade storm. With the outstanding insight of his Byakugan, Niji had already seen through everything and couldn't help but reveal a confident smile. Don't underestimate us dishwashers. We are also very strong. Niji suddenly took a step forward, and his whole momentum suddenly changed, like a newborn calf challenging a tiger in the mountains, full of fearless spirit. Bagua palm. Hushin. Niji tapped the ground with his toes, and a tornado also blew up with him as the center. But unlike the blade storm of Demon Spider, Niji's is protection, not pure killing. On one side is the blade storm that pursues extreme killing. On the other side is the Hushin Bagua palm that pursues protecting companions. Two tornadoes that connected the sky and the ground suddenly collided, and a violent conflict broke out like Mars hitting the earth. The wind was roaring, and the earth was trembling. The tile-like fragments on the ground were then blown up by the fierce wind, like a carpet was rolled up, and the area within a radius of 100 meters around their fight was all violently lifted up. Chapter 463, Honor in Defeat. Niji's Kaiden collided with the sword storm of the spider demon, and the violent friction between the two actually generated a trace of electric current. In Kaiden, Niji only felt that he was in a turbulent sea, driving a small boat all the way. Every time he waved his palm, it was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, as if he was carrying a heavy pressure. Huff! 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 Ninkai rotated his body rigidly and attacked continuously, but his body gradually became overwhelmed and began to be unable to bear the pressure of the opponent's blade storm. Slowly, Ninkai's movements began to slow down, and then he could no longer dodge without damage, and was scratched by the sharp blade of the spider demon. Tear! Tear! The sound of clothes being torn was endless, and the bloodstains began to increase from 1 or 2, covering Ninkai's whole body, making him look like a wanderer. There was no complete clothing on his body, and it looked tattered and covered with scarlet blood. Faced with such a disadvantage, Ninkai's eyes were determined. In order to get rid of the shackles of being a dishwasher, he had to perform well in front of Boss Yang Ming. I don't want to be a dishwasher anymore. Ninkai roared in his heart, and actually stopped the trend of slowing down, bursting out the potential in his body, and increased a little speed. Ghost Spider was used to being in the upper hand, but was caught off guard and was hit hard. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Ninkai's palm shadows followed him, like a thousand-handed guanyin, suddenly blasting out thousands of palm prints, hitting Ghost Spider heavily. Under such a dense attack, although Ghost Spider wanted to dodge, he could not escape unscathed and was hit hard by several palms. But unlike other injuries, Ninkai's palm prints were like poisonous dragons drilling into the body, extremely experienced and vicious, and always hit the meridian connection points of Ghost Spider's body. After Ninkai severed the meridians in his right leg, Ghost Spider's face suddenly changed, and the meridian connection points of his 5 arms were all hit, making them completely invalid. After the 5 arms were temporarily invalidated, Ghost Spider only had 3 arms left, and the power of the blade storm was greatly reduced, and the power was not as strong as before. If the previous blade storm was as fierce as a tiger, it has now weakened into a jackal, and it seems less deterrent. Damn bastard! A trace of madness flashed in Ghost Spider's eyes, and he gritted his teeth. At this time, he still did not give up, and continued to fight with Niji. For Ghost Spider, he must not lose this battle. Because, although Niji and Koji are members of the Hand Chef God Pirates, their status is lower than Kimimaro, just a humble dishwasher. But who is Ghost Spider? He is the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Once Ghost Spider loses, the outside world will naturally spread that a Vice Admiral of the Navy is not as good as a dishwasher. Even with the seal of the world government and the Navy, it is difficult to guarantee his future in the Navy. Things have developed to this point. It is no longer a simple battle issue, but it is related to the honor and future of Ghost Spider. This battle, he must not lose. Spider Ghost looked crazy, and at this moment, he forcibly activated his not-so-good armament haki. Only a thin layer of black grease was barely attached to the blade of one of his katana. With the blessing of armament haki, this katana not only became sharper, but also faster. In order to succeed in one strike, Spider Ghost was very cunning and hid this blade under the cover of the other blades. When Niji was caught off guard, Spider Ghost made 2 feints, and waited until Niji used all his speed to dodge, and then he showed his best trick and revealed his biggest trump card. One knife strikes the whole world. In the eyes of Ninkai, who was filled with shock and anger, the demon spider's knife was unhindered and chopped directly on his body. Tear! A deep knife mark that could see the bone slashed Ninkai's body obliquely, and there was only a sound of bone breaking, and his sternum was broken. Just a little bit. Really? I'm unwilling. Ninkai stumbled and staggered back a few steps. The blood on his chest seemed to be spilled out as if it was free. In just a moment, a pool of blood had accumulated on the ground, which was shocking. Ninkai just felt so sleepy and tired, and an extreme fatigue spread from deep inside his body. His eyes flickered, and his vision had become extremely blurred and he couldn't see clearly. Ninkai seemed to hear someone calling his name. But he was too tired. Darkness surged into his heart like a tide, and he collapsed to the ground with his eyes black. Ninkai! Dinkai came to Ninkai with a sad face. He first sniffed and found that he was still breathing weakly. He hurriedly took out all the takeout cooked by Boss Yang Ming and stuffed it directly into Ninkai's mouth without thinking about it. Under such rude treatment, a large amount of vitality poured into Ninkai's broken body and began to gradually repair his dying body. Eat again. Seeing this scene, Ghost Spider suddenly had a toothache. Just when he wanted to step forward and kill his opponent with a knife, a figure suddenly blocked him. Zabuza twisted his neck around, making a series of snapping sounds, and his wolf-like eyes shot out malicious light. Sorry, this road is blocked. If you want to pass this road, kneel down to your grandfather first. Puff. Seeing this, Spider Ghost's face suddenly darkened, and he was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Spider Ghost was so immersed in the battle just now that he almost forgot that his opponent was the god of cooking pirates. He was tripped by Niji and Koji before, which had already weakened his combat power by nearly half. Now facing Zabuza, the cotter of the god of cooking pirates, Spider Ghost has no chance of winning. In shock and anger, Spider Ghost's eyes swept around, hoping to find a partner to support him. But it didn't matter if he looked at it, he was shocked when he saw it. As the captain of the god of cooking pirates, Yang Ming was still calm and relaxed, cracking melon seeds and watching the show, while the vice admirals of the same level as him were caught in a bitter battle. And the fighting dog Daub man who fought against Kimimaro was not inferior to him in strength, but because he didn't know the weirdness of Kimimaro's ability, he had died tragically on the spot. As for the others, they were also in a precarious situation. It was only a matter of time before they were wiped out. Tisk tisk tisk, where are you looking at? As if the devil's murmurs were heard, Ghost Spider was horrified to find that the fog had risen at some point. The malicious voice seemed to tease the enemy before death. Do you want to fry it? Or braise it? Or do you want to taste your brain white? Chapter 464 White Fog Killer. Seeing that Niji was seriously injured, as a boss who cherishes his employees, Yang Ming would naturally not watch him die like this. In this context, Zabuza was naturally sent out by Yang Ming for support. The fog was so thick that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. At this moment, in this thick white fog, it is easiest to recall the fear of being dominated by the unknown. Invisible enemies. The sound of footsteps. The sharp murderous intent. Although Spider Ghost beat Nisi to the point of death, he was also seriously injured by Nisi. Now he only has less than half of his combat power left. Only 3 arms and 1 leg can move, and the rest are temporarily unconscious. Spider Ghost was surprised and angry when he was found by Zabuza, an opponent who was not inferior to him in strength. Spider Ghost did not dare to slack off. His muscles were tense, his pupils were dilated, and he looked around nervously, as if someone would rush out from the depths of the fog in the next second. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Spider Ghost's heart was in his throat. He could feel his heart beating violently. In this silent atmosphere, it was as loud as beating a drum, and it gave the environment a creepy atmosphere. Compared to armament haki, Ghost Spider's observation haki is not that good. Although he can vaguely sense Zabuza's position every time, Zabuza will move away with Flying Thunder God in a flash, so that he can't catch the exact position at all, and it is even more difficult to counterattack. At this moment, he is like a little spider trapped in a spider web between branches. No matter how cunning you are not as good as a beautiful bird flying in the sky. Zabuza is like an experienced hunter. Even if he is in the upper hand, he still uses Flying Thunder God to constantly move his position to disturb the opponent's mind and make Ghost Spider was running around. Finally, the opportunity came. It is impossible for a person to be in a state of concentration every minute and every second, let alone a seriously injured Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider just took a deep breath and wanted to rest for a while, but Zabuza caught the opportunity. Whoosh! A subtle sound of a sharp weapon cutting through the air was heard, and in the thick fog, a shuriken with a detonating talisman was seen, like a poisonous snake in the grass suddenly jumping out, hitting passers-by in one swoop. Because the beheading sword was smashed in the previous battle with Garp, and it has not recovered yet, Zabuza will change his previous style and pick up the assassin's business again. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Deep in the thick fog, a loud shout rang out. However, the shuriken, which was originally moving at a high speed, suddenly swung in the air, then split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and then continued to split, forming hundreds of shurikens, whistling like an overwhelming force. What a Ghost Spider! He is worthy of being the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. At this critical moment, he suddenly came up with a quick mind, and suddenly threw the Navy cloak behind him, and then threw it forward. Tear! The sharpness of the shuriken naturally penetrated the cloak easily, but it was also helplessly blocked for a moment, and the speed slowed down. Ghost Spider endured the discomfort of being unable to move his right leg, and actually abandoned the face of the Vice Admiral of the Navy, and directly rolled out in the most shameless way, like a donkey rolling on the ground. It was really a close call. Ghost Spider had just rolled out, but saw hundreds of shurikens all pierced into where he was just now. The terrifying force even made their bodies completely buried in the soil, with only a few tails trembling in the air. At the same time, the detonating talismans on these shurikens have burned to the end. Boom! The power of a detonating talisman is equivalent to that of a grenade. When hundreds of grenades explode at the same time, the terrifying explosion sound is deafening. Ghost Spider was on the edge of the explosion, and he felt a heat wave coming, which made his skin sting. The ground under his feet also shook at the same time, making his heels unstable for a while. But at this time, Ghost Spider didn't care about so much. The effect of the observation haki kept reminding him. There is danger behind him. From the depths of the fog, a face wrapped in white bandages suddenly appeared, and the wolf-like eyes burst into bloodthirsty light. Zabuza held a short kunai in his hand, and his feet were as fast as flying, like a cheetah attack, and he was pulled to the side of Ghost Spider in a short time. Ghost Spider suddenly turned his head, and it was as terrifying as if people were watching a horror movie, and Sadeko's face suddenly appeared on the screen. Zabuza's face wrapped in white bandages was close to Ghost Spider, and he could even feel the other's breath. Unfortunately, even with the reminder of the observation haki, Ghost Spider's half-crippled body was too late to react. The kunai went in and out, and stabbed into Ghost Spider's heart from the back with great precision. Ghost Spider's eyes were filled with resentment, and he opened his mouth to say something, but Zabuza didn't give him a chance to speak at all. The kunai he had just pulled out wiped his neck and killed him instantly. Bang! The giant man who was slightly taller than Zabuza fell down with a strong resentment before his death. Even if he was dead, his eyeballs were still staring straight, almost bulging out, like the pupils of a goldfish, which made people stop in their tracks. Zabuza looked down at him. Although he was the winner, he did not have the arrogance that a winner should have. Instead, he squatted down and stretched out his hand to wipe the eyelids of Ghost Spider, covering his eyes that were not closed until he died. Even if the opponent was an enemy, he won Zabuza's respect for him. In battle, life and death are determined, and all means are used without limit. But if you still care about a dead person, it is not the style of a strong man. Zabuza propped up his knees and stood up, glancing coldly at the corpse of Ghost Spider. It seems that you like to eat pig hearts. This black humor is not funny at all. The fog was as weird as when it came, and it was the same when it dissipated. When the thick fog dissipated, other people on the battlefield looked at the tragic death of Ghost Spider. Yang Ming and his party were naturally not surprised, but it was a heavy blow to the morale of the Navy. This time, including Vice Admiral Crane who took the lead, there were only 6 Vice Admirals. But in a short time, after the fighting Dogman, another Vice Admiral fell. How could this not make them feel chilled? Including Vice Admiral Tsuru, the remaining Vice Admirals felt a chill rising from their heels to their hearts, and suddenly felt cold all over. When did the Vice Admirals, who were the backbone of the Navy, die like pigs and dogs? It can be said that the losses that occurred today alone are comparable to the tragic after the competition with the 4 emperors. For a time, everyone in the Navy felt in danger and turned their hopeful eyes to betting on Vice Admiral He, hoping that she, the Navy's think tank, can come up with a solution. Chapter 465, Invisible Pretending. Vice Admiral He's face was ugly for a while. Even if he had a good temper, he was now on the verge of a rage. She pointed at Yang Ming, her eyes almost spitting fire. Yang Ming, what do you mean? You just reached an agreement with us, and now you want to turn your face against us. As he finished speaking, the remaining Navy glared at him, wishing to eat Yang Ming's flesh and blood. If eyes could kill, Yang Ming would have died countless times at this time. Without waiting for Yang Ming to speak, Kid, who was standing behind him, suddenly raised the corner of his mouth and showed an extremely bad smile. He. Kid screamed a few times, like a cat catching a mouse, his eyes were full of teasing, and his heart was full of joy. Look, the Navy who just brutally killed his partner, who chased him to the sky and was incompetent, is now suffering in front of him. It feels so good. Although he didn't do all this, Kid didn't care at all. He had already admired Yang Ming in his heart. Facing the anger of the Navy, Kid, and Luo's admiring eyes, Yang Ming seemed to be fine. He cracked the last melon seed in his hand and licked the residue on his fingers. That look and posture are just like watching a wonderful movie. Invisible pretense is the most deadly. In the past, Vice Admiral He had never seen such a shameless person, and he was so pretentious that she was almost angry. Yang Ming smacked his lips with satisfaction, and then he seemed to come back to his senses, looking at Vice Admiral He with innocent eyes. Sorry, I was distracted just now. Please say it again. Puff. Hearing this, Vice Admiral Tsuru felt as if she was hit by an invisible arrow. This wave of pretense was simply too much. Vice Admiral Tsuru was so angry that her fingers trembled. If she hadn't been entangled by Kisame in front of her, she really wanted to rush up and give Yang Ming a big slap in the face. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Be calm. Be calm. Vice Admiral Tsuru is worthy of being the right-hand man of Marshal Zhangguo. In this almost desperate situation, she actually suppressed the negative emotions in her heart. Her eyes regained their calmness, like a deep pool of water without ripples, and occasionally a flash of wisdom passed by. Vice Admiral Tsuru quietly took out a chocolate-like thing from her arms, and then distanced herself from Kisame. Wait! Vice Admiral Tsuru shouted at Yang Ming, and then showed her what Marshal Zhangguo had entrusted to her before leaving. Yang Ming, if you let us go, I will pretend that what happened today never happened. Upon hearing this, the faces of the other Navy officers suddenly changed. Vice Admiral he seemed not to see the complicated looks of his colleagues, and said to himself. Otherwise, I can only fight you to the death. Upon hearing this, the employees of Yang Ming's shop immediately stopped the battle at hand, and stared at Vice Admiral he like wolves and tigers, murderously. Dare to threaten the boss, you simply don't want to live. The employees of Yang Ming's shop are extraordinary, and the murderous intent they exude at this time is like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth, and a suffocating wave of horror swept over. The ordinary Navy officers behind the Vice Admirals, once touched by this murderous intent, only felt a great terror coming, and each of them showed horror. Then, dozens of ordinary Navy soldiers, one after another, foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground unconscious. Overlord Haki? Seeing this, several Vice Admirals looked horrified, looking at each other in silence, their eyes full of fear. However, this was different from Overlord Haki, at least they did not feel any discomfort. Seeing the employees of Yang Ming's shop showing off their power, just by their momentum, they made a group of naval soldiers faint on the ground. Kid and Luo were so shocked that they could not speak. Is this possible? Kid's throat was dry, and his heart was full of bitterness. He had challenged Yang Ming without knowing his own strength at the beginning. Now he really didn't know how to write the word death. His eyes when looking at Yang Ming changed completely, his eyes were full of enthusiasm for power, as if he was worshipping a god, and his mind was uncontrollable. Burp. Yang Ming couldn't help but burp because he ate too many melon seeds. Yang Ming looked at the chocolate-like thing in Vice Admiral He's hand, and felt something that could threaten him. Your reliance is the thing in your hand. At this point, the remaining Vice Admirals of the Navy didn't know what was going on. They protected Vice Admiral Crane and were wary of someone sneaking up on them and taking away their reliance. Vice Admiral Crane held the explosives tightly in his hands and stared at Yang Ming. The explosives in my hand are the latest products made by the Navy after learning from the terrifying power of Pluto. As long as I press it down so hard. Vice Admiral Crane's eyes were filled with countless malice. He made a motion of exerting force with his hands, bang, including us, the island under our feet will be razed to the ground. He really did everything he could. Yang Ming was full of emotion. He knew without thinking that if the negotiation between him and the Navy just now failed, the other party might rather sacrifice the important combat power of the Navy to eliminate the uncertain threat of the god of cooking pirates. After all, according to the current situation, the god of cooking pirates already has the strength that does not belong to any of the four emperors. What they lack is only the territory and fame. For the Navy, this is a cancer, and it is not a bad idea to take advantage of this time to cut off the arm of a hero. Facing the threat of Vice Admiral Tsuru, Yang Ming remained silent. He always felt that this explosive had the power to threaten his life, so he did not dare to act rashly at this time. Because Yang Ming could not be sure that he could use Flying Thunder God to completely transfer the power of this explosive. It seems that the water in the world of One Piece is really deep. Yang Ming was full of emotion. Don't think that the employees of Yang Ming's shop are invincible just because they can capture the Admiral alive. Don't forget that Whitebeard's tremor fruit is even more terrifying. The Big Mom among the four emperors has the soul fruit, which can take away the souls of others. Not to mention Yang Ming's small body, even if his employees face them, it is difficult to have a good ending. After thinking for a moment, Yang Ming raised his head and waved to the other employees. Forget it, let them go. The boss has spoken, and even if the other employees are ready to move, they can only obey orders unconditionally. Under the protection of the remaining Vice Admirals, Vice Admiral Crane did not dare to expose his back to the enemy. He walked backwards step by step, carefully protecting the explosives in his hand, and his eyes were extremely vigilant, fearing that Yang Ming would regret and send people to attack. However, she obviously regarded Yang Ming as one of those shameless pirates who ravaged the ocean, and her vigilance was also for the blind, which was completely in vain. After returning to the Navy ship, Vice Admiral Tsuru seemed to have been drained of all his energy and spirit. He half leaned against the wall and was exhausted. She looked up at the blue sky and murmured, "The kitchen god pirates are so scary." Chapter 466 Yang Ming became the strongest new pirate in history. Navy headquarters. Several warships slowly entered the port. The strange thing was that there were no traces of battle left on them, but they looked dead. In a word, it was as if their parents had died. Then, the Navy soldiers who came up to greet them saw that, headed by Vice Admiral Tsuru, several vice admirals had gloomy faces, as if they had encountered something difficult, and stepped down from the warship with heavy steps. What was even more strange was that the other non-commissioned officers who came down with the Vice Admiral of the Navy were the same. They all said nothing and had cold faces, as if others owed them a debt. The welcoming officer was just a colonel. Seeing this, he had no choice but to come forward to welcome them. But before he could speak, Vice Admiral Tsuru waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to bother, and walked straight to Marshal Sengoku's office. As one of the top 16 vice admirals in the Navy headquarters, Vice Admiral Tsuru's every move attracted much attention. When they left, there was an uproar among the ordinary Navy. "Isn't that the famous Vice Admiral Tsuru? Why do they all look listless? SHH. Keep your voice down, don't you see that they are missing something compared to when they left?" Hiss. 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 Fighting Dog Dogman and Ghost Spider are both long-established vice admirals of the Navy. They were deployed without any cover-up before, and many people thought they were going to carry out a major operation. But unexpectedly, they returned in just a few hours. Could it be? Some Navy pupils dilated, their faces full of disbelief. At this time, colleagues around them covered their mouths and signaled them with their eyes not to make a sound. Boom boom boom. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked, and Marshal Zhang Guo pushed the reading glasses on his nose with his fingertips and said, "Come in." Creak. The door opened, and a damp cold wind near the sea blew in from outside. Marshal Zhang Guo was blown by the cold wind, and his head, which was originally overwhelmed by official duties, was suddenly refreshed. Seeing that the visitor was Lieutenant General He, Marshal Zhang Guo squeezed out a rare smile. "It's Xiao He, how is the matter going?" Lieutenant General He sat on the sofa opposite with a silent face, as if he had exhausted all his strength before spitting out a word from his chest. "Fighting Dog and Ghost Spider, glory. Glory is death." Hearing this bad news suddenly, Marshal Zhang Guo restrained the only smile on his face, and unconsciously increased the strength in his hand, pinching the expensive pen in half. With a click, a cold light flashed across Marshal Zhang Guo's eyes. So, the negotiations failed. But to Marshal Zhang Guo's surprise, unexpectedly, Vice Admiral Tsuru actually shook his head. "Damn! What the hell is going on? Can you finish your words in one breath? I'm so anxious." Although Marshal Zhang Guo was furious and roaring in his heart, his face was as gentle as ever, quietly waiting for Vice Admiral Tsuru to bring out the tray. Without the pressure from his superiors, Vice Admiral Tsuru's originally tense nerves relaxed a lot, and slowly told the whole story. Listening to Vice Admiral Tsuru's narration, Marshal Zhang Guo's fingers unconsciously tapped on the table, making a rhythmic thumping sound. "I didn't expect that things would be so tortuous." Marshal Zhang Guo frowned, and the frequency of his fingers tapping the table became more frequent. It can be seen that his mind was turning rapidly, thinking about countermeasures. "I have to give an explanation to others about this matter. I originally planned to issue a wanted order for the god of cooking pirates later, but now it seems that it should be announced as soon as possible." Marshal Sengoku took out a stack of wanted orders from the drawer and handed them to Vice Admiral Tsuru. When she scanned the wanted order, her face changed. "Yang Ming, the leader of the god of cooking pirates, has a bounty of 3 billion. Itaki Uchiha, a cotter of the god of cooking pirates, has a bounty of 2.8 billion. Kisame, a cotter, has a bounty of 2.5 billion. Kimimaro, the financial manager, has a bounty of 300 million. As for why they offered such a high bounty, the above concealed their great achievements in capturing the admiral alive, but instead emphasized that Yang Ming and his group were so bold as to kill the celestial dragons, which was a heinous crime. Although anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was a cover-up, Marshal Zhang Guo had never thought that he could keep the news secret for too long. He just needed to hold on for a while until the date of Ace's beheading. Even so, there was actually such a high price for the first bounty offered to a pirate, which was unprecedented in 1,000 years. At the same time, this bounty amount has surpassed the 7 warlords of the sea and is comparable to the new 4 emperors. Marshal Zhang Guo's intentions were naturally very sinister. Once the 4 emperors learned that there was such a pirate group, they would probably be restless and think that the kitchen god pirates would threaten the status of the 4 emperors. At that time, there would be no need for the navy to intervene, and naturally someone would take the initiative to cause trouble for Yang Ming and his party. This is a technique of driving away tigers and chasing away wolves, and outsiders cannot know the taste of it. Marshal Zhang Guo pushed the reading glasses on the bridge of his nose with his fingertips, and a white light flashed on the lenses. Yang Ming is going to hold a food competition in the Sabayati archipelago, so let's help him. Xia He, ask your friends in the media to promote this competition. This time, desserts will be the main focus. Desserts? Although Yang Ming did not say what the theme of the competition was, Vice Admiral He, as Marshal Sengoku's right-hand man, could hear the hidden meaning. Desserts are the favorite of Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors. She is a psychopath who can destroy an island just for desserts. With such a trigger, plus the threat of the bounty of the wanted order, Marshal Sengoku doesn't believe that the 4 emperors will not set a trap. At that time, he can complete the transaction with Yang Ming and exchange Akainu and Kizaru for him, and he can also sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the 2 sides, watching the 2 sides fight to the death, while the navy sits back and enjoys the fruits of their labor. How satisfying! It's really a good plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Lieutenant General Tsuru understood, and his previous decadence was wiped off his face. He quickly said goodbye and walked out quickly. She couldn't wait to see Yang Ming and his group's bad luck. The ocean was rippling with blue waves, and seagulls flew over from time to time. In the world of One Piece, due to the vastness of the ocean, the islands are scattered, and the transmission of news is very inconvenient. In this case, the well-trained newsbird stepped onto the historical stage, with a bag hanging around its neck, which contained the latest issue of newspapers, and flew to various islands and ships floating on the sea. Quack quack quack! Quack quack quack! Accompanied by an unpleasant bird cry, a newspaper fell from the sky and smeared on the face of a sleeping man below. Hey, which bastard is it? The man took the newspaper away from his face, revealing a mature uncle's face, with a few scars beside one eye, and a head of red hair on his head that was particularly eye-catching. He is one of the 4 emperors whose reputation resounds throughout the second half of the Grand Line, Red Hair, Shanks. Chapter 467, Become Famous and Shock the World. As one of the 4 emperors, Red Hair Shanks does not behave like a 4 emperor at ordinary times. He does not look domineering at all, but is easygoing. Whenever he is in the mood, he will have a party with the crew day and night and drink until he is drunk. At this moment, Red Hair just reminisced with Hawkeye and got drunk, but was disturbed by a newspaper falling from the sky. It would be strange if he was not angry. What the hell is this? Red Hair's eyes, which were originally sleepy, suddenly opened wide, a gleam of light flashed by, and he was completely sleepless. Just because he just glanced at the latest the news in the newspaper was so shocking. Yang Ming, the captain of the god of cooking pirates, has a bounty of 3 billion. Itaki Uchiha, a cotter of the god of cooking pirates, has a bounty of 2.8 billion. Kisame, a cotter, has a bounty of 2.5 billion. Kimimaro, the financial manager, has a bounty of 300 million. And the dishwashers Niji and Koji, who have been bounties of 100 million and 70 million respectively. Oh my god, are you kidding me? The man sleeping next to him was awakened by the red hair and rubbed his eyes. This is a very handsome middle-aged man, with a slender and straight body, a black long coat that shows the charm of men, a very eye-catching hooked nose, and a noble demeanor all over his body. Especially his eyes, as sharp as a falcon, as if he could look directly into the human soul, which makes people impressed at first glance. He is the famous Hawkeye Mihawk, the top swordsman in the One Piece world. Hawkeye woke up, but suddenly realized that Red Hair pinched his face hard. It hurts. Red Hair is indeed Hawkeye's bad friend. This pinch is almost to death. It hurts so much. Hawkeye woke up all of a sudden, and without saying a word, he punched Red Hair in the face. Unfortunately, Red Hair had expected it and dodged it first, with a smile on his face. Oh, it seems that this is really not a dream. Hawkeye looked at Red Hair with a painful face, and couldn't help but greet all the other party's relatives in his heart. Then, he also saw the title in big red letters on the newspaper in Red Hair's hand. The strongest new pirate in history. What a big tone. Afterwards, Hawkeye took the newspaper from Red Hair. As he read it more deeply, his disdain suddenly turned into a series of gasps. Isn't this true? Like Red Hair, Hawkeye's first reaction was disbelief. After all, which pirate group can you find where the bounty for a dishwasher alone is 70 million? But this is the most authoritative newspaper in the One Piece world, with the endorsement of the world government, and it is absolutely impossible to be fake. This is strange. It can be called the world's first strange news. Ha ha ha. I knew you would be like this, so I pinched you just now to see if you were still asleep. Red Hair laughed heartlessly, and patted Hawkeye's back heavily with one hand. What the hell? You want to try to see if you are still asleep, why are you pinching me? Hawkeye looked at Red Hair with a resentful look. If someone else was here, they would think that they had a relationship beyond friendship. Red Hair was not moved at all, or was he used to this kind of thing? Red Hair picked up the bottle and took a few gulps, spitting out a breath of alcohol. I've decided, I'm going to see this interesting newcomer. Red Hair is so willful. 4 Emperor's Big Mom, Gao Gao Island. This is a very strange island, which looks like a multi-layered cake, composed of large cakes and cream, and exudes a sweet and greasy fragrance that makes people intoxicated. Although it is covered with desserts that make girls' hearts beat, no outsider dares to step into this island without permission, but avoids it because of fear. Because this is the base of the 4 Emperor's Big Mom, the desserts on it belong to the ant, and anyone who dares to snatch food from her will die. Ha ha ha. Dessert. Dessert food competition. Looking at the newspaper in her hand, the ant directly skipped the reward amount on the wanted order and was directly attracted by the upcoming food competition. For some people, power, wealth, and women are the lifelong pursuits of men, and reliable, stable and trustworthy men are the pursuits of women. But for the ant, one of her biggest pursuits is desserts, desserts, desserts. Because it is very important, I have to say it 3 times. For desserts, the ant can slaughter the people cruelly, and for desserts, the ant can destroy a country without hesitation. This is a superb foodie born for desserts. If she was just an ordinary woman, it would just be a special hobby. But when her status rises to an extreme, like an ancient emperor ruling the world, this hobby does not know how many innocent people are unlucky. Desserts. Just imagining the images of various desserts in her mind, the sweet, delicious and smooth taste, and the various combinations that never fail to satisfy people, the ant opened her mouth and shed disgusting saliva. The ant is unusually tall, comparable to a giant. When she drools, the corrosive liquid immediately erodes holes on the ground. Her eyes were like big lanterns. When she was mumbling about desserts, the whites of her eyes were instantly covered with lines. Bloodshot all over, it looked very scary, like an old witch in a fairy tale. Big Mom has a disease similar to the blood limit disease, that is, she must eat a lot of desserts every once in a while, otherwise she will go crazy, and when she goes crazy, she will kill people. Obviously, she started to get sick again at this time. Desserts, desserts. I can't stand it anymore. On this day, Gao Gao Island was destined to be in chaos. Blue sky, white clouds. Sea, beach. The news bird flew all the way across the New World and came to the Sabayati archipelago in front of the transfer station of the Grand Line. When the wanted order for the Kitchen God Pirates appeared, the whole island was boiling. After all, the Kitchen God Pirates are now in the Sabayati archipelago. Countless pirates, bounty hunters, and all kinds of people who stayed here were looking for news everywhere, trying to find the whereabouts of Yang Ming and his party. This is nonsense. No matter where you are, the strong are worthy of the weak to follow. These people all want to join Yang Ming. There are also countless girls, mature women, and all kinds of women who disguise themselves and hope that they can marry a member of the Kitchen God Pirates. That would be very face-saving and worth bragging about for a lifetime. What? You said Yang Ming and his group are pirates, which is impossible. You think too much. This is the world of One Piece. People have different values. Yang Ming and his group, who are at the center of the public opinion storm, came to the place introduced by Hades in a low-key manner to avoid the crazy crowd. Pretend to be cool and then run away, so fucking exciting. Chapter 468 Sanji challenges Yang Ming. Xiaqi Blackmail Bar. This is a place that looks very ordinary on the outside. The proprietress is a well-dressed woman with mature charm. But if you underestimate this place, you are wrong. If the people here are placed in the outside world, they can cause a huge sensation in the world anytime and anywhere. Since Yang Ming doesn't drink, Xiaqi handed a cup of prepared milk tea to Yang Ming. As she bent down, her collar was wide open, and she could see the beautiful scenery across the street. As the boss lady, Xiaqi was also a good friend of the vice-captain of One Piece, Rayleigh. Although she looked only in her 20s, she was actually old enough to be Yang Ming's grandmother. Seeing that Yang Ming was unmoved in front of her, Xiaqi's eyes flashed with a strange color. Little Yang Ming is really cute. How can a man be called small by such a beautiful woman? Yang Ming pulled the corner of his mouth hard, and then looked at the freshly prepared milk tea on the table attentively. Should I say, it's worthy of Xiaqi? I saw that the cup was filled with orange-yellow, rich and fragrant milk tea, and in the middle, a lifelike butterfly was drawn by white milk, and there were wavy milk traces on the edge. This is the finishing touch, which makes the cup of milk tea come alive, just like a real butterfly spreading its wings and flying high, flapping its wings and causing a breeze around. Yang Ming was happy, and he held the cup close to his nose. He felt a fragrance mixed with milk and black tea, accompanied by a breath, like a long dragon whistling and a puff of light smoke blending into his nose. When he took a sip, in an instant, his belly was full of fragrance, as if he had drunk a bottle of aged wine, and his whole body was comfortable from inside to outside. Hey! Yang Ming sighed comfortably, and felt the lingering milk fragrance on his tongue, as if his lover was hugging him tightly from behind, making him reluctant to leave. Seeing this, Xiaqi's mouth curled up, as if peach blossoms were in full bloom. It was really like looking back and smiling, and all the beauties in the palace were pale in comparison. Xiao Yang Ming, is it good? Sister will give you another cup for free. You heard it right. This black shop owner, who seemed to be a complete scoundrel to outsiders, usually charged hundreds of thousands for a cup of ordinary beer, but she treated Yang Ming differently and provided free tea throughout the whole process. This scene immediately made one person unhappy in the eyes of Luffy and his group, the protagonist of the One Piece world. Suddenly, a man in a suit and leather shoes stood up from Luffy's group. He had blonde hair and a handsome face. The most peculiar thing was that he had strange curly eyebrows, which made people unforgettable at first sight. He was Sanji, the chef of Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates. He. Xiaqi glanced at Sanji with a charming look. Little handsome boy, do you want a cup of milk tea too? Sanji, who seemed to be calm and angry, suddenly became angry, and his eyes were like two red hearts. I don't know where Sanji took out a rose from, half squatting in front of Xiaqi, howling like Shakespeare chanting poetry. My goddess, you are everything to me, please accept my love for you. Xiaqi covered her mouth with one hand and laughed, he. The little handsome boy is really interesting. She was also a smart person. Without saying anything else, she accepted the rose given by Sanji with a funny face. Gooey. Seeing this, Sanji, like a Spanish bullfighter after victory, raised his head proudly in front of Yang Ming, with a proud look on his face. Should we say that colleagues are worthy of being enemies? Ever since Sanji learned from the newspaper that Yang Ming was so shameless that he wanted to hold a cooking competition in the Sabayati archipelago to challenge chefs from all over the world, Sanji began to dislike Yang Ming. Why? As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts, and the same is true for cooking. Sanji is very confident in his cooking skills, because he has never lost to other chefs since he followed Luffy to sea. Xiaqi's charming eyes moved back and forth between Yang Ming and Sanji. As experienced as she is, she already knows the ins and outs. Xiaqi was like an old fox, slightly narrowing her eyes, smiling constantly on her face, but speaking with a hint of meaning. I heard that Xiao Yang Ming is going to hold a cooking competition. I really want to try the food you cook. Xiaqi's expression and tone, if you ignore her age, are like a junior asking a senior with admiration, which is extremely confusing. As soon as these words came out, they seemed ordinary, but they directly triggered Sanji's jealousy. After all, although this guy is a chef, he claims to be romantic and is a complete lecher. At this time, seeing the beautiful woman in front of him praising another man who is also a chef, Sanji couldn't stand it, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Although his psychological activities were so unbearable, Sanji did a good job on the surface. Sanji took a deep puff of the cigarette, and then exhaled thick white smoke, as elegant as a Western gentleman. Since dear Xiaoqi wants to taste the food, why don't I cook a dish with him to see whose is better? After saying that, Sanji looked at Yang Ming, who was a head shorter than him, and looked down at him provocatively. How about it, little Yang Ming? Although it seemed like an ordinary sentence, Sanji emphasized the word little and emphasized his tone, which was extremely provocative. It was okay to be called little by a beautiful woman, but now he was called little by another man? How can a man be little? Without Yang Ming saying anything, a group of his employees immediately glared at Sanji. Looking at their appearance, if Yang Ming hadn't agreed, they would probably rush up to teach Sanji a lesson in a minute. Seeing that everyone on Yang Ming's side was on edge, Luffy's side didn't care about anything and just supported Sanji. For a while, the two sides were incompatible. The air seemed to be filled with the smoke of war, and the suffocating pressure filled the surroundings. As the troublemaker behind the scenes, Xiaoqi was like a cunning fox, squinting her eyes and watching all this cunningly. Gilyalu! Gilyalu! At this time, as the center of the incident, our protagonist Yang Ming calmly picked up the newly prepared milk tea and tasted it mouthful by mouthful, as if nothing had happened. Seeing his employees looking like they were ready to die, Yang Ming put down the cup, waved his hand at them, and said with a smile. What's the big deal? It's just cooking. Yang Ming's mouth curled up, and he had already figured it out in his heart. He looked at Sanji with a half-smile. I'm afraid that someone will cry when he loses. He made Sanji sound like a naughty child. What a counterattack! Chapter 469, Using the Sharingan to Steal Skills. Kitchen. Sanji and Yang Ming were separated by an aisle, and the smell of gunpowder was full. Including the staff of Yang Ming's shop, the rest of the people stood on one side, watching the two sides' cooking competition with curiosity. As soon as he arrived in the kitchen, Sanji was like a devout pilgrim. He even threw away the cigarettes that he always kept in his hand early, and rubbed his hands in the wash basin very seriously to remove the smell of cigarettes on his hands, so as not to contaminate the food with strange smells. Sanji washed very seriously, even the dirt left under his nails was not spared, which shows how persistent his belief in cooking is. Seeing this, Yang Ming nodded. Although he despised the other party's lustful nature and personality, Sanji, as a chef, could be seen from this detail that he was undoubtedly very outstanding. Sanji looked at Yang Ming with a flame in his eyes, and said in his heart. Just wait and see, I will definitely make food that will make Miss Xiaoqi happy. Thinking so in his heart, Sanji took out a huge sea king. As a unique creature in the world of One Piece, sea kings are generally very large, many times larger than the largest whale on earth. The sea king that Sanji took out was only a part of the body, with a horse head, yellow skin with black spots, more than 10 meters long, as thick as a wheel, and strong muscles. But what surprised Sanji was that Yang Ming also followed suit and took out a sea king creature like him, but the head was a bear. He could see that Yang Ming's originally black eyes had turned red. Changed, revealing scarlet eyes, and 3 black megatama kept spinning. Tisk, you want to imitate me? Sanji was disdainful in his heart, but his hands were not hurried. In his hand, the kitchen knife seemed to be injected with soul, and it turned a circle in the palm of his hand with unusual agility, and then the tip of the knife pointed downward, following the texture on the skin of the Sea King, as easy as cutting cloth with scissors, and easily cut the skin of the Sea King, which was as tough as cowhide. Tear. With a slight sound, Sanji easily cut out the skin of the Sea King, revealing the pink and tender meat hidden inside. As the overlord of the ocean, the muscles and fat in the body of the Sea King have reached a very balanced stage, just like you have me and I have you, which can be seen from the red and white stripes. Sanji's skinning technique is unique and not something that ordinary chefs can master. It requires dexterity. After Sanji finished cutting the skin, he looked at Yang Ming provocatively to see how he would do it. But what made him speechless was that Yang Ming actually did the same action as him. In his hand, the kitchen knife seemed to be infused with soul, and it turned around in the palm of his hand with unusual agility, and then the tip of the knife pointed downward, following the texture of the Sea King's skin. It was as easy as cutting cloth with scissors, and easily cut the Sea King's skin as tough as cowhide. Damn it! You don't have to be so obvious about stealing, bastard! Sanji was so angry that his curly eyebrows jumped wildly, and he gritted his teeth and said in his heart. I asked you to steal my skills. I don't believe this. Brother has always been imitated, but never surpassed. With mysterious self-confidence, Sanji was like a chicken blood, his eyes seemed to be able to spit out flames, and he devoted himself to cooking with confidence. He saw that he cut pieces of sea king meat with one knife. The strange thing is that such a small kitchen knife, with its sharpness, is not enough to cut the sea king. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialty, and cutting meat is also very particular. For example, the kitchen knife used at home is destined to not cut a living cow. But Sanji did it. If you look closely, you can find that Sanji's arm muscles are bulging, and he often does not fall straight down, but cuts along the texture of the meat with the kitchen knife tilted. Such a magical knife skill is just like holding a kitchen knife to dismember a living cow, full of visual shock. If skinning is a skill that can be easily learned by observation, this knife skill is not easy. It takes at least 5 years of accumulation and countless practices to be able to do it so lightly. Under Sanji's smooth knife skills, pieces of meat with appropriate fat and lean are displayed on the table one by one. The texture on each steak, due to the even distribution of fat, presents a beautiful shape like winter snowflakes. What is even more admirable is that each steak cut by Sanjishi is of the same weight and size, and looks like a machine-made product at first glance, which is pleasing to the eye. When Sanjishi finished cutting, even he couldn't stand it. His elbows ached, as if he was carrying a heavy lead block. Sanjishi habitually raised his head and cast his eyes across to see how Yang Ming was doing this time. But after seeing it, Sanjishi's face suddenly became ugly, as if he had eaten something. No other reason, Yang Ming actually imitated everything Sanjishi could do. "Aren't you a smooth knife worker? Aren't you a light lifter? Okay. No problem." Yang Ming's posture and demeanor are just like another Sanjishi. If the two did not look very different, even Luffy and his crew would probably mistake Yang Ming for Sanji. How could this happen? The first time Sanji faced a competing chef, he actually felt like he was facing a towering mountain. The pressure that came over him made him completely breathless. It was like two people playing table tennis. One person was confident that he would defeat his opponent, but he found out helplessly that the other person actually used the same moves as him. Isn't this disgusting? More importantly, this can hit the opponent hard psychologically. In the original work, when Zabuza faced Kakashi for the first time, he almost lost his confidence because of the copying ability of the Sharingan. When frying the cutlet, due to this distraction, Sanji actually missed the best golden time and overfried it. Oops! Sanji smelled a strong burnt smell, his face suddenly changed, and he secretly said that it was not good. When Sanji frantically picked up the steak, he looked at the burnt steak and felt like crying but couldn't. His face was gloomy, as if he was owed a lot of money. Will the other party continue to imitate me? With a glimmer of hope in his heart, Sanji turned his eyes to Yang Ming across from him. However, Yang Ming and Sanji looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths curled up. Yang Ming fried the steak just right, the surface was golden and crispy, and exuded an appetizing aroma. Puff! Seeing this, Sanji's eyes went dark and he almost vomited blood. "Oh, your uncle, why don't you continue to imitate this time? You imitated me to burn it, how embarrassing it is for me." Chapter 470 When the lustful Sanji met Bai. Obviously, Sanji and Yang Ming's cooking competition was doomed to fail from the moment Sanji burned it. Sanji gritted his teeth and looked at Yang Ming sourly as he handed the steak to the goddess in his mind. He felt like a vinegar bottle was overturned in his heart. It was a bad taste. Xiaoqi, the vixen, and Luffy's crew beautiful girl navigator Nami and archaeologist Nico Robin looked at the food on the table curiously. If Xiaoqi is a mature woman with a lingering charm, then Nami is a beauty full of youthfulness. She only wears a swimsuit on her upper body, exposing a large area of fair skin and the indescribable Bun Mountain. As for the archaeologist Nico Robin, only one poem can describe her temperament, as if she is holding a lute and half covering her face, as if she is shrouded in a layer of mist, which adds a bit of mystery to her mature face. The three beauties with different styles, but rare today, gathered together to watch the dishes cooked by Yang Ming, and their eyes suddenly lit up. The steak was roasted golden and crispy by Yang Ming, emitting steaming hot air, and a smell with the aroma of cumin came to the nose, which immediately whetted people's appetite. If you smell it carefully, you can also smell a hint of fresh lemon aroma in this smell, which is just like a clear stream, which makes people feel refreshed and makes the grilled steak less greasy. Next to the grilled meat steak was a sticky red tomato sauce, which Yang Ming had carefully drawn into a smiley face on the white plate. Just a glance at it would make you feel much better. Gulp! Gulp! The three beauties swallowed their saliva with difficulty, and could no longer maintain their unique reserve. They picked up their knives and forks and ate like wolves in a flock of sheep, gorging themselves on the food, fearing that it would be snatched away by others. Snap! As soon as the grilled meat steak entered their mouths, the teeth closed up and down, making a crisp sound, which made people feel that the skin was crispy and wonderful. The most peculiar thing was that although the skin of the steak was baked so golden, they were surprised to find that the meat inside was still so tender. Just a bite, the fragrant juice inside gushed out like a fountain, splashing their mouths with oil. Cool. Really cool. Although the three of them had also eaten the food cooked by Sanji, they could not tell who was better when compared with Yang Ming. Girls generally like to eat sweet things, and these three beauties are no exception. With ripples in their eyes, they dipped the grilled steak in some sticky tomato juice and then put it into their mouths. The three of them couldn't help but close their eyes. As their tongues rolled, they felt the roasted aroma, cumin flavor, crispy, thick juice, and tomato flavor all perfectly blended at this moment, turning into a more intense deliciousness that hit the taste buds, making people feel like they were floating in the air, as if they were flying in the clouds. Seeing this, Sanji's eyes almost turned green. These three beauties are the goddesses in his dreams. Seeing them close their eyes and look intoxicated, their red lips slightly opened, exhaling fragrance, and their mouths slightly curled, revealing a lazy, charming, and moving smile, Sanji felt an unknown anger burning in his heart. These benefits were originally enjoyed by him, Sanji, alone. I must not let Yang Ming snatch my goddess away. Sanji's chest rose and fell violently, like a worn-out blower, and he gasped for air. Bang! Sanji slammed the table and roared at Yang Ming, I don't accept it. If you have the guts, let's compete again. Seeing Sanji once again challenging boss Yang Ming, the employees of Yang Ming's shop were immediately shocked. Zabuza's wolf-like eyes were bright, and he showed his contempt without disguising his expression, and snorted coldly at Sanji. Just you? You don't know your place, kid. You'd better go back to my belly and learn to cook again. Zabuza's mouth was foul, and his words immediately ignited a powder keg, irritating Sanji's face to the point of blushing. Although anyone would be very angry, for Sanji, this sentence was even more hurtful. Because Sanji didn't have a mother, he was an artificial person cultivated from an embryo. Sanji was furious and murderous. He stomped his feet hard. His well-developed leg muscles allowed him to burst out at a speed that ordinary people could not reach in an instant. To outsiders, it seemed that Sanji disappeared from the spot with just a breeze. He was like a flying horse, kicking Zabuza's face fiercely. Watch it! Pig head kick! Well, even the name of the move, Sanji did not let Zabuza off, describing him as a pig head. But see how much Sanji hates Zabuza. Although Sanji is really fast, who is Zabuza? He is a person who can compete with the admirals of the navy. In his eyes, Sanji is too slow. As if they are in tune with each other, as a partner who has been with Zabuza day and night, Bai has already understood it in his heart without Zabuza saying anything, and rushed out suddenly. Bang! A strong wind blew up, blowing the plates on the table and making a clanging sound. Bai was wearing a maid outfit, holding an ice knife in both hands and blocking Sanji. Before this, Bai had always been very low-key and followed behind everyone, so that Sanji did not notice him. But now, when Sanji saw Bai, he suddenly felt a throbbing heartbeat. That was the heartbeat of first love. Sanji had stopped his movements without knowing when, and had long since thrown away the previous unhappiness. He stared at Bai with his eyes fixed on her, and could no longer take his eyes off her. Bai's skin was white and tender, exuding a healthy luster, with a pink face and a pair of standard almond eyes, which always had a faint haziness, as if they were curved into a pool of autumn water. His eyebrows were light and his small red lips were always pursed in a smile. Bai was not very tall, but he gave people the feeling of being slender and beautiful, with a Yamato Nadeshiko charm that was unforgettable at first sight. At this moment, there was only one sentence to describe him. There is a beauty in the north, peerless and independent, one look from her can make the whole city fall in love with her, another look from her can make the whole country fall in love with her, her beauty can make fishes sink to the bottom of the water, geese fall to the ground, and the moon hide in shame. What made Sanji even more excited was that Bai was so beautiful, but she was wearing a black gauze-made outfit with a white lace skirt and a red bow under the neckline, which was so cute. Her round buttocks under the short skirt were raised in a graceful arc, and her slender and well-proportioned legs were wearing pink stockings, which made people's eyes shine. Underneath, Bai was wearing a pair of black soft leather shoes, which were small and exquisite. A breath of youth permeated her whole body, and her girlish charm made her have a kind of flustered attraction. At this moment, Sanji suddenly felt that he had found true love. He would not marry anyone but Bai. Chapter 471, Cocktails for Bai. Sanji took out a rose from somewhere, half knelt in front of Bai, and howled like a ghost singing a poem. "Oh, my goddess, please accept my love for you." Seeing this, Bai's eyelids twitched wildly, and he finally suppressed the urge to hit him. "He is a man, a man, a man. Because it is very important," I repeated 3 times. If Yang Ming had not asked Bai not to disclose the truth, Bai really wanted to slap Sanji to death. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. After a lot of effort, Bai barely suppressed the anger in his heart, but when he met Sanji's obsessed eyes, he suddenly felt a chill all over his body, and even goosebumps fell all over the floor. "Oh my god! Do you have to be so hungry and thirsty?" Bai only felt that Huajo tightened, his expression suddenly tensed up, and his mind turned rapidly, thinking about how to find a way to divert the other party's attention. When Bai glanced at Yang Ming, who looked amused, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. "Boss, I'd rather die than let my friend die. You've cheated me so many times, this time I can only cheat you." Thinking of this, Bai's face bloomed with a pure and brilliant smile like a white lotus, which was more charming than the smile of the milk tea girl. Sanji's eyes lit up, his heart pounded, and he was so confused that he almost had a nosebleed. "Sanji, if you win the cocktail mixing contest with my boss, I will." Bai said nothing and blinked, as if to say, "You know." Bai had never seen Yang Ming mix cocktails before, and he felt that this time he could make Yang Ming lose face. As soon as Bai finished speaking, Sanji's face flushed as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and he challenged Yang Ming again like a fighter. "Yang Ming, if you are a man, accept my challenge. Let's see which of the two of us can satisfy dear Bai." When Bai heard Sanji describe himself as dear, he was so disgusted that his stomach churned and he almost vomited in Sanji's face. "Boy, you remember this?" Bai's heart was roaring wildly, he is a man, a man, a man. Yang Ming never thought that he would be shot while lying down. He looked at Bai on the left and Sanji on the right, and felt funny in his heart. However, cocktail mixing seems to be very interesting. I wonder if the Sharingan can be copied? With the idea of stealing the master's skills, Yang Ming naturally accepted Sanji's challenge. Sanji looked at Yang Ming provocatively, then confidently took out a clean crystal cocktail shaker and quickly started his cocktail mixing today, which was also the most important cocktail mixing in his life. Soon, the transparent white liquor was poured into the cocktail shaker. Sanji's hands were steady and no liquor spilled from the cocktail shaker. As the proprietress of the rip-off bar, Xiaoqi could naturally tell that the bottle of wine Sanjishi chose was called Vibura, a very strong pure wine. The so-called pure wine is the lack of fragrance, pure sweetness, which is very common as the base wine for cocktails. 1 tomato juice, 1 freshly squeezed lemon juice, 1 Worcestershire sauce, 1 Tabasco chili oil and salt and pepper. Through the transparent crystal wine pot, it can be seen that the Vibura wine poured by Sanjishi accounts for about 3/10 of the capacity of the cocktail pot, followed by 6/10 of tomato juice, 1/10 of freshly squeezed lemon juice, and the last 10th, Sanjishi quickly added the Worcestershire sauce, Tabasco chili oil, salt and pepper he wanted according to a certain proportion. After adding these seasonings, Sanjishi picked up the filter, with a hint of confidence on his face, and put it into the cocktail pot. After covering the pot lid, Sanji took the cocktail pot in his hand, just like a sword falling into the hands of a great swordsman, as if it came alive all of a sudden. As we all know, when mixing drinks, the most important thing is the cocktail recipe, followed by the technique. The ingredients that Sanjishi put into the cocktail shaker just now are really incomprehensible. As for the technique, Sanjishi will show what is called a miraculous technique in front of everyone. He simply weighed the weight of the wine shaker in his hand and took a half step back. At this moment, his eyes lit up like 2 stars. His left hand was behind his back, and his right hand held the crystal wine shaker up. Suddenly, his 5 fingers were lightly flicked and opened, and his palm was close to the wine shaker. The crystal wine shaker suddenly spun like a gyroscope in his palm. Like a little elf, the cocktail shaker immediately danced happily in Sanjishi's hand. Sanjishi's right hand slowly raised, but the wine shaker was always spinning at a high speed in his palm, as if his palm had suction. The wine inside had been completely rendered red because of the large amount of tomato juice. The wine shaker was spinning rapidly, like a red disc held in his palm. Surprised voices rang out one after another. It was obvious that Sanjishi's technique was not as simple as most people thought. This was more complicated and difficult than the previous skinning technique and meat cutting technique. It was impossible to learn it by hard work alone. Since the cocktail shaker was made of transparent white crystal, the color of the liquor inside could be clearly seen during the cocktail mixing process. Even more bizarre was yet to come. Sanjishi's hand holding the wine shaker gradually stood up, and the constantly rotating wine shaker naturally stood up with it, but it still spun fast against his palm, without any sign of falling. His right arm slowly swung forward from the right side of his body, carrying the high-speed rotating wine shaker from right to left, from low to high and then back to low, just like the whole process of the sun from early morning to noon and then back to night. And during this process, the wine shaker was always upright and rotating against his palm. I'm afraid that no one present could do this alone, and they had never even seen it. Zabuza, who had ridiculed Sanji before, had widened his eyes and stared at the sun-like red disc, but he could not see how Sanji did it. The only person who could see how Sanji did it was Yang Ming. With the sharpness of the Sharingan, Yang Ming discovered that Sanji's palm was not only driven by his arm, but also moved by itself, but the amplitude of its movement was very small, and the palm kept adjusting, making contraction and upward movements. And his 5 fingers trembled rhythmically like waves, and each time they touched the rotating crystal wine pot in an accurate order. This was the secret of his ability to keep the wine pot rotating and always fit on his palm. However, it was easier said than done. It was even more difficult to do. Even if the rhythm was a little messed up, the wine pot would immediately fall from his hand. Sanji's movements were skillful, like a magic show, dazzling. Just when everyone thought that Sanji's cocktail making would end in such a dazzling way. Suddenly. Chapter 472, Is it amazing? Do you want to learn? Suddenly, Sanji's heart moved and he looked up at Yang Ming. You can't imitate me this time, right? With this thought, Sanji's eyes were full of provocation, like a bullfighter about to win. But the next moment, Sanji's hand trembled, and with a bang, he actually broke the bottle. Not to mention Sanji, even the other people who were paying attention to Yang Ming were all speechless at this time. The whole kitchen was left with silence. Yang Ming simply weighed the wine jug in his hand and took a half step back. At this moment, his eyes lit up like 2 stars. He put his left hand behind his back and raised the crystal wine jug with his right hand. Suddenly, his 5 fingers flicked open and his palm pressed against the wine jug. The crystal wine jug suddenly spun like a top in his palm. Like a fairy, the wine jug immediately danced happily in Yang Ming's hand. Yang Ming's right hand slowly raised, but the wine jug was always in his palm. The wine bottle was spinning at high speed, as if his palm had suction. The wine inside had been completely rendered red because of the large amount of tomato juice. The wine bottle was spinning rapidly, like a red disc held in his palm. Then, Yang Ming did what Sanjishi did. Exactly the same movements, exactly the same demeanor, a replica of another Sanjishi. If it weren't for the fact that the two looked very different, others would have thought that Yang Ming and Sanjishi were brothers who had been separated for many years. I want to smoke a cigarette and calm down. Sanjishi felt that there were 10,000 creatures named Nima running around. Is this okay? Referee, someone is cheating here. Sanjishi was so depressed. How could he happily exchange cooking skills like this? Yang Ming stretched out his left hand that was hidden behind his back, and the wine bottle in his right hand flew up in the high-speed rotation, like the sun falling, which immediately caused everyone to exclaim. But Yang Ming's expression did not change at all. His 2 hands seemed to disappear suddenly, and only a faint shadow could be seen. At this moment, everyone felt that the fallen sun had risen again. Moreover, in a flash, they were shocked to see 3 suns. That's right, 3. Just when everyone thought they were dazzled, there was a light bang, and the wine pot had fallen back on the table. Yang Ming's smooth movements and the aroma of the special flaming passion cocktail immediately received applause and smiles from the people around him. It's Yang Ming. Yang Ming poured the prepared cocktail into the crystal wine glass. The gorgeous scarlet color was as charming as a ruby, which could fascinate any girl. Bai saw Yang Ming personally bring the wine glass to him, and immediately stood up in fear. Boss. Hey, you're welcome. Yang Ming waved his hand and handed the wine glass to Bai. A faint aroma of tomatoes mixed with alcohol, just like Beethoven's Long Moonlight Song, lazily floating in the air, making people immersed in it and feel at ease. Yang Ming looked at Sanji, who looked decadent, and said, I haven't asked you yet, what is the name of this wine? Cupid's arrow. Sanji said listlessly, then lit up and took a deep puff of the cigarette. I'm not smoking cigarettes, I'm smoking loneliness. Hearing such a weird name, Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely. Very good, this is very Sanji. Bai opened her red lips slightly and tasted a small mouthful. She felt the mellow taste at the entrance, the slight spicy taste wrapped around her tongue, and the unique tomato flavor made her feel unprecedentedly comfortable. Bai is not a person who likes to drink, but after drinking this glass of wine, he unexpectedly likes it. The more he tasted, the more he liked it. Unknowingly, the bottom of the glass was empty, and only the scarlet residue on the wall could prove that it existed just now. After drinking, Bai stretched out her pink tongue and licked her wet lips, full of unfulfilled desire. That little girl's posture made Sanji's eyes almost straight. The tent in his pants had already stood up and saluted Bai. Bang! 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 Sanji felt his heart beating like never before. The beautiful girl in front of him was the perfect object he had been pursuing all his life. Could it be that Cupid shot an arrow into my heart? Sanji's eyes were like peach blossoms, and his mind had already been full of wild thoughts. At this moment, Sanji suddenly found that Bai had turned her eyes to him. Yes, it must be my handsomeness that touched her. With mysterious confidence, Sanji immediately threw away the cigarette in his hand, shook his bangs in a pretentious manner, walked to Bai in a gentleman's step, half knelt on the ground, took out a gift box from his arms and opened it. A diamond ring the size of a finger shone brightly under the light. Sanji looked at Bai with full expression. Although he was a little puzzled as to why she frowned, he just thought that it was because the girl was shy. He said loudly in a tone like reciting poetry. Bai, you must be a broken-winged angel from heaven who came to the world. Let me wait for you and protect you from today. Seeing Bai's lips trembling and his face turning pale, Sanji thought that the other party was too happy. Little did he know that Bai had tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart, otherwise he would have slapped him long ago. Oh my god, I'm a real man. Bai glanced at Yang Ming's face with a half-smile on his face, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. What kind of boss is this? Is there such a way to cheat employees? Wait. At this time, a flash of inspiration flashed through Bai's mind. Boss, since you want to cheat me, don't blame me for cheating you. Thinking of this, Bai's throat moved and he suddenly coughed, attracting Sanji's attention. You want me to agree to you, but I won't do that. It is not allowed. Really? Sanji was ecstatic in the surprised eyes of Yang Ming. Bai felt a little disgusted, nodded, and suddenly changed his tone. But the premise is... Bai pointed at Yang Ming with one hand, and a fragrant breeze suddenly rose, and the corners of his mouth curled up with an expression of watching a good show. You have to beat my boss in cooking first. What? What? Sanji was not feeling well. What was the difference between this and not agreeing? With the terrible copying ability of the other party's Sharingan, what could he, Sanji, compare with him? You are stupid. Bai said coquettishly, and his eyes rolled. You can't worship my boss as your master and find his weaknesses around him, so that defeating him will be easy. Hey? Wait, this script is wrong. Bai never expected that Sanji and boss Yang Ming were at loggerheads before. Don't you want to slap Yang Ming in the face? Where is your moral integrity? Tell me. Fortunately, no one is measuring the shadow area in Bai's heart, because it is infinite. Facing such a shameless Sanji, Bai almost cried in the toilet. In order to prevent Sanji from succeeding, Bai kept winking at Yang Ming, blinking his eyes desperately, just asking boss Yang Ming to reject this guy, so that he can get rid of the other party's entanglement. Boss, you must reject him. Bai kept praying in his heart, hoping that Yang Ming could hear his voice. Yang Ming naturally knew all the little tricks in Bai's heart. It's just... Looking at Sanji's ridiculous face, as if he was saying, I'm giving you face by becoming your disciple, why don't you just agree to it quickly? Yang Ming couldn't help but think of playing a prank. By the way, should the chrysanthemum rewarded in the last mission be given to Sanji? This prank idea only flashed through Yang Ming's mind, but his face was still calm, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Then, in Sanji's ecstatic expression and Bai's astonished eyes, Yang Ming helped Sanji up. Good disciple, I will accept you as my disciple today. I hope you can stay by my side, watch and do more, and strive to become a master as soon as possible." As he spoke, Yang Ming winked at Bai, whose face turned pale, making Bai angry and amused. After successfully becoming Yang Ming's apprentice, Sanjishi had completed half of Bai's request. The next step was to secretly observe Yang Ming to see what Yang Ming's weaknesses were, so as to defeat Yang Ming and marry Bai. People are refreshed when they are happy. Sanjishi felt that he was now more energetic and planned to learn Yang Ming's craftsmanship in one go. "Master, look, I just became your disciple. Are you going to teach me something?" Looking at Sanjishi, who looked anxious, Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely. Yang Ming didn't dare to imagine what Sanjishi would do if it weren't for Bai's request just now. Just looking at this look now, he wanted to take off his clothes and pants and have a good time. "How hungry are you?" Yang Ming was speechless about Sanjishi. He had seen lustful people, but he had never seen such a lustful person. "Oh, no, at least Jiraiya and Sanji are birds of a feather. I wonder what kind of sparks will be created if they have a chance to meet?" "Master! Master!" Seeing Yang Ming's eyes a little unfocused, as if he was wandering in the void, Sanji couldn't help but get anxious, and shouted a few times before finally pulling Yang Ming back. Yang Ming waved his hand, indicating that he should be patient, and said, "Since you and I are both chefs, and you have just become my disciple, I will test you to see if you have the basic qualities to be a chef." "What?" Sanji was confused. For a chef, what is the most precious thing? Yang Ming ignored Sanji and said to himself. This question was a seemingly simple, but actually very tricky question that Yang Ming encountered in the first round of interviews for the World Cooking Competition when he returned to the ancient times of Naruto. After all, a chef is there are too many things that are usually in contact: fresh ingredients, oil, rice, firewood, salt, and various kitchen utensils. To find one of the most precious things for a chef is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But as one of the best chefs in the world of One Piece, Sanji lived up to his outstanding talent and unremitting efforts day and night, and quickly reacted. "It's salt." Sanji suddenly widened his eyes and looked directly into Yang Ming's eyes like a tiger and a wolf. Whether on land or on the sea, salt is the most important thing for any chef. Without salt, even if there are ingredients, delicious dishes cannot be cooked. As soon as Sanji finished speaking, Luffy said with a puzzled face, "But for me, as long as there is meat, it's fine." On the side, listening to Luffy's twisted logic, Zoro nodded with deep sympathy. "Get out of here, both of you, don't mess with me. What does it mean to not be afraid of god-like opponents, but to be afraid of pig-like opponents?" At this moment, Sanji was really afraid that Yang Ming would deny his answer because of this. Fortunately, Yang Ming was not an unreasonable person. He smiled with relief under his nervous gaze. "Congratulations, you got the answer right." "Hey! It was really scary." Sanji patted his chest, then glared at Luffy and Zoro fiercely, telling them to get out of here as far as they could. Just when Sanji was slacking off, Yang Ming kept chasing him and threw out another difficult question. "Next, I'll give you some poems. Guess what I will cook?" "Damn! Poems, what the hell is this?" Sanji was confused and collapsed. He didn't understand what poetry was at all. With Sanji's face full of pain, Yang Ming recited in a clear and loud voice. "The moon is bright in front of the bed, duck blood vermicelli soup. I am thinner than yellow flowers, but I still remember the braised pork. You ask me when I will return, but I don't know yet, braised eggplant and braised chicken. In the autumn, I pick mulberry and chrysanthemums in the east fence, and I still remember the pot of boiled fish. A branch of pear blossoms presses down the crabapple, and green peppers are stir-fried with pig intestines. Once you have seen the sea, it is no longer a water, fish-flavored pork shreds with chicken legs. It is hard to meet and it is hard to leave, steamed crabs don't add salt. I wish to be a lovebird in the sky, and I will eat dumplings today. How much sorrow can you have, cumin teppanyaki fat beef? If the sky has feelings, it will also grow old, and pigs and dogs' kidneys are roasted with fire. If life is just like the first meeting, a bowl of pony beef noodles. Enjoy a glass of wine before you die. Is there any osmanthus yuan xiao? I advise the god to shake himself up, pancakes with chicken fillets." The old friend bid farewell to the Yellow Crane Tower and travelled thousands of miles to buy duck heads. The sword is sharpened by grinding, and the spicy taste comes from the scalding. I don't know the true face of sweet potatoes, just because they have been roasted in the stove. This is a joke-adapted poem that Yang Ming saw on the internet before he traveled through time. It happened that there were many dishes he could cook in it, so he took it out to test Sanji. By the way, is this too bullying? Chapter 474 Worship the New Cross-Dressing Boss. After listening to the poem recited by Yang Ming, Sanji was confused, as if countless horses were running in his heart. Who can tell me what the hell is this? If anyone can guess what Yang Ming can cook from this, Sanji will give him something to eat. Seeing Sanji's jaw drop in surprise, Yang Ming secretly laughed in his heart, letting you pretend to be cool and let you have fun. Now you are my apprentice, you will have a hard time. Ahem. Yang Ming moistened his throat, attracted Sanji's attention, and then showed a teacher-like appearance. My disciple, you have been thinking for so long, have you guessed it? You guess, I don't. Sanji's mouth twitched fiercely, and he looked like he had no desire to live. He might as well go all out and guess at random. Maybe he could guess it right? Jianbing Qiazi with chicken fillet. Puff. As soon as Sanji finished speaking, Bai almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, he covered his lips with his hands in time, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that his eyes and mouth were full of smiles. Did he guess wrong? Under Sanji's confused gaze, Yang Ming sighed, showing a look of rotten wood that cannot be carved, which deeply stimulated the proud Sanji. Alas, it seems that your understanding is very poor, my disciple. Your uncle's understanding. Your whole family has poor understanding. Sanji's forehead was bulging with veins, and he almost cursed, but when he saw Bai's peerless face and his cherry mouth slightly opened, as if about to bloom, his anger disappeared immediately. Damn it, wait and see. Sanji glared at Yang Ming fiercely. If he didn't have a man's face, if he was a girl, he would definitely look very arrogant. Come on, you dare to glare at me. So naughty. Yang Ming was complaining in his heart, but his face was still indifferent, so Sanji couldn't guess what Yang Ming was thinking. Wait. Damn it. What the hell is that in your hand? In Sanji's astonished eyes, Yang Ming took out a set of clothes from somewhere. This set the clothes are not only of strange style, but more importantly, they are women's clothes. This women's clothes are very strange in the eyes of Naruto and One Piece, but they are very common to Yang Ming. Because, this is the clothes of Daji in King of Glory. Yang Ming raised his mouth, showing a smile, but in Sanji's eyes, it was no different from the smile of the devil. My good disciple, you didn't guess right just now, I must punish you to wear this clothes. No. Sanji immediately let out a miserable scream, his face turned pale, and his footsteps stepped back a few steps, almost close to the wall. Sanji looked at his teammates, the youthful and lively Nami, and the charming Nico Robin, all showing a look of laughter, and Sanji felt that life was dark. As Sanji's god teammates, at this time, Luffy and Zoro not only did not help, but also started to make trouble. Luffy, Sanji, I think this outfit is very beautiful and suits you very well. Zoro nodded, Curly, wear it. You are a sissy anyway. Luffy and Zoro sang the same tune. Suddenly, veins popped up on Sanji's forehead and back of his hands. He was furious and roared like a mad lion. Get out of here as far as you can from me. He couldn't imagine how he would pick up girls in the future if he really put on this outfit. Thinking of this, Sanji was furious and roared at Yang Ming. You bastard, you didn't say it before, it doesn't count this time. Just as Sanji finished speaking, the system prompt sounded in Yang Ming's ears. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, Master-Disciple Coordination. Task description: as an outstanding chef, you must not only be able to cook delicious dishes, but also know how to pass on your cooking skills. Find a way to make Sanjishi obedient and learn the host's cooking skills seriously. Task description: reward, boiled fish recipe. The system said seriously and seriously. Yang Ming quickly glanced at the system task and understood the general content. This task was really the icing on the cake. Yang Ming was still thinking about how to train Sanjishi, the arrogant apprentice. However, with the system task, Yang Ming was more motivated. In Sanji's view, Yang Ming was just a little stunned. When he came back to his senses, a light that made him feel palpitating flashed in his eyes, as if at this moment, his clothes were taken off, and there was no secret in front of Yang Ming. Sanji subconsciously crossed his arms over his chest and stepped back again. This time, his back was completely pressed against the wall, and the cold sweat that flowed out soaked a large area of the wall in the blink of an eye. Why are you looking at me like that? Let me be frank. I'm only interested in women, not men. Puff. Seeing Sanji facing Yang Ming, as if a mouse met a cat, and even speaking incoherently, everyone couldn't help but smile. Yang Ming didn't listen to Sanji's words at all, but pressed on step by step, and put the set of King of Glory Daji's clothes in front of him. As they got closer, Sanji could clearly see the pattern on the clothes, and even smelled a faint fragrance. This set of clothes was a little smaller than Sanji's body size, and once Sanji put it on, it would look very tight, and it would suddenly be concave and convex. Bai Yunyan smiled, and in order to avenge Sanji for daring to confess to him, she joked at this time. Sanji, just wear this dress, it's really beautiful. Could it be that even Bai thinks that I am suitable for women's clothing? Sanji looked at Bai's angelic pure and brilliant smile, and felt that life was gloomy. But Sanji's eyes seemed to burn with flames. This was the last struggle of a gentleman who was devoted to pursuing women. Even if you beat me to death, I will not wear this dress. Seeing Sanji's unwillingness to obey, Yang Ming raised the corner of his mouth and showed a devilish smile in Sanji's eyes again. In this case, why don't we play a game? If I lose, I will let you deal with it, even if you want me to wear this women's dress, or even let me work like a cow or a horse. As soon as these words came out, Yang Ming's shop employees were immediately shocked. Damn! Is there such a good thing? Just when Sanji was confused, Yang Ming continued. If you lose, you must wear this suit. Yang Ming looked around and attracted everyone's attention. There are so many people here to witness, what are you afraid of? As he said that, Yang Ming made a gesture to Bai. Bai understood and said sweetly, Sanji, are you still a man? Chapter 475 There is a dirty deal behind this. Bai understood and said sweetly, Sanji, are you a man? No man can stand being told such words by the seemingly delicate beauty in such a sweet and coquettish voice. Not to mention, Sanji is a pervert. Two thick white smokes spewed out of Sanji's nostrils, and his face was red, and his eyes were also stained red. Then, Sanji's heart was ruthless, and a heroic expression of the wind is whistling and the Yishui river is cold, and the warrior will never return once he leaves appeared on his face. What are you afraid of? It's just a game. Let's see how I can beat you. Thinking of this, Sanji gritted his teeth, clapped his hands suddenly, and shouted. Come on, who's afraid of who? Seeing this, Yang Ming secretly gave Bai a thumbs up, what a great assist. Then, under Sanji's anxious eyes, Yang Ming said leisurely. This game is actually the first lesson that your teacher wants to teach you, called concentration. As a chef, you have to deal with heavy cooking tasks every day, and the most important thing is concentration, so that you can eliminate the influence and pressure from the outside world. Seeing Sanji's increasingly impatient appearance, Yang Ming couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Although Sanji has a talent for cooking, he is too lazy. Originally, with his talent, if he worked harder, Yang Ming would probably not be his opponent. Of course, Yang Ming didn't say these words carelessly. If not, he wouldn't have the chance to become Sanji's master, right? We each cook a dish that we are most proficient in. Hearing Yang Ming say this, Sanji was delighted and thought to himself, you finally don't copy my way, let me show you how I can kill you. Thinking of Yang Ming's promise just now, as long as he wins, he can do whatever he wants to Yang Ming, Sanji was ecstatic. It's really 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, the wind and water turn, finally it's my turn to show my power. But the next moment, Sanji suddenly looked like a bereaved mother, as if he fell from heaven to hell. Because Yang Ming's next sentence was not a competition between the two people's cooking food, which one is more delicious. In the process, please ask all the beauties present here to do their best to pose in front of the two of us in various eye-catching actions. Gurgle. When Sanji thought of Nami and Nico Robin wearing revealing clothes in front of him, his mouth was about to flow out. What a pity. Once one party diverts attention, please ask Leia to stimulate the chef with lightning. As soon as Yang Ming finished speaking, Leia's escape technique understood, and he took a step out of the crowd, freeing his hands. Under the dumbfounded gaze of Sanji and others, a blue electric light flashed in Leia's hands. It is conceivable that once he was electrocuted, although there was no problem with Sanji's physique, it would greatly affect his performance. Seeing this, Yang Ming nodded, this game is to see which side is the first to cook a complete dish. Sanji, in this case, do you still dare to challenge? After saying that, without Yang Ming speaking, Bai showed a simple and lovely look, staring straight at Sanji. Although Bai said nothing, with a beautiful woman in front of him, any man cannot be timid. If he is timid, how can he pick up girls in the future? For Sanji, he would rather die than not be able to pick up girls. Sanji raised his chin, took a deep puff of cigarette, and blew out thick smoke. Come on, who's afraid of who? Yang Ming felt relieved, just afraid that you would not set a trap. Then, Yang Ming waved his hand, beckoned Bai to him, and whispered something in his ear, which made Bai blush and even his neck red. After explaining this, Yang Ming looked at Sanji, who was selecting ingredients on the opposite side, and couldn't help but laugh. In the past cooking competitions, there were always opponents who tripped Yang Ming up and played tricks. Now it was Yang Ming's turn to do this to his opponent, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of pleasure in his heart. It was so cool. When Yang Ming shouted the start of the competition, Sanji immediately began to clean up the ingredients in a hurry. Obviously, in order to save time, Sanji wanted to make a fruit salad, which only took about 5 minutes to make. However, what Sanji never expected was that just when he was about to start, Bai came in front of him. Bai showed a little girl's attitude, her eyes were full of spring, her pretty face was flushed, and her eyes were rippling, as if she was discharging electricity. Even a man with impaired functions would find his second spring again when seeing this scene, let alone Sanji. Suddenly, Sanji's hand loosened, and the spoon fell to the ground with a bang. At this moment, it seemed that Bai was the only one left in the world. What a pity! At this moment, Leia lived up to Yang Ming's trust, and with a fair attitude, he moved his feet and came to Sanji's side, with a flash of lightning in his hand, and then pressed on Sanji. Can you imagine, when you see Xiao, do you feel like you get an electric shock when you take off your pants in the movie? Sanji can tell you clearly that it is very painful. In ancient times, Yang Yongzhen used electric shock to treat internet addiction, and now Leia uses electric shock to stimulate chefs. The blue electric light wandered around Sanji, and the strong stimulation immediately made him sober. Just like a man and a woman doing something shameful, and suddenly someone broke in forcefully, Sanji suddenly burned with anger in his heart, and said unhappily, "What are you doing?" The only one who answered Sanji was Leia's fair answer. The boss said that once one party diverts attention, I will use lightning to stimulate the chef. What you said makes sense, and I am speechless. It's the damn Yang Ming again. The new and old hatreds overlapped, and Sanji immediately gnashed his teeth in hatred. Sanji looked up and saw that Yang Ming had already started cooking, while he was still in the initial stage, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. He didn't have time to spray Leia, and hurriedly continued the unfinished work just now. But just at such an important moment, Bai came again. And this time, Bai was obviously well prepared, with his collar open, so that Sanji could see a piece of white and delicate skin, and the beautiful collarbone. Although Bai is a beautiful boy, it is impossible to tell him apart when he wears women's clothes. Ah! There is no doubt that this time, Sanji once again fell into a state of inattention, and Leia seized the opportunity and used blue electric light to transmit it into his body again, and shocked him severely. On the opposite side, Yang Ming saw that Sanji's hair was electrocuted and stood up, forming a broom shape, and he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. No wonder Yang Ming's opponents liked to operate in secret in the previous cooking competitions. It turned out to be so cool. Ha ha ha. Chapter 476 Let You Taste Spicy Hot Pot. Unlike Sanji, although Yang Ming also had Nami and Nico Robin, they both tried their best to pose in seductive postures, but they still couldn't attract Yang Ming's attention. Seeing this, Nami stamped her feet in anger and said angrily, "Yang Ming, are you a man? Why don't you react at all?" Yang Ming raised his head and glanced at Nami, and then under the disappointed eyes of the other party, he devoted himself to cooking again, as if the beautiful girl in front of him was a stone. Humph! Where has Nami seen such a person? Which man who saw her before didn't follow her like a dog, hoping to kneel down at her feet? Well, of course, Luffy and Zoro must be excluded from this man, and now Yang Ming must be included. Just as Nami turned her head away angrily, her nose moved and she smelled a very spicy smell. It smells so good. Nami raised her hand and wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. As if her feet were out of control, she followed her feeling and came to Yang Ming, staring blankly at what Yang Ming was preparing. There was boiling red soup in the pot, with peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and some ingredients that Nami couldn't name floating on the surface of the soup. The red bottom of the pot looked spicy and numbing. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to make a hot pot dish, but unfortunately this was not Yang Ming's shop, and the most important thing was missing, which was bean paste made from broad beans, peppers, and salt. Without bean paste, hot pot is not called hot pot. Therefore, Yang Ming had an idea and started to prepare spicy hot pot. Hot pot and spicy hot pot can be said to be of the same origin, and they can be said to be cousins. Although the recipes of spicy hot pot in different places are different, they have the same source after all. What should I do? I want to eat it so much. At this moment, Nami had already thrown away her previous unhappiness and approached with a shameless face. Yang Ming, can you let me have a taste? The beautiful girl's face looked red in the smoke of incense, which was different, like, making people have the urge to take a bite. Yang Ming took a look at the pot, which was only soup. The corners of his mouth twitched fiercely, and he smiled and said, there are only seasonings in it, but no staple food. Go to the refrigerator and get me some ingredients, and bring me a few packs of bamboo sticks. Oh! In front of the food, even the spicy Nami did not say a word. Like a whirlwind, she took a pack of ingredients and bamboo sticks in the blink of an eye, looking at Yang Ming eagerly. Yang Sun smiled, took the ingredients, divided them into two categories, meat and vegetables, and then picked up the kitchen knife and swept towards the meat. Birds pay homage to the phoenix. With the naked eye, 10 birds with knife-like auras suddenly flew out, cut through the meat dishes, cut them into thin strips slightly smaller than chopsticks, and then carefully pierced them with bamboo sticks. As for the vegetarian dishes, such as mushrooms and Chinese cabbage, they were pierced in groups of 3 or 2. This unique approach not only attracted the attention of Nami and Nico Robin, but also attracted the attention of others, who were curious about what he was going to do. Nami's eyes were shining, and she looked very excited. Yang Ming, how do you eat this? Yang Ming's mouth curled up. Watch it. Yang Ming picked up a bamboo skewer with beef on it, put it into the edge of the boiling hot pot, and then took it out. Under the action of the fire, the soup in the hot pot was in a boiling state. Yang Ming ate it while it was boiling, and the heat and taste were combined, and it was fresh as soon as it was hot. In addition, the soup was very carefully prepared. It contained a variety of glutamic acid and nucleotides that interacted in the soup, producing a very tempting fresh fragrance. Coupled with the selection of superior seasonings, it was really fresh and delicious. Gurgle. Nami swallowed a mouthful of saliva without any image, and followed suit. When the pork was scalded to the right degree, it looked mouth-watering, not to mention this bite. The human flavor cooled down and burst into the mouth. It was moderately soft and hard. It was hot and spicy when it entered the mouth, and it burned the tongue. Nami chewed and tasted it carefully, and felt that the spicy hot pot was fresh and crisp, wonderful, and it was simply delicious. Another bite, it is so tender and fragrant, it will be unforgettable. After eating a few bites of pork, Nami was already sweating, as if she had just been fished out of the water. But she didn't feel unhappy, but felt a kind of refreshing. Nami stretched out her tongue, even the red oil at the corners of her mouth, and cleaned them all, and then she was full of emotion. I can only say that this is much better than Sanji's food. Watching Nami eating with relish, even closing her eyes, looking very enjoyable, even Nico Robin, who has always been calm and composed, couldn't help but feel curious. It is said that women are cats, and only food and love cannot be let down, which is really true. Nico Robin seemed very reserved the moment before, and quickly lost under the food the next moment. What a lady's demeanor, all go away. Nico Robin followed suit. The originally thin and long meat strips, after being washed, became slightly curled up, stained with dark red soup, and mixed with some condiments that Nico Robin couldn't describe, which looked extremely attractive, making Nico Robin drool. Ah! Nico Robin put one hand in front of her chin, then opened her moist red lips and ate it in one bite. The spicy taste exploded instantly. Hiss! So spicy! So hot! But, why is it so delicious? Nico Robin had never eaten such spicy food before, her face was flushed, her tongue was stretched out, and one hand was desperately fanning, as if this would make it better. Nami stepped forward and said, Robin, if you think it's too spicy, I'll help you eat it. How can this be? Although Nico Robin's face was flushed with spiciness, she couldn't give up the delicious food. So, the two beauties seemed to be competing with each other, constantly putting the meat slices into the pot. Ah! It's really delicious. So exciting and crazy. It's really spicy. Hiss. The two seemed to be reincarnated from starving ghosts. They even thought it was a waste of time to blow cold food. They ate more voraciously than the other. After a while, they were sweating profusely. Their mouths were red as bright as rubies, but they never gave up. Maybe this is pain and happiness. Gurgle. Gurgle. Seeing Nami and Nico Robin eating so happily, not to mention Luffy, the big foodie, even the employees of Yang Ming's shop, or Pluto Rayleigh, their eyes almost popped out, and their stomachs made a series of drumming sounds. Luffy wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, suddenly kicked his feet, and pounced like a tiger, shouting in the air. These are all mine. Luffy took the lead, and the others responded and swarmed towards Yang Ming. Posting this chapter during dinner time, ha 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 ha. Chapter 477 Bananas Can Be Fried? With Luffy, the foodie, taking the lead, the others rushed forward. Even Pluto Rayleigh was no exception. After a while, the spicy hot pot made by Yang Ming was eaten up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whether it was a meat skewer or a vegetarian skewer, as long as it was put in the pot and blanched, the spicy soup of red hemp would boil and quickly soak into the skewers, and then it would be picked up and eaten immediately. Hiss hiss hiss. Whether it was Luffy's group or the employees of Yang Ming's shop, they all rushed to eat it. The hot taste was like hot oil spilled on the tip of the tongue, spicy and numb, painful and happy, but no one was willing to be the latter and give up the delicious food in front of them. Eating together makes it more delicious. If you eat alone, although you can enjoy the spicy hot pot alone and chew it slowly in a quiet atmosphere, it will be less popular. Only 3 or 2 groups of people gathered in front of the hot pot, watching the steaming hot steam rolling in. The spicy taste almost made their eyes shed tears, but in this delicious food in front of the spicy hot pot, everyone was competing with each other, no one gave in, and they ate like crazy. Although their tongues were numbed by the heat, they felt warm in their hearts, which was a special feeling. Even the mature, stable, and well-informed Pluto Rayleigh, or the fox-like Xiaoqi, were defeated by the spicy hot pot cooked by Yang Ming. The two of them were old, and they mostly chose vegetarian dishes. Especially the Chinese cabbage and mushrooms. Although they seemed ordinary at ordinary times, once they were put into the boiling spicy hot pot, they immediately turned into magic. Ha! Looking at the palm-sized cabbage in the pot, which softened and thinned as the temperature rose, Rayleigh's eyes suddenly lit up, picked up a cabbage dyed with red oil, put it in front of his mouth and blew it. With each exhalation, wisps of lingering green smoke were blown away, and the fragrance spread all around, making people feel as if they were immersed in the ocean of fragrance, and every part of their body was filled with this fragrance. With a slurp, Rayleigh easily put the cabbage into his mouth. After being soaked in the hot juice, the taste of the cabbage has become very good, suitable for the elderly to taste. When he bit it lightly, the cabbage was torn apart. Unexpectedly, it actually absorbed a lot of juice. In the usual spicy taste, this time it brought a strong sweet taste of cabbage, just like a traveler who has walked in the desert for a long time and encountered an oasis, giving people a feeling of special surprise. Everyone ate so much with relish, which made Sanji very angry. Because Bai and Lei rushed to taste the spicy hot pot, Sanji quickly made the vegetable salad without anyone interfering. But when he finished, not to mention that someone came to taste it, not even one person turned back to look at it. Sanji was so angry. Whenever he cooked a delicious dish in the past, who wouldn't come and grab the food? Even Nami and Nico Robin, his 2 dream lovers, were no exception. At this moment, they were immersed in the ocean of spicy hot pot. How could they have any room for Sanji? It's just a pot of chili. What's so great about it? Sanji said sourly, but his feet couldn't help but move forward. He sniffed the air with his nose, and his eyes closed thoughtfully. This is butter and salad oil. Hiss. So many peppers and chilies were used. No wonder it smells so good. Sanji is worthy of being Sanji. With just a moment of effort, he had guessed the various ingredients used by Yang Ming, and his mind also began to simulate and replay the cooking process of Yang Ming. Before he knew it, Sanji walked uncontrollably in front of Yang Ming like a puppet. Just one look and Sanji was shocked. What is Yang Ming doing now? He is frying bananas. Damn! Bananas can be fried? This is really an eye-opener. In the world of One Piece, the dishes cooked by chefs from all over the world are basically Western dishes. Even bananas are usually eaten like this. It is hard to imagine that bananas can be fried. How is this possible? Sanji couldn't help holding his breath, staring at the whole process of Yang Ming frying with his eyes wide open, not daring to miss any of the slightest movements. There is no doubt that, not to mention the previous cooking, the method of frying bananas alone is like opening a new door to Sanji. It turns out that there is such a method. Yang Ming peeled the banana skin easily, then smeared a thin layer of egg white and starch on it, and then threw the whole thing into the boiling oil pan. Crackling! 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 Obviously, once the banana with a lot of water was put into the oil pan, it was like Mars hitting the earth, and a fierce conflict broke out instantly. Even the oil in the oil pan bounced out violently, and Sanji was accidentally touched by the splashing hot oil on his face, which immediately burned a small red dot and hurt. But at this moment, Sanji had no mind to pay attention to these details, but his pupils kept getting bigger. Because the banana was not burnt in the oil pan, but instead emitted a fresh fragrance. It can be seen with the naked eye that the originally tender skin of the banana gradually turned dark yellow under the action of the boiling hot oil, and the fragrance that permeated became stronger. Oh my god! So that's it. Applying a layer of egg white and starch on the banana is to isolate the banana from the oil pan and prevent the two from touching directly. The benefits of doing this are obvious. It can lock the moisture in the banana to the greatest extent, so that it will not be fried too dry, and it will also prevent it from being burnt. What a wonderful way to do it! Listening to Sanji's thorough analysis, which was all on point without any mistakes, Yang Ming couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Not bad, my disciple has a high level of understanding in this regard. Yang Ming said. Smiled and took out the banana from the oil pan. Then, Yang Ming sprinkled some white sugar on it, and then cut it into several small pieces with a knife, each of which was 1 knuckle long. Yang Ming took out a few bamboo sticks and inserted them, and waved to Sanji, "Come on, try it." Gurgle. Sanji swallowed hard. Can such a seemingly incredible fried banana really be eaten? Sanji was determined and picked up the bamboo stick with a small piece of banana. Ah! As soon as the fried banana entered his mouth, Sanji's pupils suddenly shrank into needles, and countless pores all over his body became thicker. Chapter 478 Nami, I'll give you something to eat. As soon as the fried banana entered his mouth, Sanji's pupils suddenly shrank into needles, and countless pores all over his body became thicker. How could it be? How could there be such delicious bananas? Sanji froze in his place, his face full of disbelief. His heart seemed to be erupting like a volcano, full of passion. After the bananas are fried, the skin is crispy and refreshing, with a full taste, making people nostalgic. What's more amazing is that the bananas are coated with egg white and starch before frying, so the banana flesh inside is still sweet and delicious. It's so delicious. Originally, Sanji only took a small bite, but after tasting it, he swept the remaining bananas in an instant before others could grab them, and ate all of them. Seeing this, Nami was furious and turned into a terrifying tigress. Sanji. Nami spoke word by word, her eyes blazing, as if a stream of fire was shooting up into the sky, and even her short hair instantly stood up. Nami took a big step, lifted Sanji's collar with one hand, and said viciously, "You bastard, you ate all our share." It is worth mentioning that Yang Ming originally made 50 fried bananas, basically everyone could eat 2, but now all fell into Sanji's stomach. You can imagine how deep Nami's resentment is. At this critical moment, Sanji glanced at Yang Ming, and suddenly it was like a drowning man found a life-saving straw. "Master, help me." Hey, why does this line sound so familiar? Yang Ming felt strange in his heart. This sentence is very similar to the one that Zhu Beiji often shouted to Tang Seng in Journey to the West, right? Yang Ming couldn't help but shudder. Since the system reward can come to the world of One Piece, can he go to the world of Journey to the West in the future? In just a blink of an eye, Sanji was beaten up by the furious Nami. His handsome face had already turned into a pig's head pancake, with some parts bruised and some parts red. As the saying goes, you have to look at the dog owner before you beat the dog. Seeing Sanji being beaten by Nami again, Yang Ming couldn't hold back his face and had to persuade him. "Okay, Nami, for my sake, please spare Sanji this time." Unlike when she faced Sanji, she was as ferocious as a female Rakshasa. When facing Yang Ming, Nami changed her face as quickly as turning a book, and in the blink of an eye she became a well-behaved and cute look. Nami came to Yang Ming with brisk steps, wrapped her arms around Yang Ming's arms, and pressed them tightly against him. Yang Ming could even feel the softness of the opposite chest. As long as you look down slightly, you can see the beautiful scenery. If you want to see 1,000 miles away, you must climb to a higher level, and you will be on the top of the mountain and see all the mountains. Ahem, that's all I can say. You have to understand it by yourself. Nami raised her head and blinked her big eyes. Her eyes seemed to be able to speak. Her charming eyes conveyed love and affection, making people feel admired. Nami is indeed a thief who has been wandering among pirates since she was a child and can still be like a fish in water. She has a very accurate grasp of men's psychology. If it were Sanji, I'm afraid he would have surrendered and was willing to be a ghost under his skirt. Nami rubbed her body against Yang Ming's arm and said in a delicate voice, Yang Ming, please give me more. I'm not full yet. Yang Ming glanced at the place where Nami had just sat. There were a lot of bamboo sticks scattered on the table, at least 100, equivalent to the amount for 2 or 3 people. But Nami now said that she was not full. Yang Ming looked down and saw that Nami's belly was not bulging at all. The corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. Should we say that people in the One Piece world are very good eaters? Such a petite girl has such an amazing appetite. However, when he thought that the other party actually used this method to bribe him, Yang Ming couldn't help but curl his lips and reveal a half smile. Okay, I'll give you food below. This sentence is understood by experienced drivers. Really? Nami was happy at first, but the next moment, as if she thought of something, a blush appeared on her handsome face, from the roots of her ears to her neck, like a ripe peach, making people unable to help but pick it. Nami immediately loosened her arms that were wrapped around Yang Ming, but because of the other party's unfathomable strength, she could only shyly hammer Yang Ming's chest, not itchy. He hit her a few times without any pain. You bad guy, who wants you down there? Upon hearing this, Luffy raised his head from the feast, still holding a few skewers in his mouth, eating them whole, and said something in a chaotic voice. Nami, why don't you eat Yang Ming's down there? If you don't eat it, I will, I like it the most. Luffy knew nothing about these old drivers, and at this time he laughed like a 200-pound fat man, and that look was as hateful as it could be in Nami's eyes. Bastard, didn't you see Nico, Robin and the others were all covering their mouths and laughing? Nami was angry and amused in her heart. Facing her captain who had a little mental defect, she really didn't know what to say. Yang Ming retaliated a little against Nami's behavior just now. Seeing that everyone was enjoying themselves, he couldn't help but continue. Nami, since you don't want my bottom, I'll treat you to a meal. Puff. Boss, stop teasing us, we can't stand it. Hearing Yang Ming's words, the shop employees felt that they had completely refreshed their understanding of Yang Ming. Where is your professional ethics? As for Nami, although she usually looks like a hot pepper, she is still a young and lively girl. Her face is even redder at this time. She looks so delicate that she seems to be able to squeeze out water, making people want to take a bite. Nami rolled her eyes cutely and said unhappily, I don't eat chicken. As soon as Nami finished speaking, she finally felt the fear of being dominated by a pig teammate again. When Luffy heard that there was meat to eat, his eyes suddenly burst into a gleam of light, and he smiled, as bright as a 200-pound fat man smiling. Nami, if you don't eat chicken, I will. Puff. 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 This time, even Pluto Rayleigh, who was watching the show, could no longer remain calm and watched the situation, and could not help but burst out. Rayleigh looked strange, which made Luffy turn around in a daze, with an innocent expression. Uncle Rayleigh, you don't eat chicken either. Rayleigh waved his hands repeatedly and smiled awkwardly, no, I'm old, I'd better eat something light. Oh, what a pity. Luffy was still the same, with an innocent face, like a silly and cute rabbit, looking at Yang Ming with big eyes. Yang Ming, I want to eat chicken. Yang Ming's original intention was to tease Nami, but now he was a little bit trapped. However, Yang Ming had a flash of inspiration at this time, and he could still do that. Chapter 479 Reappearance of Beggar's Chicken. Speaking of eating chicken, the first thing Yang Ming thought of was Beggar's Chicken. Yang Ming had made Beggar's Chicken a long time ago, but he just made it randomly according to the method he had seen before. After going to the world of Chinese Chef Boy, in Guangzhou, which is known as the paradise for foodies, Yang Ming finally learned the real cooking method of Beggar's Chicken. Master Mao Dun said it well, the cooking method of Beggar's Chicken is very unique. It comes from the folks. Like other cultural arts, it is created by the working people of all generations. From the perspective of culinary history, Wrapping meat with yellow mud for grilling is an ancient thing, regardless of region or ethnicity. For example, Pao Tu, one of the 8 delicacies of the Zhou dynasty, is to wrap suckling pigs with clay and grill them, and the mud sheep neck of the Luobu people in Xinjiang is basically the same routine. For poor families who lack cooking utensils, especially beggars, mud-sealed charcoal grilling is a convenient and feasible method, and chicken is obviously the most easily available meat ingredient for the working people in ancient times. As for the most popular legend of beggar chicken, we have to mention the novel written by Senior Lao Jin. Huang Rong used an Ime steel thorn to cut open the rooster's belly, cleaned the internal organs, but did not pluck the feathers. She used water and a ball of mud to wrap the chicken pieces and roasted them over a fire. After roasting for a while, the mud exuded a sweet fragrance. When the wet mud dried thoroughly, peeled off the dry mud, and the chicken feathers fell with you. The chicken was white and tender, and the fragrance was fragrant. It is precisely because of Senior Lao Jin's brilliant writing that there are more well-known dishes. After sharpening the knife, Yang Ming cut scallions, ginger, onions, and various spices to make marinade, mixed ham, dried shrimps, mushrooms, cauliflower, and added a little oyster sauce for seasoning. Yang Ming cut the chicken's butt, then rubbed the marinade into the whole chicken and marinated it for a while, then put it aside. Due to the rich resources in the world of One Piece, Yang Ming easily found the fresh lotus leaves he needed, put the chicken head up, folded the wings and thighs, and wrapped it in the lotus leaves. Lotus leaves have 2 functions. First, they separate the chicken from the mud, which reduces the loss of the outer skin and is hygienic. Second, they give the chicken an unparalleled lotus leaf fragrance. In the past, only lotus leaves were used. In the world of Chinese Little Chef, some celebrities in Yangcheng made some innovations. They used an iron cast egg-shaped container to place the lotus leaves wrapped in the whole chicken, and the smell of the chicken was completely blocked. Due to the lack of this tool, Yang Ming had to give up and choose a more troublesome method. Seeing this, Nami opened her mouth in surprise, looking confused. Yang Ming, so you are not teasing me? In response, Yang Ming said, the corner of his mouth raised, revealing a half-smile, guess. Nami. On the contrary, Luffy didn't think so much, almost lying his head on the table, staring at the beggar's chicken in Yang Ming's hand, and couldn't help but drooling from his mouth. Yang Ming, are you going to make roast chicken? Sanji has made it before. Hearing this, Sanji couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Although he was hit many times by Yang Ming, Sanji was still a little unconvinced. He smoked a cigarette fiercely, but his eyes did not move away from Yang Ming, but became more focused. Looking at Sanji's expression, it was like a gambler who had lost all his fortune, trying to find some flaws in Yang Ming. Seeing this, Yang Ming just shook his head and smiled, and then continued to work on his hands. Yang Ming then used a larger piece of tin foil to wrap the beggar's chicken, which would be safer to prevent the soil from seeping in, and then it was the highlight. That is to wrap it with mud. In the past, Yang Ming did it randomly and used mud from the land casually, which was actually a wrong method. The most correct method is to wrap it with mud that is the sealing mud of Huidiao wine, which is permeated with the aroma of wine. So this chicken absorbs the aroma of wine, and it is sealed and dense, and the taste is all in it. Fortunately, although there is no Huidiao wine here, there is sealing mud for other wines. That is the bar opened by Xiaoqi, which has a history of hundreds of years of aged wine. Only then will the sealing mud be used, and the wine tastes even better. Then, Yang Ming poured water into the mud and stirred it, and evenly spread the mixed mud on the outside of the tin foil to make a huge mud ball, which looks like a chocolate cake. Wrap it with mud. I don't understand, I don't understand. Seeing Yang Ming's strange method, Sanji frowned, squeezed out a shape between his eyebrows, and looked sad. Sanji thought he could understand Yang Ming's previous method, but when it came to the use of mud on it, Sanji was confused and felt that he didn't understand it. For the first time, Sanji felt like he was looking at the world from a well. It turned out that the world was so big and there were so many great chefs. It was just that he had never met a chef like Yang Ming before. Thinking of this, Sanji couldn't help but stretch his neck and observe more attentively. Even if he didn't understand Yang Ming's current method, he wanted to remember these things firmly in his mind. Back to Yang Ming. It is worth noting that the advantage of using an oven to cook beggar chicken is that the temperature is easier to control, but the disadvantage is that the kitchen will be covered with mud. Since this is not the kitchen of Xiaoqi Bar, even though there is a good oven here, Yang Ming would not want to make it dirty, right? Therefore, Yang Ming decided to go outside and light a bonfire, and then throw the chicken in to bake. This is simple, classic, straightforward, and rough. Yang Ming considered that the chicken would be in direct contact with the flames, and the temperature of the bonfire was higher than that of the oven. In order to prevent the chicken from being cremated smoothly, before that, when the beggar chicken was being paste, Yang Ming thickened the mud layer, which was about as thick as a little finger joint. In order to ensure that it was cooked thoroughly, it needed to be baked in the fire for an hour and a half. The bonfire was not as convenient as the oven, and Yang Ming needed to use fire escape continuously during the baking process to keep the fire stable and uniform. Yang Ming asked the employees to build the prototype of the bonfire with wood, then took a deep breath, and then suddenly opened his mouth. Fire escape. Phoenix fire technique. Clusters of flames sprayed out from Yang Ming's mouth, fell into the wood, and the flames rose instantly. Oh! Is it flame? Seeing this, Pluto Rayleigh flashed a gleam of light in his eyes. He has always been curious about Yang Ming. What kind of person is he to be able to command a group of unruly subordinates? Now, the tip of the iceberg has finally been revealed. During the process of spitting fire, Yang Ming did not relax at all. Instead, he had to pay attention all the time to avoid burning the bonfire too vigorously. The flames were more than 1 person high, and the beggar chicken could be burned in more than 10 minutes. Moreover, this fire could easily cremate the chicken directly, leaving no residue. This step is the most rigorous. It cannot be too hot or too cold. It can best test a chef's vision, experience, and flexible operation. Chapter 480 Foodie vs Foodie. When cooking beggar chicken, it is a very big challenge to control the temperature of the flame because it requires great concentration. Even with Yang Ming's current cooking skills, it seems quite strenuous. In just a short while, cold sweat dripped from Yang Ming's forehead. When the beggar chicken was cooked, Yang Ming put away the fire escape and took the beggar chicken out of the bonfire. The whole person seemed to have just been fished out of the water, and his whole body was wet. Yang Ming joked that he had become a drowned chicken. Come, have a taste of my cooking. As Yang Ming spoke, he broke the dirt that wrapped the beggar's chicken and unwrapped the tinfoil and lotus leaves. Suddenly, an unprecedented fragrance came to everyone's nose like a wave. Wow! It smells so good. Is this really a chicken? How can it be? It smells so good. Oh my god! I feel full just by smelling this aroma. Everyone was in an uproar, and they all focused their eyes on the beggar's chicken, but they found that it was really just an ordinary chicken, which looked ordinary and had nothing special. And this ordinariness is the biggest feature of the beggar's chicken. The beggar's chicken was originally made by poor people to fill their stomachs, but it became different after generations of additions and deletions. However, this ordinariness from the grassroots people was deeply imprinted on this dish, even after countless years. If abalone and bird's nest reveal the taste of the rich from the inside out, and bear paws and deer antlers are full of the style of the rich, then, the beggar's chicken represents the ordinariness of the lower class people for thousands of years. Because it is ordinary, it is immortal and has been passed down to this day. Unfortunately, in today's society, people worship foreign things and hate the rich and despise the poor, and the beggar's chicken is gradually disappearing from the world's sight. Yang Ming made a total of 50 beggar's chickens, and now they are lined up one by one, which immediately attracted a frenzy of people. I'm starting. Luffy was already starving, drooling all over the floor, and he rushed over and took the first beggar chicken. He didn't care about anything else, and tore off a chicken leg and bit into it. Hot. Scalding hot. This was Luffy's first thought after eating it. Then, it was crispy. The chicken skin after being stewed and roasted became very crispy, just like after being braised. Just a light bite, it broke with a crack. When breaking through the defense of the chicken skin, the white teeth rushed to the chicken, and Luffy immediately felt a smooth touch, as smooth as silk, and the taste was superb. Then, the juice contained in the chicken exploded instantly under the chewing of the teeth, bursting out unimaginable deliciousness. Concentration is the essence. The juice contains the most essential part of the beggar chicken. These beggar chickens have never eaten any feed and are all wild and wild. The juice in them seems to contain the power of nature. When the whole chicken leg went down his stomach, Luffy's appetite instantly opened up, and he wanted to swallow the whole chicken. He did it as he thought. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Luffy opened his mouth and, relying on the ability of the rubber fruit, naturally opened his mouth wide enough to swallow a whole beggar chicken. Then, with a click, the whole beggar chicken entered Luffy's mouth, filling it up. Oh my god! Even Naruto, a foodie, used to think that he had the attribute of a glutton and could eat more than a dozen servings, but when he saw Luffy eating like this, even he had to admit that he was not as good as him. What's even more bizarre is that Luffy didn't even spit out the bones and forced himself to swallow them down. Cough cough cough. Water. 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 As expected, being pretentious has its price. Luffy had just swallowed it when his neck was choked by the beggar's chicken, and his face turned purple in a short time. This idiot, there's really nothing we can do about him. Although Sanji was harsh in his words, his actions were honest. He handed a bottle of wine to Luffy. Gulp. Gulp. Luffy had already been choked and drank all the wine without thinking. Ha! Finally saved. Seeing his captain being so useless, Sanji could only silently raise his middle finger to him in his heart. Then, Sanji set his sights on the beggar chicken cooked by the cheap chef Yang Ming. Sanji first bit the chicken belly, because this was the most tender and delicious part except for the buttocks. Since the spices were just below the belly, very close, when Sanji took a bite, his mouth was immediately filled with fragrance. In this part, Yang Ming cut scallions, ginger, onions, and added various spices to make marinade, mixed ham, dried shrimps, mushrooms, and cauliflower, and added a little oyster sauce for seasoning. The various condiments blended together, the taste was so fragrant that it seemed to turn into a cloud of mist and spray directly at Sanji. In an instant, Sanji's tongue was immediately occupied by the vigorous fragrance, and it went straight to the nasal passage through the throat. Fragrant! So fragrant! Sanji, conquered by the aroma, didn't care that his hands were scalded and immediately ate big chunks of it. Especially when he ate the dried shrimps and ham in the chicken's belly, after a period of stewing and roasting, these condiments have been soaked in the chicken flavor and become particularly delicious. When eating these delicious dishes, people can instantly forget their troubles, and only this moment of happiness will last forever. Even though Sanji was very dissatisfied with Yang Ming before, after these rounds of blows, Sanji's last knot was untied and he was completely convinced. At the moment when Sanji was completely convinced, the sound of the system prompt sounded in Yang Ming's ears. Hidden task, master-disciple running in. Task description: as an outstanding chef, you must not only cook well, but also know how to pass on your cooking skills, find a way to make Sanji obedient and learn the host's cooking skills seriously. Task description: reward, boiled fish recipe. Task completed, reward has been issued. The system said seriously and seriously. It was still the familiar process, the familiar taste, and a lot of information was thrown into Yang Ming's mind by the system. Just as Yang Ming was checking the new production method in his mind, there was a sudden commotion at the scene, as chaotic as a vegetable market. Yang Ming was shocked and looked back, and he could only say fuck you and didn't know whether to say it or not. It turned out that although Yang Ming had made 50 beggar chickens, they were too delicious, and people in the One Piece world generally had a super appetite, so 1 or 2 were not enough. So, the contradiction arose. It was Luffy who led the charge. In front of the delicious food, this guy's IQ, which was originally insufficient, instantly became 0, and he took the lead in snatching the beggar chicken from Dinkai's hand. For Dinkai, snatching food from him was tantamount to cuckolding him. This was intolerable, and Dinkai punched him, and Luffy was caught off guard and fell to the ground directly. So, this punch poked out a hornet's nest, directly causing hostility from the rest of Luffy's group. Chapter 481 Is there such a thing? For Koji, snatching food from him is tantamount to cuckolding him. This is intolerable. Koji punched him, and Luffy was caught off guard and fell to the ground. So, this punch poked out a hornet's nest, directly causing hostility from the rest of Luffy's group. Yang Ming did not expect that the fight for the remaining beggar chicken would actually cause a confrontation between the two parties. This is a war caused by beggar chicken. Seeing this, Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely, and there were only countless creatures with the surname of Grass and the name of Mud Horse running in his heart. But seeing that the smell of gunpowder was getting stronger and stronger, it seemed that a war would start if there was no agreement, especially Luffy, the protagonist, looked at the beggar chicken with his eyes almost popping out, and looked like he was ready to move. Yang Ming could not help but sigh in his heart. He knew that if he didn't show up, he would probably be killed by Luffy, the scumbag. But as the owner of Yang Ming's shop, Yang Ming couldn't favor Luffy, otherwise how could he lead the team if the people were scattered? But for the sake of fairness, Yang Ming thought about it and immediately came up with a plan. Clap! Clap! Yang Ming put his palms together and clapped a few times. The crisp applause instantly attracted everyone's attention. Yang Ming didn't say his idea at the first time, but looked at Luffy. Luffy, let me ask you. Do you want to buy all the remaining beggar chicken? Yes. Of course I do. Luffy's eyes shone with brilliance, and saliva flowed out of his mouth faster. If Luffy was not a human, Yang Ming would have thought that Luffy had a dog's tail behind him, and it seemed to be swaying from side to side to please its master. The shop employees did not say anything, and all of them focused their attention on Yang Ming. They firmly believed that Yang Ming would not treat them unfairly. Sure enough. In the next sentence, Yang Ming's style suddenly changed. But, Luffy, why do you think you can pack the remaining beggar chicken? Luffy was confused, and felt that what Yang Ming said made sense, and he was speechless. Fortunately, Yang Ming did not give Luffy a chance. Who told Yang Ming's apprentice Sanjishi to be in Luffy's group? The palm and the back of the palm are all flesh. Luffy, how about this? Yang Ming's mouth curled up, and he had already made up his mind. Why don't we have a 3-match 2-win competition, and you send 3 people to challenge our side? Seeing Luffy and his crew looking uneasy, Yang Ming waved his hand. Don't worry, I won't send strong employees to the field, and I promise not to bully you. Luffy and his crew were speechless. If it were someone else, Luffy and his crew would definitely think that this was bragging, but Yang Ming was obviously not one of them. Just defeating Kid and the Vice Admiral, and capturing 2 admirals of the Navy, Akainu and Kizaru, is a good example. Bye. As Yang Ming's voice fell, Bai suppressed his excitement and stepped out from the crowd of employees. After a long period of development, Yang Ming's shop is no longer what it used to be, and Bai's strength has long been unable to keep up with the pace. However, Bai originally had no desires and was a relatively quiet boy. He was content with his current life, so that his strength was only at the level of a special ninja, and was surpassed by Dinkai and Ninkai. Bai didn't care about his own strength at all. He was already very satisfied to be able to stay in Yang Ming's shop as a waiter. At this time, being named by Yang Ming, Bai's heart, which had been calm, was stirred again. It turned out that the boss had never forgotten him. Bai stretched out a hand and waved to Luffy and his group. Who comes up to fight with me, please give me more advice. Originally, Luffy wanted to go up impulsively, but fortunately he was stopped in time. He. Nico Robin covered her mouth and laughed. Luffy, are you going to bully girls? To deal with girls, of course it's better for girls to come forward. As she said that, Nico Robin walked forward, put one hand on her chest, and performed an ancient etiquette. I am the archaeologist Nico Robin, please give me more advice. Bai and Nico Robin are like medieval knights, doing enough etiquette before going to war, looking graceful and elegant. Bai took a fighting posture and whispered, then, I'm sorry. After that, Bai stepped on the ground, and the man rushed like a snow leopard, swimming swiftly from the steep cliff and pounced on the prey. Facing Bai's attack, Nico Robin still stayed in place, and her hands suddenly crossed and overlapped in front of her. Flowers under my feet. Just when Bai was full of doubts, the ground on his way suddenly bulged, as if flowers were growing out of the ground. But these are not flowers, they are hands. Hands with delicate skin. Bai looked carefully and was shocked to find that these arms were exactly the same as Nico Robin's. But before Bai could think about it, the arms on the ground, like weeds, suddenly grabbed Bai's ankles, clamped them tightly like eagle claws, and didn't let Bai leave. What a wonderful place, amazing ability! Bai exclaimed. His face suddenly changed, and his eyes became sharp. But, with these, don't try to block my way. As soon as the voice fell, Nico Robin's face changed. I saw that the arms holding Bai's ankles suddenly had a cool air spreading from the ankles, like the cold wind of December, a layer of frost suddenly covered them, freezing them into popsicles. Bai just struggled a little, and these Nico Robin's arms were suddenly shattered, turning into flying pink cherry blossoms. Bai was attacked by Nico Robin before he could achieve his goal. He was more cautious and decided to end the battle quickly to avoid any more trouble. Thinking of this, Bai used his ice escape with all his strength. More and more cold air spread out from Bai's body, and a layer of frost covered the road along which Bai was moving. The crystal ice surface reflected the sunlight, making it look bright and white. In just a blink of an eye, this frost road connected Bai and Nico Robin together. Then, Bai ran on this layer of frost. If Bai's speed was as fast as a snow leopard before, Now that he was on the frost road, Bai was like a fish in water, and his speed was a little faster, like a sports car running at full throttle, with an extremely fast speed, which seemed to bring a shadow in the eyes of everyone. Oops! Nico Robin's pupils suddenly shrank, and she subconsciously took a few steps back. She was not good at fighting to begin with, and she panicked and lost her sense of proportion at this moment. Fortunately, Nico Robin was also a person who had seen the world. She quickly suppressed her anxiety and began to arrange defenses. As the user of the flower fruit, Nico Robin was weak in attack, but good at defensive counterattacks. Nico Robin suddenly closed her eyes and locked her mind on Bai. Spinning flower. A strange scene happened. Under Bai's confused eyes, he suddenly grew more than a dozen arms all over his body, as if these things had grown on him. Damn! There is such a thing? Chapter 482 Bai vs Nico Robin. As the user of the flower fruit, Nico Robin is not good at fighting hard, but her unique skills are very strange and hard to find, making people puzzled. At this time, Bai was caught off guard and was hit head-on by Nico Robin. Once the rotating flower appeared, more than a dozen Nico Robin arms suddenly bloomed on Bai's body like flowers blooming along the wall, appearing both beautiful and murderous. Nico Robin still stood there, with her eyes closed, her mind fixed on Bai. Suddenly, Nico Robin suddenly opened her eyes, her arms that were crossed in front of her suddenly opened, and she clenched her fists with all her strength. A gleam of light flashed in her eyes, and at this moment Nico Robin was like a hunter who unveiled his veil, full of deadly temptation. Collarbone. Now was not a life and death battle, the two people were just sparring, so Nico Robin did not kill him. When she fell, she saw that the arms growing on Bai's body actually worked together at this moment to control Bai's limbs together, trying to temporarily break Bai's limbs. Obviously, she succeeded. Unfortunately, the next moment, something strange happened. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and Bai's figure suddenly disappeared from the place where he was originally, replaced by a puff of white smoke and a half of a tree root falling from it. Substitution technique. It happened in a split second, and at the critical moment, Bai used this trick to escape a disaster. Oops! Nico Robin was horrified. She never thought that the enemy would disappear. It was beyond her expectation. But where is the enemy hiding? No one is on the ground or in the sky. Where did Bai go? This question also appeared in Luffy's mind, but no matter how they looked for him, they couldn't find him. It was as if the enemy disappeared out of thin air. Hey! Beside Luffy, Pluto Rayleigh was old but experienced. When others couldn't find Bai's trace, he glanced at the ground and the frost road that Bai had created before, and his eyes suddenly became thoughtful. I know where the enemy is hiding. What an amazing ability! Rayleigh nodded in admiration. It was hard for Rayleigh to imagine that such fighting talent would appear in this unknown crew member of the god of cooking pirates. Just as Luffy and the others were about to ask, the changes in the field immediately gave the answer. A flash of white light flashed across the frost road, and then a figure jumped out of it as fast as an arrow from a bow, with an extremely amazing speed. Bai was like a top assassin, hiding in the frost road after escaping. This is Bai's ice escape secret, the improved ninjutsu of the magic mirror ice crystal. The original magic mirror ice crystal was too obvious, and it was very strong against opponents much weaker than Bai, but it was not conducive to opponents of equal or stronger strength. But the improved magic mirror ice crystal was different. No one would have thought that the frost road covering the ground could actually hide people. Bai held the slender senbon in his hand, and pointed his spearhead directly at Nico Robin. Under such a close-range assassination, Nico Robin had no way to escape and could only face the sharp edge of Bai. Suddenly faced with the attack, Nico Robin's eyes first showed a trace of confusion, but it was quickly suppressed by her strong self-control. She gritted her teeth and fought. 20 rounds of flowers. Marigolds. In the blink of an eye, 10 arms grew out from Nico Robin's wrists, and then they closed in front of her to form a layered shield. At the moment when Nico Robin finished, Bai's army arrived. The Senbonruo in his hand was as sharp as breaking through the barriers and slashing 6 generals, easily tearing off most of the arms. Although Nico Robin's flower fruit ability is very strange, the disadvantage is that once these extended arms are injured, Nico Robin will also feel the same pain. In just one confrontation, the pain of more than a dozen arms breaking one after another surged into Nico Robin's heart like a tide, making Nico Robin pale and gasping for air. It was thanks to this obstruction that Bai's offensive momentum was blocked, giving her time to breathe. Two-wheeled flower. Master. From behind Bai, Nico Robin's two arms suddenly stretched out, suddenly attacked, and tightly pinched Bai's neck, which made Bai give up the impulse to chase and instead spend energy to get rid of the two arms. What a troublesome ability! Bai touched his neck with red marks from being strangled, glanced at Nico Robin who retreated far away, and felt a headache. If Nico Robin put aside the ability of the flower fruit, in fact, his strength is much weaker than Bai, and he can easily defeat the opponent. The difficulty lies in that Nico Robin has a deep research and development of the flower fruit, and uses it in an unpredictable way. In addition, the elusive skills, although he can't use it to defeat Bai, it also makes him very uncomfortable. What to do? Bai's mind turned rapidly, looking around, not missing any opportunity, looking for opportunities. Huff. 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 Compared to Bai's anxiety, Nico Robin's situation was even worse. Although she was able to resist Bai's attack just now, she had to try her best to escape. At this time, her face was still pale and her whole body was soaked with cold sweat. Nico Robin wiped the sweat dripping from her eyes and stared at Bai nervously. Although before this, Nico Robin had learned from Luffy and Pluto Rayleigh that Yang Ming and his team had captured the Admiral alive. Originally, she thought that facing Bai, an unknown crew member, she should have a chance of winning, but now she found out that she was wrong, and she was very wrong. Bai was the only one in the Kitchen God Pirates who was not wanted, because he had not been given the opportunity to appear before. A glimpse of the whole situation, Nico Robin dare not imagine that such an unknown Bai is so powerful. How powerful will the Captain Yang Ming who looks like a good man and likes cooking be? Thinking of this, Nico Robin couldn't help but hold his breath. Good opportunity. Bai has been paying attention to the changes in Nico Robin. Seeing her dazed expression at this time, how can such a good opportunity be missed? Ice escape. 1,000 killings water flying. With a sound of falling, the frost road paved on the ground suddenly split apart and turned into several hundreds of sharp 1,000 blades soared into the sky, flying towards Nico Robin like an overwhelming force. Each of these 1,000 blades was made of ice, as thick as a finger, reflecting a frightening cold light in the sun. They were like locusts. One or two of them would not have much impact, but when they increased in number, a terrifying qualitative change would occur, just like a group of locusts that left nothing alive after passing by. Chapter 483 You lose, eat this chrysanthemum. As Bai's chakra was lost in large quantities, the 1,000 blades made of ice formed a dense group and suddenly flew towards Nico Robin. The cluster of 1,000 blades covered all the space for Nico Robin to hide. Unless she had the Navy's 6-style shave, it would be difficult for her to escape this disaster. Nico Robin had already used all her skills to avoid Bai's attack before. Now facing Bai's full-strength attack, even if she was unwilling in her heart, she could only smile bitterly and raise her hands. I surrender. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a gust of wind blowing from the side. Wind escape. Big breakthrough. In front of this whistling gust of wind, Bai's full-strength attack of the Senbon cluster was like a small witch meeting a big witch, and was easily blown away, without any escape falling on Nico Robin. The big move that could threaten Nico Robin's life fell apart under this gust of wind, which made Nico Robin curious. She turned her eyes and saw a figure standing beside Yang Ming, with a flowing black hair that made his face more evil. He was Uchiha Itachi. It turned out to be him. Before this, Uchiha Itachi had always been very low-key, so that others often ignored his existence. This was the first time that Nico Robin formally looked at Uchiha Itachi. Nico Robin had seen the list of Uchiha Itachi on the bounty published in the newspaper, and was speechless. She didn't expect the other party to be so strong. What's more, the other party gave people a feeling of vicissitudes of life, coupled with those deep eyes, which could kill any woman in seconds. Even an old driver like Nico Robin, who believed that she had seen all kinds of men, felt a throbbing heart when she saw Uchiha Itachi. Fortunately, Nico Robin was a mature woman. A ripple flashed in her eyes, and she put away the strangeness in her heart and returned to her usual appearance, so that others would not guess what she was thinking. Clap! Clap! At this time, a round of applause rang out. Yang Ming put on a full smile on his face and glanced at Luffy. It seems that you don't have many chances. If I win another game, Luffy will not be able to eat the remaining beggar chicken. It's better to die than to have nothing to eat. Yang Ming's words instantly ignited Luffy's ambition, and there seemed to be a flame burning in his black pupils. No. We will definitely win the next round. Luffy took a step forward, holding his head high and full of confidence. Because this round, I will play. The rest of the Straw Hat Pirates had no objection to Luffy's unauthorized behavior. If even Luffy, the strongest among them, lost, the rest would not have to compete at all. It would be better to go all out and make up for the disadvantage in the second round. Although Luffy is sometimes stubborn and looks stupid, he is still very smart when he is serious. Seeing this, Yang Ming couldn't help but fall into a dilemma. Yang Ming had promised not to send out strong employees before, which also meant that Uchiha Itachi and other shadow-level strongmen could not be dispatched. But if the half-shadow-level employees such as Rega were sent, they would always be at a certain disadvantage when facing Luffy. Who said this is the world of One Piece, and Luffy is the protagonist? People with the protagonist's aura, others can't afford to offend. Hey? Wait. Yang Ming only promised not to send out strong employees, but Naruto is not a small store employee. Naruto is Yang Ming's younger brother, and he is also the protagonist of the Naruto world. If he is sent to the field, he will not be afraid of being bullied by Luffy's protagonist aura. After all, Naruto is also a man with the protagonist's aura. Thinking of this, Yang Ming's mood suddenly became relaxed. Then, Yang Ming thought of the chrysanthemum rewarded by the system. So, Yang Ming smiled at Luffy, and Luffy was creepy and got goosebumps. Luffy, if you lose, you have to eat this. As he said, Yang Ming took out an ordinary chrysanthemum from his arms, and no one could tell what was different about it. But for some reason, Luffy, relying on his innate intuition, had a bad feeling when he saw the chrysanthemum. Hey? He didn't say anything? Luffy, who was fearless, was actually a coward? Yang Ming was surprised. Seeing Luffy's awkward expression and no response for a long time, he felt that holding the chrysanthemum in one hand and waiting for the other party to respond looked stupid. It was the first time that Yang Ming was defeated, and in this way. He couldn't help but feel angry and amused. But once he said it, if Luffy didn't agree, where would Yang Ming's face be? So Yang Ming had to use the method of provoking Luffy to make him agree. I say Luffy, you are not afraid, are you? Luffy still didn't say anything. Okay, if you don't say anything, I will think you are afraid. Even if we win this round, those beggar chickens belong to us. The dragon has reverse scales, and those who touch it will die. When Luffy heard that he would not give him food, he immediately got anxious, and he didn't care about the uneasiness in his intuition, and shouted at the top of his voice. Who said I was afraid? Let's compete, who is afraid of who? Seeing that Luffy finally took the bait, Yang Ming shouted in his heart that he was lucky. If he remained silent, Yang Ming would be embarrassed and didn't know how to end it. Fortunately, the fish finally took the bait. Thinking of Luffy's expression after eating the chrysanthemum, Yang Ming's mood inexplicably improved a lot, and a smile that made Luffy feel very horrified appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yang Ming turned his head and swept his eyes across the scene. Wherever he looked, many employees cheered up, and they were all heroic and high-spirited, showing their best spirits and hoping that Yang Ming would call them to the stage. Unfortunately, Yang Ming's sight only stayed on them for a while, and then moved away under their disappointed eyes. Hey? Where did that brat Naruto go? Yang Ming's eyes tossed back and forth, and finally found Naruto. Should it be said that Naruto is worthy of being a big foodie at the same level as Luffy? At this time, Naruto was hiding behind everyone, squatting on the ground, with a big pot in front of him, which contained various spicy hot pot skewers. Naruto was holding a beggar's chicken in his left hand and a skewer of Chinese cabbage in his right hand, eating with his mouth full of oil, looking like he was enjoying the food and not wanting to leave, not caring about the competition with Luffy and his gang. Good guy, he is eating alone here. Yang Ming was both angry and amused, and quietly came behind Naruto. When Yang Ming's shadow from above covered Naruto, no matter how slow Naruto was, he couldn't help but turn around to see what was going on. As a result, Naruto faced Yang Ming's face. Ahem. Naruto was confused, so embarrassed. Chapter 484 Naruto vs Luffy. The most embarrassing things in the world are just a few things. It's like watching a movie at home, taking off your pants, and then seeing your mother open the door at the most critical moment. It's really embarrassing. At this moment, Naruto was caught by Yang Ming. He found that he was eating alone without telling anyone and even ate the remaining beggar chicken. He was immediately confused and embarrassed. Brother, what? Naruto hesitated while rolling his eyes, trying to find a way to escape. But Naruto's little movements were so obvious that they could not escape the eyes of everyone present. Especially Luffy, the foodie, who saw that Naruto had eaten most of the remaining beggar chickens in a short period of time, leaving only the last 3. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to cry. "You bastard, you ate all my beggar chickens." Naruto wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth and rolled his eyes when he heard Luffy's words. He hasn't won the competition yet, when will it be his? Luffy's face is really comparable to his. Naruto. Yang Ming's face was not angry at all, but the calmer his tone, the more chilled Naruto felt from beginning to end, as if he was facing the calm before the storm. Yang Ming took out the chrysanthemum again, raised the corner of his mouth, and showed a devilish smile in the eyes of Naruto and Luffy, which made them shudder. "I've decided that you will play in the next round of competition. If you can't win." Yang Ming raised the chrysanthemum in his hand and said meaningfully, "Then you have to eat it." Gurgle. Naruto's pupils shrank into needles, and goosebumps all over his body. Alas, if I had known earlier, I would not have eaten secretly. Why can't I control my mouth? Naruto regretted it so much at this time. He had been with Yang Ming for so long, and he knew that whenever Yang Ming took out those strange things, it must not be a good thing for others. Just like the last time a long time ago, after picking up a soap, the one-tailed Shikaku actually fell madly in love with the nine-tailed, so Naruto now dares not meet Gaara, otherwise once they meet, the one-tailed Shikaku will come out like a madman to find the nine-tailed. That scene is really terrifying. It's just like an old woman who is over 30 years old and has not married yet, losing her mind to find a partner, very scary. Looking at the harmless chrysanthemum in front of him, Naruto knows with his ass that this thing is definitely problematic. "Brother, what if we tie?" Naruto looked at Yang Ming's seemingly calm face. Xiao asked the question carefully. "Even if it's a draw, you lose." Yang Ming said bluntly, "And, you can't use the nine tails mode." Puff. When Naruto heard that he couldn't use the nine tails, his face suddenly changed and he almost fainted. Revenge. This must be revenge. Seeing Yang Ming's calm appearance, Naruto gnashed his teeth in his heart. If he can't use the nine tails mode, Naruto will lose the strength comparable to that of a Navy admiral. How can Naruto, who is only an elite jonin, fight? "Brother, don't." Naruto's face collapsed, and his heart was so bitter. He hugged Yang Ming's trouser legs, crying and shouting. "Brother, if you don't let me use the nine tails mode, I'm done." Seeing Naruto wipe his snot and tears on his pants, Yang Ming was almost angry to death, and punched Naruto hard on the head. "Get out of here. I didn't say I won't let you use the nine tails chakra." "Hey? This makes a lot of sense." Naruto was speechless. After this farce, although Naruto felt helpless, he had to be forced to fight Luffy thoroughly. It is worth mentioning that Luffy ate the chrysanthemum only after losing, and the draw had no effect on him. Therefore, compared to Naruto, Luffy did not have such great pressure. Looking at Luffy's joyful expression on the opposite side, Naruto suddenly felt unhappy. "I say, do you really want to be beaten?" As he said, Naruto twisted his wrists on both hands, making crackling sounds. As the saying goes, you can win without fighting. It is obvious that Naruto is well aware of this and is ready to launch his mouth-to-mouth trick. "I'm telling you, I'm the man who captured the Admiral alive." Naruto looked proud, raised his thumb to himself, his nose almost turned up to the sky, and looked like a dragon arrogant. "Do you know who Akainu is? He is one of the most powerful people in this ocean. And I?" Naruto looked like, "I'm awesome, why don't you surrender quickly, I'm a master who is superior to those people." However, Naruto's original intention was to intimidate Luffy, preferably to scare him into surrendering voluntarily, or at least to hit the opponent's morale. Unfortunately, his words were completely for the deaf. When Naruto finished speaking, Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had found a bright star in the night sky. Instead of fear on his face, he became more belligerent than before. "So you're so awesome, little one." Luffy opened his mouth and smiled brightly, "That is to say, if I can defeat you, it's equivalent to defeating the Admiral of the Navy. In this case, I will soon be famous." Naruto. Hey, that's not the point, bastard. Who gave you the confidence to defeat me?" Facing Luffy, for the first time in history, Naruto was almost going crazy. At this moment, Yang Ming's words floated from a distance. "Second round, start." As soon as Yang Ming finished speaking, a gleam of light flashed in Luffy's eyes. With the characteristics of a rubber man, his body suddenly sank, and all the explosive power was concentrated on his legs. At the same time, he clasped his hands tightly on the ground and inserted his 10 fingers into the ground. Then, Luffy stepped on the ground with his feet, leaving 2 deep footprints on the ground, and he blasted out like a cannonball, with an amazing speed. When his body flew out, his 2 arms stretched out quickly, relying on the characteristics of the rubber man, accumulating terrifying power. Rubber rocket launcher. Luffy did not wait to reach Naruto. He flew halfway and pulled back his 2 arms. With the power of the rubber arms contracting and rebounding, he was like 2 huge battering rams, raising a gust of wind and airflow, and hit Naruto heavily. Although Luffy usually laughs and is silly, when it comes to fighting talent, he is really one in a million. Based on the previous battle between Bai and Nico Robin, Luffy was worried that Naruto also had a substitute technique, so he planned to cut the Gordian knot and not give the other party any opportunity to launch it. Obviously, Luffy's decision was right, not to mention that Naruto himself was not good at using the substitute technique, and the launch time was slower than others, so he naturally lost the opportunity to take the initiative. Naturally, Naruto was caught off guard and was hit hard. Chapter 485 When Naruto Meets Luffy. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and Luffy's 2 fists smashed into Naruto's stomach, and the terrifying power was vented out crazily. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. Naruto's belly suddenly sank, almost close to the skin on his back. The whole person was like a lobster with its back bent, his face suddenly flushed, and he spit out a few mouthfuls of bloody phlegm. Then, Naruto's body drew a beautiful arc in the air like a kite with a broken string, and smashed into the beach far away. Fortunately, Naruto is not a fool. Before landing, he used his waist to exert force in mid-air, rotating up and down like a diver. The moment he landed on the ground, he rolled out on the beach like a donkey, using the inertia of falling to avoid greater damage. Puh, puh, puh. Naruto was covered in sand and climbed up from the beach in a messy manner. He spit out the sand that had seeped into his mouth and patted the dirt on his body. I was so careless. Naruto touched his stomach and felt distressed. It can be seen that after being hit by Luffy just now, the upper abdomen of Naruto's clothes was all broken, revealing 2 fist marks with purple-red like bruises. However, this blow that could cause serious damage to others was just a moment of carelessness in Naruto's eyes. With visible changes, a trace of scarlet chakra, which symbolizes an unknown ominous, flows out of Naruto's body. After circling around the wound, the purple-red bruises turn light red, then disappear, and return to the original appearance of the skin. It's a long story, but all these changes, from Naruto being knocked away to standing up and recovering as before, only took 2 or 3 seconds. It is conceivable that the Nine Tails chakra brings Naruto a terrifying self-healing ability. It's rude not to return the favor. Naruto was also angry after being hit by Luffy first. As the protagonists of different worlds, perhaps it is the repulsion of the same sex. At this moment, Naruto actually had the idea of defeating Luffy. Naruto grinned and raised a middle finger high to Luffy. Watch out, you who attacked me. Shadow clone technique. Naruto quickly formed a seal, and with a stream of light smoke coming out around him, 1,000 Naruto clones appeared on the beach, standing densely, giving people an unprecedented visual impact. Everyone, come together and beat him up. Charge! With Naruto's shout, the army of Naruto clones poured out like a waterfall, rushing towards Luffy frantically. In front of this army, Luffy seemed so lonely and powerless, like a big wave hitting a reef, with the possibility of destruction at any time. Perhaps for others, seeing Naruto's shadow clone for the first time would be shocking, but this is obviously not true for Luffy. Luffy was like a naughty boy who found a new toy, with a bright light bursting out of his innocent black pupils. Wow! This ability is so cool. Naruto. Your expression makes me embarrassed. Where did the shock and surprise go? You think this is cool? Are you kidding me? At this moment, Naruto finally understood why he suddenly wanted to beat Luffy so much. How can they play well together if he doesn't cooperate with him to show off? Naruto's real body hugged his hands in front of his chest, staring at Luffy from a distance. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and snorted coldly, saying, "It's time to show your skills." The art of temptation. Because of censorship, I can only write this way. The 3 Naruto clones who were rushing in the front stopped immediately, accompanied by a puff of light smoke covering their bodies, and a pleasant voice came from inside. Luffy-kun, come and play with us. When the smoke dispersed, what appeared in Luffy's sight was Naruto Jishi, who had changed from a man to a woman. Each one was full of youthful vigor, and every inch of skin was full of vitality, which made people drool. Puff puff puff. On the side, seeing such a cute Naruto Ji, and there were 3 of them at once, Sanji was the first one who couldn't stand it. The peach blossoms in his eyes seemed to be about to pop out, and 2 nosebleeds spurted out crazily. Oh my god! These are all my goddesses! Ah, I can't stand it! Sanji was so stimulated that he lost a lot of blood in a short period of time due to too much nosebleed. His face became haggard and he fainted on the ground in the speechless eyes of others. He 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 he. Yang Ming looked at his newly accepted apprentice and Naruto, his little brother, like this, and his mouth twitched fiercely. He wanted to kill Naruto immediately. Where is the passionate battle you promised? So you are here to make fun of me? Yang Ming covered his face with one hand, turned his head away, pretending not to know these idiots. It was really embarrassing. It's really interesting. A gleam of light flashed across Pluto Rayleigh's eyes, but he was heard by Xiaoqi beside him as soon as he finished speaking, and stepped hard on Rayleigh's foot, letting him know why the flowers were so red. Naruto-sama, who was very stunning to others, was completely a blind man in Luffy's eyes. Luffy tilted his neck, blinked, and looked down, his eyes becoming more and more confused. Hey, who are you? Did you go to the wrong place? As soon as Luffy finished speaking, everyone could feel the air getting cold. The joke is not funny at all. Naruto. Naruto now wanted to rush up and grab Luffy's neck, and yelled a few times, "Where are your eyes?" Just when Naruto was about to burst into anger, Luffy suddenly realized and clapped his hands. Oh, I know. You 3 look exactly the same, you must be triplets, right? The air became colder, and this joke is even less funny. Seeing this, Naruto sighed in his heart. He never thought that this ninjutsu that could be called a nuclear warhead power against the 3rd Hokage, Jiraiya, and even Kagaya Otsutsuki, would be defeated so badly in front of Luffy. Under Naruto's thoughts, the 3 Naruto princesses returned to their original appearance. Sure enough, it still takes fists to teach this guy a lesson. But at this moment, Luffy spoke again. Seeing that he was about to speak, Naruto's heart skipped a beat and his heart sank. As expected, Luffy spoke. Hey? Why are you wearing clothes? Also, why are you missing 2 pieces of meat? Did you cut them off? Naruto. Huff. 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 Naruto was very angry, and his chest rose and fell violently. He kept telling himself in his heart to be patient, patient, patient. Be patient. Don't be a coward, just do it. Chapter 486. Sorry, I'm also the protagonist. Naruto was furious, feeling that he was fooled by Luffy, and he didn't say anything more. 1,000 Naruto clones rushed up in a swarm. Let me show you Naruto's combo. What are you doing? Just as several Naruto clones were about to use physical skills, they suddenly found Luffy grinning, and then his arm bounced back with the help of elasticity, and his fist hit the little brother of Naruto's clone. Damn! What do you want to do? Because there are too many Naruto clones, each clone is weak and has no time to dodge, so they can only watch themselves being hit by Luffy. In an instant, accompanied by a click, the chicken flew and the eggs were broken, and even the people watching the battle from a distance were frightened and felt a chill in their lower body. This must be very painful, right? What's more terrifying is that although the shadow clone technique is powerful, it has a pitfall compared to the ordinary clone technique, that is, after the shadow clone is broken, the experience will be transmitted to the original mind. Although the pain was not transmitted together, just this alone made Naruto angry. You bastard! I will never let you go. Naruto covered his lower body, his face turned pale, cold sweat rushed out, and he looked like he was still in shock. Raise Nan! Raise Nan! Raise Nan! The voices came from Naruto's clones one after another, and they saw 2 of them, one helping to roll the balls, and one picking up the Raise Nan, and rushing up with the other clones. Nearly 500 clones raised the sky blue rotating sphere together, from Luffy's front, back, left, and right, and some even jumped up and swooped down from the air like an eagle, as if they were going to put Luffy to death. Seeing this, Luffy's jaw dropped, and he looked dumbfounded. Naruto felt proud in his heart, and thought to himself, now you know you are afraid, right? But then, Luffy was not at a loss as Naruto imagined, but had an expression of eagerness to move. Not only was he not afraid, but he was full of fighting spirit. Naruto snorted coldly, "I want to see how you can break this situation." Originally, Naruto had no ill feelings towards Luffy, but after a series of things, he obviously hated Luffy very much. Especially when Luffy punched his little brothers who had several clones just now, he hated it even more. The fist that cut off his descendants can't be tolerated. But the next moment, Naruto was instantly confused. He didn't expect that the ability of the devil fruit was as unpredictable as the sky and the sky. Luffy stepped his 2 feet into the ground, and then with the characteristics of the rubber man, his body twisted in place, just like we twist a towel at ordinary times, his whole body was tightened like a towel spiral. Then, Luffy opened his arms and released his twisted body. When the spring is compressed for a long time, it will rebound violently once it is released, and the same is true for rubber. Rubber. Big windmill. Luffy spun rapidly on the spot, much stronger than an ordinary windmill. In just a moment, a tornado blew up around him, and the sand and dust rolled in. Even Naruto behind him could feel the strong airflow. Then, as Luffy's rotation speed became faster and faster, the scale of the tornado expanded rapidly, and soon formed a huge wind field with Luffy as the center, the size of a basketball court. In this wind field, only Luffy's eye of the wind was safe, and other areas were full of death. At this moment, the fragility of the clones can be seen. Before the Naruto clones near Luffy threw the Raise Nan in their hands, they were hit by the blade-like whirlwind, or were directly sucked into the meat grinder, and then they disappeared into a puff of smoke with a bang. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The noises rose one after another, and in Naruto's speechless eyes, the clone army that he had been optimistic about before did not even play a role, and nearly half of them were slaughtered, which can be said to be a heavy loss. So dizzy, so dizzy. Although Luffy's skill cleared half of Naruto's clones at once, the sequelae were obviously very serious. Even if the rotation stopped, he was still dizzy and couldn't find the north and south. Good opportunity. A gleam of light flashed in Naruto's eyes. This was the time when the enemy was empty, and it was the best time to take advantage of the enemy's danger. Everyone, come together, don't let him recover. Go. The remaining Naruto clones were full of momentum, like a cat smelling blood, and rushed towards Luffy from all directions again. This time, Naruto learned from the previous lesson and put away his contempt. He no longer regarded his opponent as an enemy that could be easily crushed, but an opponent of equal strength. Therefore, this time, Naruto's clones were divided into 2 parts, the front army and the rear army. The front army went forward to harass, specifically to distract Luffy's attention, so that he could not take care of other things, and buy time for the attack of the rear army. Sure enough. Even though Luffy was still dizzy, he could still fight dozens of clones alone in the face of a group of fake clones. Whether it was punching, kicking, or hammering with the head, it could easily cause enough damage to Naruto's clones, making them unable to bear it and disappear. At this time, the rear army behind the front army launched shuriken from all directions. Accompanied by a loud shout, Naruto's clones from Luffy's front, back, left, and right swung out the shurikens in their hands at the same time, and threw out all the remaining shurikens at a very fast speed to achieve saturation of attack firepower. Whoosh! 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 The sound of breaking wind continued, and black shurikens cut through the sky, like locusts coming from far and near, thousands of them densely covering Luffy's head, like a black curtain covering the sky, with a fierce momentum, like a tsunami that can drown everything. In front of this tsunami, Luffy's figure seemed so small and thin, just like a small shrimp in the ocean, and could only accept the arrangement of fate. However, Luffy is not a small shrimp, he is the protagonist like Naruto. Under the halo of the protagonist, are these attacks still a problem? Luffy looked calm, and suddenly opened his mouth and took a deep breath. With a large amount of gas pouring into his body, his skinny belly swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like a balloon. Luffy's belly was getting bigger and bigger, and even his head and limbs were squeezed into the swollen belly, and the whole person suddenly turned into a ball. The next moment, shuriken poured down like a downpour, landing on Luffy. But what made Naruto speechless was that Luffy's spherical belly was very tough, and the shuriken he shot could not break the defense at all. This was also because Naruto did not know that Luffy had the rubber fruit, and it was also because these shurikens were not sharp enough and were bounced off by Luffy's swollen belly. Chapter 487 Come on, let's hurt each other. For the first time, Naruto felt a little sad when facing the enemy. In this One Piece world, Luffy, as the protagonist of this world, has a much stronger protagonist halo than Naruto. The previous setbacks made Naruto deeply feel that he had to do his best to deal with Luffy. Thinking of this, Naruto suddenly emerged with an ominous chakra. The scarlet chakra formed a protective film outside his body. Then his eyes changed, and a tail composed of chakra was born behind him, followed by the second and third. Originally, Naruto wanted to continue to make a fourth tail, but he felt vaguely that once he opened the fourth tail, he might not be able to hold back and let the nine-tailed beast come out. Once the nine-tailed beast appeared, it was obviously against the restrictions set by Yang Ming before, and even if Naruto defeated Luffy, it would be considered a failure. Naruto didn't want to eat that chrysanthemum after losing, and he would never obey. When all three tails came out, Naruto's whole person burst out with a completely different momentum, like a hurricane that made people unable to look directly at him. At this moment, Naruto had obviously broken through the realm of elite Jonin and reached the level of a penumbra-level strongman. In the One Piece world, a penumbra-level warrior is as powerful as a vice-admiral. Of course, when it comes to fighting, it depends on the strength of both sides, their understanding of the enemy, and their ability to respond to the situation. Previously, Dogman was killed in one blow because he did not understand Kimimoro's killer move. It does not mean that Dogman is not as good as Kimimaro. Facing the transformed Naruto, the powerful momentum came like a mountain, but Luffy's eyes sparkled. Fox. I wonder if it tastes good. Naruto. He clenched his fists tightly, took a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. A Naruto clone suddenly appeared beside him and quickly rolled out a raised Nan. Then, Naruto stepped on his feet, and his speed was amazing, like the Navy's 6-style shave, and ordinary people couldn't catch his movements at all. Naruto continuous bomb. Naruto fought back, and the raised Nan hit Luffy's little brother, and the terrifying force penetrated into it, instantly causing explosive damage. Although Luffy's little brother was not blown up by a single blow due to the characteristics of the rubber man, the pain was really inflicted on him. It hurts. It hurts so much. Seeing this, the people watching nearby tightened their legs and felt an inexplicable pain under their bodies. At the same time, a thought was born in everyone's mind: don't mess with problem children. Wow! A sharp pain surged from the lower body to the heart, as if being electrocuted by 100,000 volts. Luffy's whole body froze and he suddenly spit out a mouthful of old blood. But Naruto didn't stop at all. He took advantage of the victory and hit Luffy's stomach with his other fist, knocking him hard into the sky. Then, Naruto bent his knees and squatted, suddenly exerted force to bounce, and the whole person jumped up like a flying dragon, came behind Luffy and grabbed him, and then exerted force, the two of them spun wildly in the air, head down, and fell from the sky. At this moment, Luffy was still in a special state of pain in the balls, and he couldn't use any strength to stop Naruto, and could only watch Naruto act. As violent as a meteor hitting the earth, Naruto let go of his hand before he fell to the ground, letting Luffy's head pierce the ground heavily, with his entire neck completely sunk in, leaving only his body outside. Finally, I got my revenge. Seeing this, Naruto let out a breath of anger in his chest and felt much better. At this moment, Luffy pressed his hands on the ground and tried desperately to pull out his head. Crack! The ground cracked, and then Luffy raised his head suddenly. It was seen that because Luffy sank too deep into the ground, his neck was still covered with a shackle-like stone slab, which looked quite funny. What puzzled Naruto was that although the other party looked so embarrassed, he didn't seem to be seriously injured. This was also thanks to the characteristics of Luffy's rubber man, which could avoid the pain of most attacks. Of course, Naruto's use of raised Nan to blast Luffy's little brother was not included. Luffy clenched his fists and punched the stone slab on his neck, which untied it. 2 streams of smoke came out of his nostrils. Luffy twisted his wrists, making crackling sounds. He stared at Naruto closely, and his pupils seemed to be able to spit out flames. Little guy, you pissed me off. Since Dragon Ball, transformation has become the most commonly used trick of the protagonists of hot-blooded anime. In the past, when Naruto used the Nine Tails chakra to transform, the powerful enemies who had abused him like dogs would fall to the street and leave. And now, Naruto finally saw that the protagonist's transformation was so shameless. Luffy sank his body, took a horse stance, pressed his hands on his knees, and his calf muscles expanded and contracted exaggeratedly, as if a pump was pumping blood crazily, and a large amount of blood was circulated rapidly in the body. In just a blink of an eye, Luffy's whole body looked like a roasted lobster, his skin became red and hot, and white smoke billowed out. Gear 2. Luffy's move speeds up blood flow to gain extremely amazing explosive power, and using it too much will reduce his lifespan. When Luffy entered the second gear, Naruto's original strong momentum suddenly seemed less oppressive. All these changes came too fast, so Naruto had no way to stop it, and in the end he could only watch Luffy get stronger. Naruto didn't believe in evil, and burst out again with the speed of shaving before, punching Luffy in the face. But this time, Naruto's lightning-fast speed lost its effect, and Luffy seemed as slow as walking. Bang! Naruto threw a punch, but Luffy, who was at ease, grabbed his fist with one hand. A gust of wind blew, lifting Luffy's bangs in front of his forehead, and his eyes looked even more piercing. "Did you enjoy beating my little brother just now?" Hearing this, Naruto suddenly had an ominous premonition. Sure enough, the next moment, Luffy said nothing more, and clenched his other fist. The veins on the back of his hand and arm were all bulging. You can imagine how angry Luffy was at this moment. Then, he punched out. Bang! A gust of wind burst out, and Naruto's figure disappeared on the spot, leaving only half of the tree root on the ground. At the critical moment, Naruto finally escaped with the substitution technique, avoiding the happiness of losing his lower body. But Naruto's face did not look good, but turned pale. It turned out that he took a big step just now, and then unfortunately pulled his balls. For this, Naruto really wanted to cry but had no tears. Today is really a sad day for his balls. Ahem, because today is Singles Day, so I wrote this, ahem, I wish all boys are eunuchs except me, and girls are lesbians, that's it, don't thank me, please call me Red Scarf. Chapter 488 Naruto is going to lose? After a round of mutual injury, Naruto and Luffy stared at each other vigilantly at this time. Because they felt the pain in their balls, the two of them tacitly stopped using this kind of despicable attack. After all, it's better to leave a way out for others so that they can meet again in the future. If one of them accidentally kills the other's life, it will really be an irreconcilable feud. The two looked at each other, and the smell of gunpowder between them became stronger. The momentum on their bodies became stronger and stronger, as if two typhoons collided, generating an extremely strong airflow. Rustle! Rustle! The surrounding trees shook violently, and leaves fell from the branches. When the first leaf fell to the ground between the two, Luffy and Naruto seemed to have a telepathic connection. A gleam of light flashed in their eyes, and they stepped at the same time, shooting out like flying swords. The speed of the two was comparable, and it was difficult for ordinary people to see their figures. Fortunately, everyone present was very strong, and even Kochi, who was slightly inferior in strength, could barely keep up. Naruto and Luffy stuck together, punching and kicking each other, punching and kicking, making a series of bangs. Naruto, needless to say, had the nine tails chakra flowing out continuously, and some injuries would heal quickly, comparable to the life of Xiao Qiang. As for Luffy, he has the characteristics of a rubber man, and Naruto doesn't have armament haki, so he is directly immune to Naruto's attack, allowing the opponent's fists to rain down on him without feeling any pain. The two fought faster and faster, waving a series of phantoms, hitting from the east to the west, and then from the west back to the east. Wherever they went, the ground couldn't stand such a frenzied battle, and cracks appeared one after another, spreading like snakes in all directions. Looking at the intact Luffy, Naruto couldn't help but think in his heart. Damn! How can this guy be so durable? He beat me so hard that my fists are sore. At the same time, Luffy looked at the energetic Naruto and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Is this guy made of diamond? How can he be so durable? As the protagonists, the two are not weak at all, and every punch has the power to split rocks and break jade. Unfortunately, they also have the characteristics of being indestructible. If they fight like this, they may not be able to decide the winner for 3 days and 3 nights. Seeing this, Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely. In order to avoid this from happening, he knew that it was his turn to step in. Naruto, Luffy, if you still can't decide the winner within half an hour, I will consider it a draw. As soon as Yang Ming said this, the two of them stopped fighting temporarily. Naruto was even more sad. Brother, how could you do this to me? You know, Yang Ming said before that Naruto would lose even if it was a draw. Of course, Luffy is not the kind of person who will do anything to win. In this case, he is even more eager to fight. In that case, I won't be polite. Luffy seemed to see victory coming to him, and declared this with confidence. Luffy put his 2 thumbs into his mouth, bit his skin with force, and then exhaled suddenly. Gear 3. Accompanied by Luffy's loud shout, a scene that shocked Naruto happened. Luffy's arms swelled up rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a balloon, and became extremely thick, like a giant's arm. Of course, as the arms became thicker, the strength also increased exponentially, becoming extremely terrifying. Luffy grinned, and 2 rows of white teeth gleamed. Sorry, I'm sure to win this time. Luffy threw his arms back, but ran towards Naruto. Halfway through, Luffy suddenly retracted the giant's arm, and with the help of the characteristics of rubber, it collapsed like a skyscraper, and the terrifying shadow filled Naruto's vision. One punch, breaking the sky. Whoosh! Rumble! Wherever the giant's arm passed, the air first made a sharp sound of breaking wind, and then burst into a low roar like an engine, resounding throughout the world. It's a long story, but Luffy is now in Gear 2, and his speed is amazing. All these changes happen in the blink of an eye, and you will miss them if you are not careful. Experts compete, and every second is extremely precious. Naruto has no time to use the substitution technique, but when he wants to dodge, he finds helplessly that Luffy's giant fist is extremely huge, and he has already all directions of escape are locked. Since there is no escape, you can only fight to the death. Naruto's face suddenly changed, and his expression became extremely solemn. The 9 tails chakra in his body flowed out continuously like the roaring yellow river. The scarlet color of the chakra clothes outside his body became more intense, forming the first layer of protective film. Naruto only had time to protect his chest with both hands, and the 2 giant fists were already whistling at him. The heavy air pressure made Naruto almost breathless. Bang! Like the sound of a dusk drum, a loud sound vibrated in the air, and the terrifying sound waves spread around like waves. Even the air seemed unable to withstand such pressure, showing layers of wavy folds. With the 2 fighting as the center, the strong airflow whistled in all directions. The tall trees around them shook violently at first, and then they could no longer move away from the huge force. After a while, the roots below were exposed to the air, and then they were uprooted and swept away in the direction of the wind. As the center of this pressure, Naruto, as the main person, felt the terrifying power like the sky falling. Pull, scratch, crack. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, Naruto's legs sank into the ground, and the ground instantly cracked into spider-web-like cracks. Then, as if a red carpet was lifted, the road surface was overturned fiercely, revealing the yellow mud underneath. Creak, creak. Naruto clenched his teeth, his face flushed, and his veins popped out. It was obvious that he had used all his strength. But in front of Luffy's 2 terrifying giant fists, Naruto, who only grew 3 9-tails chakra tails, seemed to be able to stop the car with 1 arm. Like a dam leaking, the terrifying power was all released, and Naruto could no longer resist it. He was like a kite with a broken string, and was blown out by a punch. Puff! In midair, even with the amazing self-healing ability of the 9-tails chakra, Naruto still couldn't bear the injuries in his body. He suddenly spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood, and the blood beads fell like cherry blossoms, leaving a few points of red on the ground. What a strong power! Naruto covered his chest, and his momentum was erratic, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, like a malfunctioning light bulb flashing. How can I lose here? Stinky Fox, give me strength! At this moment, Naruto's clothes on his body were torn apart. Chapter 489 Your gay friend will fall in love with you. How can I lose in this place? Stinky Fox, give me strength! At this moment, Naruto's clothes on his body broke apart. Naruto's pupils turned into the eyes of the 9 tails, and chakra tails appeared behind him. After more than 3 tails, Naruto's control over his body became weaker and weaker, and he might lose control at any time and then transform into a tailed beast. This is not something Naruto can decide now, because the power of the 9 tails itself is too terrifying. With Naruto's current elite ninja ability, it is too difficult to control. In the prison where Naruto's body was sealed, the 9 tails suddenly opened his eyes. Naruto, you only have 10 seconds. After this time, I will be released. 10 seconds. Naruto clenched his teeth. He could feel the surging power in his body, like a mad dragon running around in his body. Enough. Bang. Naruto quickly made a seal, and a clone appeared beside him to quickly make a raise nan for him. When 9 chakra tails appeared behind Naruto, Naruto groaned and injected the excess chakra in his body into the raised nan that was taking shape in his hand. With the infusion of a large amount of scarlet chakra, the originally sky blue spherical raised nan began to be stained with a layer of scarlet, which symbolized an unknown ominous sign. The entire body also expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, from the original fist size to a large raised nan the size of a badminton court. Take my move! Naruto's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he shouted, super large raised nan. Naruto ran quickly for a while, then jumped up with force, and fell from the sky like an eagle catching a chick. The huge raised nan in his hand made him look as majestic as a heavenly soldier. It's a long story, but all this happened within 2 or 3 seconds after Luffy punched Naruto away. Although Luffy's giant fist in the third gear is amazingly powerful, it is difficult to use his arms flexibly after swinging it out. Luffy pulled his arm back with difficulty. Facing the huge raised nan, he was not angry but happy. Just as a rubber balloon is easy to burst if it is overinflated, although Luffy's third gear is strong, it has a biggest flaw, which is that it is too short. Once he retreats to the third gear, Luffy's height will shrink dramatically and become the height of an elementary school student, which is very disadvantageous for fighting. Seeing Naruto seeking a decisive battle, how can Luffy not be happy? Luffy, like before, swung his fists again, as if to pierce the sky. One up, one down, a strong collision. Like Mars hitting the Earth, in just a short moment, a violent explosion broke out. Boom! A louder collision than before erupted, and as soon as they fought, a strong wind whistled in, raising waves on the nearby beach. Ah! At this moment, violent chakra kept pouring out of Naruto's body, and all the clothes on his body were torn apart, revealing a strong body of muscles. 3 seconds left. Naruto's face became extremely solemn, and he used all his strength to press his hand down as much as possible. Suddenly, Luffy below felt more exhausted, and blood broke out on his arm, and blood flowed down his arm, which looked shocking. 2 seconds left. Naruto's heart was ruthless, and he shouted, explode. Under Naruto's control, a huge raised nan as big as a badminton court burst into a dazzling brilliance at this moment, as if at this moment, this light was the only one left in the world. The light, like a tide, submerged Naruto and Luffy in the blink of an eye. They were like fish and shrimp submerged in the sea, unable to struggle. Yang Ming and his companions, who were watching the battle, felt the dazzling light coming and could not help but cover their eyes with their hands to avoid being directly exposed to the strong light. When the light faded, Yang Ming and others were able to see the situation on the scene. In the center of the battle, an oval pit appeared. The originally yellow soil was burned by the terrifying power and turned black. Smoke was emitted from the edges. A gust of wind blew through the pit, accompanied by a heat wave. You can imagine how amazing the temperature inside was. Ha, ha! Naruto supported his knees and stood up tremblingly, but he couldn't even straighten his waist, but he still showed a bright smile on his face. But he was happy for a short time, and the smile froze on his face. Because at this time, Luffy, whose body was reduced to the height of an elementary school student, also climbed out of the pit. The two looked at each other, neither of them giving in, but there was a feeling of mutual sympathy in their hearts. Naruto sighed in his heart and smiled bitterly, it seems that I really lost. After that, Naruto's feet softened and he fell to the ground. But when he fell to the ground, he heard the sound of a heavy object falling. Naruto raised his head with difficulty, and his expression became extremely wonderful. It turned out that Luffy also collapsed to the ground powerlessly. If Naruto had insisted a little more just now, I'm afraid the ending would be completely different. Naruto. Yang Ming came to Naruto leisurely, took out a chrysanthemum from his arms and handed it to him, with a half-smile on his face. Since you lost, you have to admit defeat and eat this. Gurgle. Naruto felt that a disaster was about to happen. He swallowed hard and asked with a frustrated face. Brother, can I ask what will happen if I eat it? You will know after you eat it. Yang Ming said with a smile. Naruto tilted his neck, closed his eyes, and with a glimmer of luck, he opened his mouth and stuffed the chrysanthemum into his mouth. Ugh! It tastes so bad. When the chrysanthemum completely fell into Naruto's stomach, a piece of information came into Naruto's mind, letting him know what the function of this chrysanthemum was. Bending chrysanthemum, your gay friends will fall in love with you. Puff. Seeing this information, Naruto's face suddenly turned purple, and he suddenly opened his mouth and retched, hoping to spit out the chrysanthemum inside. Unfortunately, it was produced by the system, so Naruto could not spit it out. Once it entered his body, it was digested instantly, and Naruto just vomited some bitter water. It's over. It's over. What should I do now? At this moment, Naruto felt so desperate. Naruto's best friend is undoubtedly Sasuke. Once Naruto returns to the Naruto world from the One Piece world, Sasuke will look at him differently. How can they play happily together? Naruto almost fainted in the toilet. Now, 1 win and 1 loss, only 1 round left. At this time, Sanji took a big puff of a cigarette, walked out, and pointed at Yang Ming. Master, why don't we play a round? Hey? Yang Ming was confused. He didn't expect Sanji to challenge him. It was really unexpected. Chapter 490 I will just watch you pretending to be cool. Sanji wanted to challenge Yang Ming, actually he wanted to win back a game in force. Before this, Sanji had been completely defeated by Yang Ming in cooking, but he was still a little bit unconvinced in his proud heart. Because he had never seen Yang Ming fight, Sanji had no way of judging his opponent's strength, just like a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, because of ignorance, so fearless. When Sanji's challenge declaration just fell, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. For Yang Ming and his group, they hadn't seen boss Yang Ming fight for a long time, and memories appeared in their eyes. Back then, Uchiha Madara was so arrogant and powerful, but he was defeated by Yang Ming. Orochimaru was a wise man and a rare genius in the world. After meeting Yang Ming, he embarked on an unfortunate path in life. Not only did a big relative come, but he also became a woman and gave birth to a baby, and since then he has been a nanny. Although Yang Ming's actions were few and far between, each time was shocking and fascinating. As for the others, Pluto Rayleigh's eyes flashed a gleam of light. Can we finally unveil the mystery of this young man? At this moment, Yang Ming has become the focus of attention on the scene, waiting for him to speak. Sanji was uneasy in his heart, and he kicked his black leather shoes on the spot, making a crisp sound. For Sanji, waiting for Yang Ming's answer seemed to have lasted for a century. Just when he thought Yang Ming was going to refuse, a voice like heavenly sound came. Then come on. Yang Ming said calmly, then waved his hand, I will only use 10% of my strength. Yang Ming said this without blushing, as if it was true. But in fact, only Yang Ming himself understood that he was only a jonin now, and he had mastered very few ninjutsu. Once the battle started, he would probably be exposed. In order to avoid this embarrassing situation, Yang Ming had to pretend to be a tiger and eat pigs. Do you think others will not believe it? That's wrong. And it's a big mistake. After seeing Yang Ming's powerful subordinates, others will only imagine Yang Ming's strength to be very terrifying, not very weak. Because they firmly believe that a sheep cannot lead a group of lions. 10% of strength. Sanji murmured in a low voice, and his originally nervous mood was relieved. If he still loses like this, then he is really convinced. Sanji pulled out the cigarette from his mouth and threw it on the ground, then stepped on it with one foot to extinguish the remaining fire. His bangs fluttered in front of his forehead, and his eyes became extremely sharp. In that case, Sanji bent his legs, and his center of gravity suddenly moved down, gathering the terrifying explosive power under his feet. I won't be polite. Bang! A roar of a cannonball suddenly appeared, and Sanji came to Yang Ming's side like an arrow from a string, and his legs whipped out like an axe whip, and there was a bursting sound in the air. Head meat kick. A strong wind blew on Yang Ming's face like a blade, and the black leather shoes kept magnifying in his eyes. When he saw that he was about to be kicked in the face, Yang Ming stretched out an arm to block it leisurely. Iron block. Armament haki. The black grease on Yang Ming's outstretched arm quickly spread, and then caught up with Sanji's leg kick. Bang! Just like a flesh and blood body kicking a steel plate, Sanji only felt that he kicked an extremely hard object, and a sharp piercing pain surged into his heart. Hiss! It hurts. Sanji took a breath of cold air, and quickly retracted his leg as if he was electrocuted, looking at Yang Ming speechlessly. Master, is this the 10% strength you promised? Yang Ming put his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, silently gave himself a thumbs up in his heart, and then said calmly. What do you think? From beginning to end, Yang Ming's face was not red, his heart was not beating, and his breathing was normal, as if what he said was the truth. Yang Ming's armament haki and Navy 6 styles were all copied directly by Yang Ming with the Sharingan when Uchiha Itachi taught them to everyone before. He didn't expect to have the opportunity to use them now. This is only 10% of your strength. If you burst out with all your strength, won't you be able to defeat the sky, the earth, and the air in an instant? Sanji felt that 10,000 creatures named Nima were running past him, and his mouth twitched fiercely. However, Sanji had fought against opponents with iron blocks before. Just as a swordsman has the power to cut steel, Sanji also has a kick that can kick steel to pieces. Sanji took a deep breath, moved his feet quickly, took a few small steps, and then suddenly exerted force, like a tiger descending from the mountain, with great momentum. Kebab kick! Sanji moved silently and quickly like a bat, constantly appearing around Yang Ming. Because of his speed, it gave people an illusion that Sanji could clone himself. There were Sanji's figures in front, behind, left, and right. His legs kicked quickly, and a series of sounds like firecrackers bursting in the air. Crackling! Crackling! Under such a fast attack, Yang Ming couldn't keep up with Sanji's movements unless he turned his whole body into a block of iron. Obviously, Yang Ming's physical skills were not enough for him to do this. Under Sanji's fierce attack, he was as fragile and tiny as a butterfly in a storm. However, want to compete with Yang Ming in speed? Sanji must be funny, right? Don't forget that Yang Ming is the man who possesses the Flying Thunder God. In just a blink of an eye, Sanji was shocked to find that Yang Ming, who was covered by his kick, seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Sanji couldn't stop his attack and could only let his attack fall on the ground where Yang Ming was. With a bang, a deep pit was instantly smashed on the ground, and spider web-like cracks appeared around it. Where is he? Sanji's heart tightened, and his eyes swept around sharply, but soon, he couldn't help but be stunned. Originally, Sanji thought that Yang Ming was so elusive that he must be trying to sneak attack him and directly establish the victory, so Sanji was so nervous and tried his best to search for Yang Ming's location. But what he never expected was that Yang Ming's behavior was far beyond his expectations. Instead of seizing the opportunity to attack, he stood aside calmly. By the way, Yang Ming had taken a cup of black tea from somewhere and was enjoying it leisurely. The black tea was obviously just brewed, with wisps of white smoke curling around, which made Yang Ming look calm and relaxed. Damn! This is all right. Seeing this, Sanji was struck by lightning, and he was in a state of panic, staring at Yang Ming in a daze. Let me ask you, who else can do such a cool thing except Yang Ming? Who else? Chapter 491, I admire Yang Ming even if my grandmother doesn't need to help me. Sanji opened his eyes wide, and looked at Yang Ming drinking black tea in silence, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Master, what are you doing? Ha! Yang Ming exhaled with satisfaction. This cup of black tea that Xiaoqi had just brewed was made from the best tea that local nobles had specially provided to the celestial dragons. It had a pure and rich taste, but it would not make people sick easily. The aroma was just right, and it was best to drink it while it was hot. Yang Ming wiped his mouth leisurely, and then he had time to answer Sanji. Oh, I'm just a little thirsty. Sanji. Sanji never expected that Yang Ming had easily dodged his attack just now, and even took out a cup of black tea to drink. He simply didn't take him seriously. Sanji gritted his teeth, and his face suddenly sank. Asshole! Is that your reason? You're fighting me. Calm down, be calm. Yang Ming put down the teacup and waved at Sanji, look at you, you're so impatient. Fighting is like cooking. Be calm and elegant. Yang Ming spoke in a set of words, which shocked everyone. Calm down, be elegant. Sanji stomped his feet heavily, and rushed forward like a cannonball. This time, Sanji decided to beat Yang Ming and let him know why the flowers are so red. But who knows? Facing Sanji's attack, Yang Ming calmly showed a half smile. Then, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated, and Yang Ming disappeared instantly. Come again. Sanji was cautious this time, and he immediately retracted his legs when he saw this. Unfortunately, this time the situation was beyond Sanji's expectations again, and he saw that the endless road in the world was the routine of Master Yang Ming. Whoosh! A slight sound of breaking wind sounded, and Yang Ming's figure suddenly appeared behind Sanji, and he half crouched on the ground. The Flying Thunder God rewarded by the system to Yang Ming was the most perfect ninjutsu. When Sanji attacked before, Yang Ming left a Flying Thunder God technique behind Sanji. At this time, Yang Ming followed this technique and came behind Sanji easily. When Naruto saw the seals of Yang Ming's hands, his face suddenly became strange, and his eyes couldn't help but recall bad memories. Thinking back, Kakashi seemed to use this trick to teach him to be a new person, right? Yang Ming half crouched on the ground, completely ignoring the strange looks of others, and gently sent his hand forward. 1,000 years. Kill. When Yang Ming's finger thrust forward, Sanji's face suddenly changed. First, there was a heart-wrenching pain, followed by an inexplicable shyness, and finally anger. Ah! Sanji didn't know whether he was shouting in joy or pain. He felt terrible, like an arrow shot from a string. This young man. Pluto Rayleigh blushed, pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and twitched his mouth. Really, I don't know how to evaluate. Seeing this, Luffy's neck shrank, and he was extremely grateful in his heart. Fortunately, my opponent just now was not Yang Ming, otherwise I would be as miserable as Sanji. When thinking of Sanji's tragic experience, even though Luffy had the characteristics of a rubber man, his lower body tightened and felt extremely uncomfortable. As the person involved, Sanji was hit 100 times harder. At this time, he covered his buttocks and felt so painful. Tears were about to come out. Sanji stared at Yang Ming fiercely, his eyes as sharp as those of a beast, like two sharp blades stabbing straight at him. If looks could kill, Yang Ming would have died countless times by now. Asshole, is this what you said? Fighting should be as calm and elegant as cooking. Are you kidding me? It seems. Yang Ming raised his lips, revealing a devilish smile in Sanji's eyes. You haven't learned your lesson yet. Before the last word fell, Yang Ming used Flying Thunder God to disappear on the spot, and the last word came from behind Sanji. Come again. Sanji froze, goosebumps all over his body, but the speed of Flying Thunder God was extremely fast, which could instantly allow people to cross the distance of space to reach the location of the technique engraving. Only with a speed close to the speed of sound could it be possible to resist Yang Ming's attack. Unfortunately, Sanji is not what he will be in a few years. Although he is very fast, he is still a long way from the speed of sound. Therefore, when Sanji just took a step and tried to dodge, Yang Ming's attack came again. With a puff, Yang Ming's 1,000 years of killing hit the target without a doubt. Ugh! This time, the familiar heart-wrenching pain came again. Sanji groaned, bit a tooth, and then the whole person was knocked out again. It's so miserable. Seeing this, Naruto felt the same way, and felt a dull pain in his lower body. Only by experiencing the 1,000 years of killing created by Kakashi in person, you will know what kind of sultry soul is under Kakashi's skin. Since that time, Naruto dared not provoke Kakashi, lest Kakashi reward him with 1,000 years of killing when he was unhappy. That was really unspeakable sadness, more miserable than a pain in the balls. Just now, Naruto saw Sanji still being stubborn, and he had already guessed the ending in his heart. At this moment, he could only sigh at him. Why do you have to do this? Sanji got up from the ground tremblingly, his legs trembling. Even if he stood up, he seemed like he would fall down at any time. Damn! Sanji was about to curse, but suddenly saw Yang Ming showing a half-smile again, and was immediately terrified. Wait, what do you want to do? When he saw Yang Ming disappear on the spot with Flying Thunder God again, Sanji's pupils shrank immediately, and he didn't care about his trembling legs, and ran away in a panic, hoping to escape the disaster. What a naive person! Pretending to be cool is like the wind, always with me. No matter how far Sanji ran, Yang Ming could appear behind Sanji at any time and anywhere with the technique left behind Sanji. 1,000 years. Kill. Another hit, Sanji wailed miserably again. Yang Ming looked at Sanji, who was in pain, with a blue face and white lips, and shook his head. Will you surrender? Sanji stretched his neck. I'd rather die than surrender. 1,000 years. Kill. Ah. Later, Yang Ming just made the 1,000 years kill gesture, and Sanji seemed to see the most terrifying thing in the world. He could no longer bear the pain in his body, and his eyes suddenly went black, and he fainted instantly. Looking at the fallen Sanji, Yang Ming shook his head. Why are you so stubborn? Chapter 492 Cooking Boiled Fish. The best of 3 competition ended with Yang Ming's victory. Luffy and his crew could only watch others enjoying beggar's chicken with relish. It was so uncomfortable, just like a bachelor watching others show affection, and his heart was cold. Because Naruto had secretly eaten it before, the remaining beggar's chicken was seriously reduced, and Yang Ming and his crew did not eat enough, and they all looked to Yang Ming for help. "Boss, just make another dish." "Boss, we don't ask for a raise or promotion, we just want to eat some more delicious food." "Boss, for our hard work, please give us another one." Watching his employees making a fuss, Yang Ming shrugged and had no way to refuse. After all, this trip to the One Piece world was equivalent to giving his employees a holiday to travel. Coincidentally, before this, Yang Ming had just completed a system task, and the reward was a recipe for boiled fish. Yang Ming took out the money he had robbed from the auction and gave it to Bai, asking him to buy some freshwater fish and bean sprouts first. This is the Chebaodi archipelago, where ingredients from all over the world gather, and these things can be easily purchased. While waiting for Bai Meikei to come back, Yang Ming was not idle either, and used the kitchen of Xiaqi Bar to do some preliminary work. Because there were many people, Yang Ming was lucky to find a big pot this time, and then started to wash the peppers. Boiled fish requires there were a lot of peppers, and the pot was big enough, so Yang Ming took 2 or 3 pounds of peppers this time and cut them one by one on the chopping board. In fact, the peppers don't need to be cut much, but after cutting, the spiciness inside will be better squeezed out, making the whole pot of boiled fish more spicy. The Chebaodi archipelago is surrounded by the sea, and the weather is wet and cold. Eating boiled fish is the best. The common seaside syndrome can be well relieved by eating this dish. When the peppers were almost processed, Bai Ma came back without stopping, holding a big bag in both hands, and the bag was wet and smelled of fish. "Bai, are the freshwater fish you bought fresh?" Bai nodded. "Boss, don't worry, these are all the freshest fish." Yang Ming asked this for a reason. Boiled fish seems to be a primitive method, but the actual workmanship is very sophisticated, and fresh and lively live fish must be selected. In this way, not only can the peppers fully exert their effects of keeping out the cold, replenishing qi and nourishing blood, but also remove the fishy smell and keep the fish fresh. At the same time, the cooked meat will not become tough at all, and the taste is smooth and tender, and oily but not greasy. Generally, when eating boiled fish, just take a bite of the fish meat to see if it is smooth enough to know whether it is fresh. After all, some unscrupulous merchants use freshwater fish to save costs, and the meat tastes a bit dry. Yang Ming is naturally not a black-hearted boss. As a chef, even if he can't use the best ingredients provided by the system, he must strictly treat every cooking process. Because the devil is always in the details, if one link is wrong, it will affect the final dish. Yang Ming killed and cleaned the fish, chopped off the head and tail, and chopped the remaining fish fillets into several pieces. Then, Yang Ming laid the fish flat, took out the dragon-slaying knife, and used a sharp knife to separate the 2 large pieces of fish meat and the fish fillets flatly, and then continued to cut the 2 large pieces of fish meat into appropriate fish fillets. The dragon-slaying knife is sharp, not to mention fish bones, even cow bones can be cut easily, so Yang Ming cuts very easily and comfortably, as if he is in an empty space. During the whole process, Yang Ming seemed to have practiced it countless times, and his knife skills were smooth and pleasing to the eye. The cut fish slices were crystal clear, and each slice was as thin as a gauze dress. When you pick it up, you can still see the scene behind. Yang Ming put the cut fish slices in a basin, mixed them with a little salt, cooking wine, cornstarch, and egg white, let these seasonings fully penetrate into it, and then put them aside for marinating. The taste of the fish meat is marinated in the front, so you can't consider seasoning again later like the general method, you have to marinate it thoroughly. You can see that after a layer of egg white covers the fish slices, it looks a little shiny under the light. At this time, Yang Ming boiled a small pot of water, washed the bought bean sprouts, put them in boiling water, and then scooped them into a large basin and sprinkled a little salt in it. In boiled fish, bean sprouts are like a lubricant, which can add a refreshing taste to a single dish and prevent people from getting tired of it. After doing all this, Yang Ming took the big pot he had prepared before and added 3 times the amount of oil he usually uses for cooking. After the oil was hot, Yang Ming added the chopped peppers he had prepared before to stir fry, and then added ginger, garlic, onions, peppercorns, chili powder, and dried red peppers and stir-fried them over medium and low heat. With so many spices stir-fried, the spicy smell roared like a gust of wind, and the refreshing fragrance seemed to make people feel like they were in the ocean, and their whole body and mind were enveloped by the fragrance. Didn't you see that even Bai, who was standing at the door of the kitchen, was drooling? After the flavor came out, it was the turn of the fish head, tail, and fish fillets that had been removed before to be put in first. Yang Ming turned to high heat and stirred evenly, and added a dazzling array of condiments. These fish heads, tails and fish fillets are the basis for cooking soup. With them, boiled fish will be more delicious, instead of simply adding fish slices. When eating boiled fish outside, people usually take these things away before serving and use them as the base of the next boiled fish. Ahem, I didn't reveal anything. Yang Ming continued to stir fry for a while, then added some hot water, and when the water boiled, kept the fire high and put the fish slices in one by one. The amount of water for cooking fish should not be too much, just enough to cover the fish slices after putting them in. After cooking, pour them into the pot, and some of the fish slices should be exposed outside. After Yang Ming used chopsticks to separate the sticky fish slices, he turned off the fire after a few minutes. Then, Yang Ming poured the cooked fish and all the soup into the large pot that just contained bean sprouts. At this time, Yang Ming took another clean pot, poured in oil and heated it, turned off the heat and let it cool, then added peppercorns and dried chilies, and slowly fried them over low heat to bring out the aroma of peppercorns and chilies. Before cooking the fish, fry some peppercorns and chilies first. When cooking, the red pigment in the chilies can be fully extracted, making the oil red and bright. During this process, Yang Ming paid great attention to the size of the heat to avoid burning it. Never stir-fry peppercorns or anything else into a paste, because it is fried in oil, and never use high heat, otherwise it will all be burnt, affecting your appetite and not good for your health. When the color of the chilies is about to change, Yang Ming immediately turn off the fire, pour the oil and peppers in the pot into the large basin containing the fish. When it is done, the red peppers are bright and pleasing to the eyes. Yang Ming tasted it and felt that it was spicy but not dry, numb but not bitter, commonly known as numbness, spicy and addictive. No wonder boiled fish is so popular in the world. Chapter 493 Boiled fish loved by thousands of people. During the cooking process of boiled fish, wisps of spicy aroma slowly drifted out along the ventilation ducts, fell into the air, and attracted the attention of all creatures. Whether it was the seagulls flying in the sky or the birds and beasts in the surrounding trees, when they smelled the fragrance, they seemed to be unable to control their bodies and moved towards Syaki bar like puppets. Gilu! 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 Some passers-by occasionally passed by here, and when they smelled this fragrance, their eyes almost popped out, and they looked up in ecstasy, trying their best to smell this fragrance in their breath, wishing to inhale it all into their lungs. Oh my god! It smells so good! Whose dish is this? How can it smell so good? Many passers-by followed the direction of the fragrance, unconsciously took steps, and walked towards Syaki Ripoff bar step by step. When they arrived at the door of the bar, because this place was too famous, many people in the Chebayati archipelago saw this, their faces suddenly changed, and they no longer had any appreciation. They just sighed secretly, with a kind of regret that flowers were stuck in cow dung, and left reluctantly. After all, Syaki Ripoff bar, casually selling a bottle of beer costs hundreds of thousands, which can be said to be very black-hearted. They can't imagine whether this is a new way for this bar to cheat people. Of course, as a transit point on the Grand Line, the Sabayati archipelago is not short of daring pirates or criminals. Many criminals were eager to go in and make a fortune, and eat this delicious dish. But before they were ready to do anything, they suddenly felt a chill all over their bodies, as if they were being stared at by a predator, and got goosebumps. They all looked back and saw a short winter melon dressed in the uniform of a pirate ship captain, with a cigar in his mouth, and two bodyguards in suits standing beside him, walking forward with their legs splayed, with extraordinary momentum. Although this short winter melon was not good looking and had a very pretentious feeling, the criminals and ordinary people present were shocked when they saw him. He was Capone Beeg, one of the 11 supernovas, who possessed the fortified city fruit, and his bounty was 138 million. Capone looked at the people around him with disdain, and they immediately scattered like birds and beasts, running away in fear. Humph! Capone snorted, adjusted his pirate captain's uniform, and then straightened his waist, looked dignified, and walked to Syaki bar with his legs splayed. The two black-clad bodyguards beside him took a small step forward and opened the door for him. Then, the two bowed respectfully and made a gesture of invitation. "Boss, please come in." "Yes." Capone took a deep puff of his cigar, and walked in with a swaggering look of being the boss. But what surprised him was that this place was too strange. Wherever he went, he was like a walking disaster in human form. Everyone was afraid of him and wished that his parents had 2 more legs. However, now, the people in Xiaqi bar ignored his presence, as if he was air, and surrounded him one by one, and the sound of slurping kept coming from inside. As for the spicy smell that even Capone was moved by, it came from here. Whenever Capone smelled this fragrance, he was intoxicated. Because he was too short, he couldn't see what was inside even if he stood on tiptoe. In desperation, Capone had to take out his pistol and fired several shots into the sky. Bang! 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 The gunshots were deafening. Seeing that 3 bullets were about to hit the ceiling, a fish man wearing an Ultraman costume suddenly spit out a stream of water in this direction. With a puff, the water column was like a gun, rushing into the bullets first, invisibly protecting the ceiling from disaster. How could I let you destroy this place? Kisame was unhappy. First, it was Capone who disturbed him while he was eating. In this short time, Naruto and Luffy, the foodies, swallowed a lot of fish slices. Second, he knew that Yang Ming and his group were staying here, but the proprietress Xiaqi was particularly black-hearted. If the bar was damaged because of them, they would definitely be blackmailed for a large sum of money. Kisame walked in front of Capone like a dragon and a tiger. Compared with Capone, who was short and thick, Kisame was like an adult facing a child, with great pressure. Kisame looked down at Capone, his eyes did not hide his contempt. You, a short guy, dare to mess around? Hey! Without waiting for Capone to respond, the 2 black-clad bodyguards behind him suddenly jumped up, one on the left and one on the right, surrounded Kisame on both sides, each holding Ahe drew out his sharp weapon and stabbed Kisame straight at him. However, to their surprise, Kisame's strength far exceeded their imagination. Bang! Bang! Crack! Crack! The 2 black-clad bodyguards felt a flash in front of their eyes, and a black shadow rushed over. Their bodies were hit hard as if by a heavy hammer, and they were immediately seriously injured. Their bones were broken into pieces, and they flew out of the bar like an arrow from a string, and fell heavily on the ground. What a fast speed! Seeing that his 2 proud men were killed in an instant, Capone's pupils shrank suddenly. When he came to his senses, he saw that Kisame had a strange weapon in his hand, and his whole body was wrapped in bandages. It was this weapon that had just knocked Capone's men away with a stick. From the time Kisame attacked to the time everything ended, it happened in a flash, making Capone dizzy and unable to keep up with Kisame's rhythm. Now, even a fool would know that he had kicked a steel plate. Capone knew something was wrong, and his brain raced, hoping to resolve the misunderstanding. Master, actually what should I say to resolve the other party's hostility? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through Capone's mind, and he blurted out. I'm here to make soy sauce. Hey, even a child wouldn't believe this lie, right? Kisame's mouth twitched, and in Capone's horrified eyes, he swung out same hata again. Since you want to make soy sauce, I'll give you a ride. Just like playing golf, the short and fat Capone was like a small ball, and was hit away by Kisame. In the sky, Capone took a quick glance and finally knew what the food that attracted him to come was. It turned out to be a pot of boiled fish. With a bang, Capone fell to the ground with his face facing the sky. He felt that all the bones in his body were broken and his body was numb. Hey, it turns out that this is a person. To be able to grow so short, he is also a talent. Capone only felt a shadow covering the sky, and a face came into his eyes. But when he saw who it was, Capone felt like he was going to have a heart attack. Oh my god, how did he come? Chapter 494, Boiled Fish Attracts the 4 Emperors. Capone only felt a shadow covering the sky, and a face came into his eyes. But when he saw who it was, Capone felt like he was going to have a heart attack. Oh my god, how did he come? As one of the 11 supernovas, Capone thought he would not accept it even if the king came, but when he saw this person, he was instantly stunned and his whole body began to tremble. This man had a mature uncle's face, with a head of red hair that was particularly eye-catching. When he smiled, he showed a row of clean white teeth, looking very pure, like a child. Such a seemingly ordinary man, but because of a name, he was engraved with the mark of legend, making the 4 seas terrified, and he was also regarded as a great enemy by the navy. That's right, he is one of the 4 emperors who ruled the second half of the Grand Line, red-haired Shanks. Capone didn't care about the pain, and stood up with a timid look on his face. Why are you here? Shanks ignored him, even if the other party was a supernova, but in his eyes, he was like an ant, instead he waved to the person behind him. "Long time no see, Deputy Captain." Capone's pupil shrank, and he felt that he was not well. The four emperors actually spoke in such a humble tone. Who was behind him? Capone looked back and saw an old man with silver hair coming with a smile on his face. "Shanks, long time no see." This man was Pluto Rayleigh, who was staying in Shaky's bar. Pluto Rayleigh was the vice-captain of the Pirate King, and the now famous red-haired Shanks was just an apprentice sailor on the Pirate King's ship. When the two met at this time, they were like good friends who had not seen each other for many years. They were particularly enthusiastic, which made Capone sweat coldly after seeing it, and he ran away immediately. Shanks and the others just glanced at his departure and ignored it. Rayleigh looked at Shanks and found that he came alone without his subordinates. He couldn't help but wonder. "Why did you want to meet an old man like me?" "This." Shanks looked embarrassed. He couldn't possibly say that he had left his men and ran here because he smelled the aroma of boiled fish cooked by Yang Ming from afar, right? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to Shanks, and he blurted out. "I heard that not long ago, a new pirate with the highest bounty in history was going to hold a food conference here, so I came to take a look and ask you for information." "Oh, what a coincidence." Pluto Rayleigh pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose. "The man you are talking about is in the bar." Shanks. He never thought that Yang Ming was actually in Xiaqi bar, and the aroma that attracted him was the boiled fish cooked by Yang Ming. Walking into the bar, Shanks spotted Luffy at a glance. After all, it was he who gave Luffy the straw hat. But Luffy didn't notice Shanks, because he was fighting with Naruto, a foodie, for the boiled fish, and they were full of gunpowder and were about to have a big fight if they didn't agree. Shanks didn't rush to recognize Luffy, but instead looked at Yang Ming, who was wearing a chef's uniform, with interest. He just came out of the kitchen and brought another pot of boiled fish to the table. Yang Ming's photo had already been published in the newspaper with the bounty order, so Shanks naturally recognized Yang Ming. Shanks originally thought that this rookie with the highest bounty in history must have done something that angered the heavens and the people, so the world government offered a huge reward. But now it seems that seeing is worse than hearing. Yang Ming behaved like an ordinary chef, without a trace of evil spirit. If it weren't for the bounty order, it would be impossible to fake it. Shanks almost couldn't believe that this was Yang Ming himself. Surprised. Looking at Shanks, who was confused, Pluto Rayleigh smiled as expected. He was also shocked at the beginning. As he said that, Rayleigh pulled the red-haired man to find an empty seat and sat down. Come on, let's try Yang Ming's cooking skills." Gurgle. Shanks looked at the hot-boiled fish, with thin slices of fish placed on the top layer, and bright red peppers surrounding it like stars surrounding the moon. The spicy fragrance that spread 10 miles away was floating from it, and Shanks' eyes were straightened. Shanks bets that he has never been so eager to eat a dish as today. As one of the 4 emperors who ruled the second half of the Grand Line, Shanks has eaten the special dishes of the 4 seas, and has also eaten the masterpieces of any famous chef on the Grand Line. Shanks has eaten all kinds of delicacies from mountains and seas, wild game and rare animals. But today, Shanks suddenly realized that in front of this boiled fish, all he had eaten before was garbage. Shanks is worthy of being a close friend of Luffy, a foodie, and is also an excellent foodie. He didn't care about the heat, and directly picked up a piece of fish fillet with chopsticks. When he picked up the fish fillet, he could see that the red oil dripped from the fish fillet, and wisps of cigarette smoke drifted away, tempting Shanks to eat it in big mouthfuls. So hot. So hot. Shanks was too lazy to even blow, and put the fish fillet into his mouth. Because the fish fillet was stained with a layer of red oil, it always maintained a very high temperature, and it burned Shanks' tongue red. But he couldn't bear to spit it out to cool it down. Instead, he opened his mouth like a puppy and blew a breath, fanning the wind in front of his mouth with one hand to lower the temperature in his mouth. Ha ha! Hiss! So spicy! Hiss! So refreshing! The boiled fish made by Yang Ming with these special peppers and peppercorns tasted particularly good when Shanks ate it. Although there were a lot of peppers and the spiciness was very strong, it didn't hurt at all, but was strangely comfortable. This piece of fish fillet is spicy and fragrant, but not dry and spicy. It retains its original flavor without any greasy feeling. It smells fragrant, spicy but not dry, and has a rich and mellow taste. Shanks can't forget it for a long time after tasting it. Shanks was sweating while eating, just like going to a sauna. Sweat kept falling, and his whole face was flushed because of the stimulation of the spicy taste. At this time, Pluto Rayleigh was very considerate and brought a glass of water with many small pieces of ice in it. Shanks didn't bother to be polite with him and drank it directly in one gulp, even the ice cubes were crushed in his mouth. Hey! I'm saved! After drinking a glass of cold water, Shanks calmed down the spicy taste a little, and said with a comfortable face, "But it's really spicy and refreshing." Chapter 495 Abducting Yang Ming in progress. Shanks took another bite of the fish fillet and felt that it was spicy and refreshing, and extremely delicious. The boiled fish in general is smooth and tender, and tastes a bit soft. If you apply a little force, the fish slices will fall apart. But the boiled fish made by Yang Ming is not like this. Although it inherits the usual smoothness, the fish slices are not so easy to fall apart because they are dyed with a layer of protein. Instead, they are a bit refreshing and taste different. It was the first time for Shanks to eat such a delicious dish. The spicy taste was infused from beginning to end. After eating it, he felt a burst of transparency all over his body, just like a person who was all wet and felt refreshed after taking off the wet clothes. People in the south should be able to empathize with this feeling. Shanks has lived on humid islands or boats for many years, and a lot of moisture has accumulated in his body. After eating this superb spicy dish, it was like finding a treasure, and the medicine cured the disease immediately. I felt that my waist pain and legs were no longer sore, and I felt younger. Of course, there are spicy dishes in the world of One Piece, but the amount is generally not so much, and the taste is not so strong. You know, Yang Ming put 2 or 3 pounds of chili in order to cook a pot of boiled fish. Shanks ate such a delicious dish, and he couldn't help but be curious and asked the Pluto Rayleigh beside him. "What is this dish called?" Rayleigh propped up his glasses on the bridge of his nose. "I heard from Yang Ming before that this seems to be called boiled fish." "Oh." Shanks' face showed obvious disappointment. He originally thought that this delicious dish should have a cool and domineering name, but he didn't expect it to be so ordinary. Boiled fish. Looking at the fish slices in the water, Shanks' mouth twitched fiercely. This name is really so appropriate. Shanks looked at Yang Ming with a strange look on his face, and muttered to himself, "This guy must have difficulty naming the dish, otherwise how could he come up with such a speechless name? If he came to name it himself, it would definitely be called the best fish slices on the surface, or the legendary fish slices." If Yang Ming knew what Shanks was thinking at this time, he would probably want to punch him. "You eat my cooking for free, I'm kind enough not to charge you, but you still complain about this and that. If you have the guts, don't eat it." Shanks is indeed a big foodie, like the wind and clouds. Just a short cup of tea, he ate a pot of boiled fish with not much left. Originally he thought that this was the end. Unexpectedly, when Shanks poked his chopsticks into the seemingly empty basin, he saw a few bean sprouts hanging on it when he picked it up again. So there's still something to eat. Shanks was so surprised, as if he had suddenly made an appointment with a goddess on a chat tool, and he was so excited. It's no wonder that Shanks behaved so unpromisingly, it was really because Yang Ming's boiled fish was too amazing and unforgettable. When the chopsticks got closer, you could see that the white and tender body of the bean sprouts was stained with a little red oil, making it look less pure and more charming, just like a schoolgirl taking off her school uniform and putting on a revealing dress. Since the bean sprouts were the bottom of the boiled fish, after this period of precipitation, the bean sprouts absorbed the essence of the fishbone soup and a lot of the essence of the chili, which can be said to be the best of the best. When eating boiled fish, the most important thing you can't miss is to eat some bean sprouts. If you don't eat bean sprouts when you have boiled fish, the process is incomplete and will bring deep regret to the taste of the whole dish. As a foodie, Shanks knew without thinking that bean sprouts were good stuff, and he quickly slurped them into his mouth. Snap! 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 When the teeth chewed, the soft body of the bean sprouts was instantly ground by the teeth, making a series of crisp sounds. The familiar spicy flavor surged into my heart, and I felt very happy and hearty. What surprised Shanks even more was that in addition to this familiar spicy flavor, there was a different flavor hidden in the bean sprouts. When the bean sprouts broke under the grinding of the teeth, the fishbone soup absorbed before was hidden in it, turning into a delicious sweetness, mixed with the spicy flavor, which was really a clear stream and kept surprising people. Shanks was moved. He was really lucky today. He could eat such delicious food. I'm afraid it will be difficult to eat it in the future. Hey? Wait. Can't eat Yang Ming's food anymore? When Shanks thought of this, he lost his appetite and looked depressed. Like everyone else, only after eating Yang Ming's food, he would understand that the delicious food he had eaten before was rubbish. Once he left Yang Ming, the delicious food in the past would be like chewing wax and tasteless. But Shanks was different from others in one respect. Others could no longer eat Yang Ming's food, and at most they would just muddle along and make do with it. After all, life is about constant compromise. But Shanks was obviously not a person who liked to compromise with others. As long as he liked someone, he would just pull him onto the pirate ship. In this regard, we can see a hint of Shanks's shadow from Luffy. How did Luffy's crew get on the pirate ship? Zoro was pulled onto the pirate ship by Luffy, and Sanji was forced to be a chef on the pirate ship by Luffy. It is obvious that Luffy has done a lot of bad things, and as his close friend, Shanks and Luffy are like-minded, and they are very similar in this respect. It's just that Luffy's group is not strong enough, and Luffy doesn't even have the qualifications to invite Yang Ming to join the pirate ship. But as the four emperors who ruled the second half of the Grand Line, Shanks is full of confidence in this regard. Do it as you think, always all of these are Shanks' creeds. He suddenly stood up and extended a hand to Yang Ming as an invitation. Yang Ming, come to my ship and be a chef. As soon as Shanks finished speaking, everyone instantly turned their eyes to this uninvited guest, with a strange look on their faces. When Luffy saw that this person was Shanks, his jaw almost dropped to the ground, and he didn't even have time to care about the fish fillet leaking out of his mouth. But what surprised Luffy even more was not this, but Shanks' next sentence. Of course, even if you don't agree, Yang Ming, I will force you to board my ship. Yang Ming. Everyone. The faces of all the employees in Yang Ming's shop suddenly changed, and they stared at Shanks with a look of wanting to eat him alive, but the other party seemed to have heard nothing, and looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, which made people extremely speechless. Chapter 496 The Terrifying Red-Haired Shanks. When red-haired Shanks threatened to kidnap Yang Ming and make him the chef of his pirate ship, it was like a bolt from the blue, causing a huge uproar in everyone's heart. Who is Yang Ming? He is the new pirate with the highest bounty in history. The bounties of all his employees combined exceed 10 billion, which is extremely powerful. But even so, Shanks still resolutely made this declaration in order to be able to eat Yang Ming's cooking every day. What is domineering? This is domineering. Strong self-confidence makes Shanks look radiant, like a great hero praised by the bard, and his existence is the most dazzling star in the world. If it were someone else, I'm afraid that when they see Shanks like this, they would be unable to help but admire him and bow down in an instant. Yang Ming was stared at by Shanks' fiery eyes, as if at this moment his whole body was transparent and there was no secret in his body. Seeing this, Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely. I cooked so deliciously, is it my fault? Upon hearing this, Shanks raised his head and laughed. Yang Ming, come on board with me, I will take you to see a wider world. Sorry. Facing Shanks's recruitment, Yang Ming did not waver at all, but just said lightly, my ambition is not here. Isn't this nonsense? Yang Ming's goal is to become the god of cooking in the Naruto world. When seeing Yang Ming reject Shanks' recruitment so cleanly, Luffy and his party were stunned. Nami covered her mouth with one hand, her pupils widened, full of disbelief. That's the four emperors, the world's top pirates, and only one step away from becoming the Pirate King. Did I hear you right? Yang Ming actually refused. Nami turned her head and said to Nico Robin beside her, pinch my cheeks. Nico Robin did as she was told, and immediately pinched Nami's cheeks and turned red. The pain made her realize that she was not dreaming at all. Yang Ming, he really refused Shanks's recruitment? How dare he? Shanks' face was obviously a little surprised. I'm afraid he didn't expect that he, a four emperor, would fail in his personal recruitment. It's like when you go to a company to apply for a job after graduating from college, it's not the HR department who recruits you, but Jack Ma who comes to interview you in person and specifically asks you to go to his company. You actually refused on the spot? What's the concept? The only people who feel it's normal are probably the employees of Yang Ming's shop. Shanks blinked his eyes and said helplessly, it seems that Yang Ming, you are forcing me to kidnap you. As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompt sounded in Yang Ming's ears. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, successfully escaped. Task description, facing the powerful four emperors Shanks, where will the host go? Warning, once the host is captured by Red Hair Shanks, he will lose the opportunity to return to the Naruto world. Task reward, a random A-level item. Puff. When Yang Ming saw this task description, he was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. What is a disaster from the sky? This is it. He was cooking quietly in the bar, wanting to be a handsome and talented chef, but he didn't expect Shanks to come and forcefully kidnap him. What's more, if the mission fails, Yang Ming can't return to the Naruto world, which means that even the employees of the small shop can't go back. Faced with such a situation, even if Yang Ming was unwilling, he could only face the challenge. However, if he just passively dealt with it, it was definitely not Yang Ming's style. Thinking of this, Yang Ming had already made up his mind, so he said to Shanks. How about this, I will send one of my men to fight you, if you win, I will go with you. Hearing this, all the employees were shocked. Boss. Don't talk. Yang Ming glared and stopped his men from speaking, then said calmly, if you lose, Shanks, you have to agree to one condition of mine. Shanks didn't expect Yang Ming to propose such a condition, but he thought carefully. If he really wanted to forcibly abduct Yang Ming, he might have to face a crazy counterattack from his men. He was alone now. Although he was powerful, he couldn't stand up to Yang Ming's large number of people. From this point of view, it was obvious that Shanks had taken advantage. Shanks was worthy of being Shanks. He laughed twice after hearing this. Yang Ming, I won't take advantage of you either. As long as the men you sent out tie with me, I will lose. When Shanks said this, he didn't think he would lose at all. After all, Shanks started as an apprentice sailor on the ship of One Piece, founded a pirate group from scratch, traveled the sea for decades, and gradually became the 4 emperors who dominated the second half of the Grand Line. How could he not have some heroic spirit in his heart? In this battle, he firmly believed that he would never lose. Along with this strong confidence, a terrifying momentum burst out from his body, as if the actual momentum was like a sharp sword, suddenly breaking through the sky and emitting sharp brilliance, and the suffocating air pressure made people completely breathless. The employees of Yang Ming's shop who were less than the level of Cage, even the half-cage level strongmen like Rega and Kimimaro, were like swallows in the wind and rain, washed by rain, and still couldn't stand up straight in front of this overwhelming momentum. Not to mention Niji and the others, the whole person seemed to be carrying a heavy mountain on his back, was pressed to the ground and foamed at the mouth, and was about to lose consciousness. This is Shanks' domineering aura. Although this is only a little bit of Shanks' domineering aura, less than half of its power, it is also extremely shocking. This is the 4 emperors who rule the second half of the Grand Line. One person can resist thousands of horses and thousands of troops. Just as the employees of Yang Ming's store were struggling under Shanks' domineering aura, a figure suddenly stepped out from the crowd and stood in front of the employees. The red cloud and black robe rustled in the wind, his long black hair fluttered, and a pair of scarlet eyes appeared under his bangs, with black windmills turning rapidly in his pupils. This person was Uchiha Itachi. His figure was upright, just like a pine tree under the heavy snow, standing upright fearlessly, resisting Shanks' domineering aura for the employees. With Uchiha Itachi bearing the pressure alone, the other employees took a breath and looked at Uchiha Itachi with gratitude. Only by confronting Shanks head-on, they will deeply realize how terrible the world's top power is. Uchiha Itachi. As expected of a man with a bounty of 2.8 billion. Shanks had heard of Uchiha Itachi's name a long time ago. Seeing him in person, he couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, there is no false reputation under a great reputation. Now they are really evenly matched. Chapter 547 Itachi vs Shanks. Facing Uchiha Itachi, whose bounty is second only to Yang Ming, Shanks did not dare to be careless at all. In order not to affect Xiachi Bar, the two came to the beach near the ocean from a distance, while Yang Ming and others watched from a distance. Itachi and Shanks were so imposing that even if everyone was far away, they could still feel the pressure coming. Seeing this, Naruto looked confused and turned to look at Yang Ming. Brother, Itachi should win, right? This. Yang Ming frowned. This question is really hard to answer. After all, Shanks' strength is a mystery. Although he does not have the power of the evil fruit, Shanks stands at the top of the world with his unparalleled swordsmanship and his domineering spirit that can rival thousands of people. He is very strong. Hearing Yang Ming and Naruto talking about Shanks, Luffy on the side said loudly with his neck stiff, like a loyal fan, Shanks will definitely win. Ever since Naruto and Luffy had a fight before, the two of them have been at odds with each other. Even if they are eating boiled fish, they will fight each other. As soon as Luffy finished speaking, Naruto didn't care what the other party said, and he was all against it. No, Itachi must win. It's Shanks. No, it's Itachi. Yang Ming silently moved away from the two middle school boys, rubbed his painful forehead, and focused his eyes on the battlefield between Shanks and Itachi. Blue sky, white clouds, beach, seagulls. A wisp of warm wind with the smell of the ocean blew slowly, but when it approached the battlefield of the two, the temperature suddenly dropped sharply, and the hot and humid gas instantly liquefied into small water droplets and fell on the beach. Shanks and Itachi looked at each other, as if there was a transparent barrier between them, and the strong airflow spread outward with them as the center. The beach under their feet was affected, like waves, spreading out layer by layer to the surroundings. A seagull in the sky unfortunately flew over their heads, and when it touched this invisible momentum collision, it was as if it was hit by thunder and lightning, and its body suddenly stiffened, and suddenly fell from the air, and fell unconscious on the beach. Shanks placed one hand on the hilt of the sword at his side, slowly pulled out an ordinary western sword, and pointed it at Uchiha Itachi, with a pair of bright pupils under his red bangs. My sword has drunk the blood of pirates with bounties of hundreds of millions, and also drank the blood of navy generals. You. Shanks' eyes were like lightning, and his voice seemed to carry a hint of submission. Are you sure you want to fight me? The only thing that answered Shanks was Uchiha Itachi's cold eyes. A large amount of chakra in his body was released, forming a hideous skeleton on his body surface, and then forming lifelike flesh and blood, wearing full armor, like a giant god soldier from mythology, exuding a magnificent power. Shanks. He looked up at the giant in front of him. Suzanu's body was blue, and he was thousands of feet tall. In front of this giant, Shanks was as small as an ant. A gust of sea breeze blew, blowing away the bangs in front of Uchiha Itachi's forehead, but it still couldn't block the scarlet blood emitting from his pupils. Shanks, I don't care if you are one of the 4 emperors or some other big shot. If you want to kidnap Boss Yang Ming, step over my body first. For Uchiha Itachi, Boss Yang Ming is the only one he can rely on to revive his relatives. Once he loses Yang Ming, he will never see his parents or his good friend Uchiha Shisui again. It can be said that Shanks' idea of kidnapping Yang Ming directly touched Uchiha Itachi's reverse scale. This is something he absolutely cannot allow to happen. Ouch! Feeling the surging fighting spirit in the master's heart, Susanoo showed a ferocious look on his face, and suddenly raised his head to the sky and roared. The huge sound wave set off a gust of wind, blowing the sand and dust on the ground. Then, it moved. Under the control of Uchiha Itachi, Susanoo took a step forward, and the whole beach was violently trembling under its foot, leaving deep footprints. Facing Shanks, who was as tiny as an ant, Susanoo stretched out a huge and thick finger and dropped it with a bang, just like pinching an ant to death. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were extremely calm. This attack that seemed to despise the opponent would test Shanks' strength. Provoking the opponent, drawing out the opponent's strength, and then adjusting the battle plan according to the opponent's strength, all of this, Uchiha Itachi did with ease, and used it to perfection. Facing the giant hand that fell from the sky, Shanks' mouth corners suddenly curled up. It seems that I have been underestimated. Shanks slowly raised the western sword in his hand, and it seemed slow but actually fast to draw a cold arc in the air. Accompanied by a puff in the air, the people watching from a distance only felt a stunning white light shining in the air. When the light gradually dimmed, a rumble was heard. In this short moment, the beach in front of Shanks revealed a bottomless gully, about 10 meters long and 2 meters wide, and the sand on both sides filled in along the barrier. As for the previous attack of Susanoo, it was annihilated by Shanks' sword. Not only did Susanoo's fingers disappear, but also the entire palm and the entire arm were broken at the shoulder, and they disappeared completely. What's going on? Seeing this, Naruto first took a breath of cold air, his tone full of disbelief. You know, Uchiha Itachi is the strongest employee of Yang Ming's shop. His Susanoo has also been developed to a very high level. In the past, it was with this hand that Uchiha Itachi defeated countless enemies. But now, in just one confrontation, Susanoo was cut off by Shanks. It's terrifying to think about it. Shanks' strength has been revealed. How terrifying is his full strength? Then, Naruto looked at Yang Ming for help, hoping that his elder brother could explain it to him. Yang Ming had already opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan before the two fought, and saw everything. Because he could see clearly, Yang Ming understood more deeply that the four emperors who could rule the second half of the Grand Line were indeed extremely powerful. Yang Ming considered his tone and then explained to Naruto. The sword that Shanks just swung looked very slow, but in fact, it was swung continuously for more than 10 times in 1 second, so it looked like only one sword was swung. Yang Ming stretched out his finger and pointed at the gully in front of Shanks, saying in a heavy tone. This gully is the power that Shanks' sword accidentally leaked out when it collided with Susanoo. Gurgle. Naruto's throat moved up and down, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. He felt cold all over, as if he was in an ice cellar. The order of the chapters was wrong before, but it has been corrected now. Chapter 548 Tsukuyomi. Red-haired Shanks cut off one arm of Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo with a casual sword. Not to mention Yang Ming and his group were shocked. Even the person involved, Uchiha Itachi, suddenly had his pupils shrunken into needles. Yang Ming had not completely seen through Shanks' attack with his 3 Magatama Sharingan, but Uchiha Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan saw it clearly. Shanks only swung one sword, but Yang Ming saw that he swung more than 10 swords at the same time. However, in Uchiha Itachi's opinion, he actually swung more than 20 swords at the same time, because the speed of the first few swords was too fast to be caught. Moreover, Shanks' speed was so fast that these swords overlapped, and all these attacks were concentrated on one point, which made it easy to cut off one arm of Susanoo, causing such a shocking situation. Uchiha Itachi frowned, and a layer of haze shrouded his eyebrows. With the support of the chakra that continuously flowed out of his body, the broken arm of Susanoo regenerated rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye and restored to its original appearance. For the first time in his life, Uchiha Itachi felt that he had encountered an extremely difficult enemy. At this moment, Shanks casually made a sword flower, then sheathed the sword, and did not pose any combat posture, just like usual, but no matter how you observe, you will be shocked to find that the opponent has no flaws at all. Heavy pressure suddenly descended, and Shanks' figure was like the 5-finger mountain of Tathagata Buddha, so huge that it made people feel awed. Something is wrong. Uchiha Itachi bit his tongue fiercely, the bloody taste spread in his mouth, and the severe pain surged into his heart, making him suddenly sober up. Uchiha Itachi's eyes regained clarity, and when he looked at Shanks again, his eyes revealed a look of horror. On the contrary, Shanks saw this and showed a trace of admiration on his face. You recovered from the influence of my conqueror's haki so quickly, you are really good. Although Shanks' tone was so calm, it set off a storm in Uchiha Itachi's heart. Conqueror's haki again. Before, when Uchiha Itachi fought with the Navy hero Garp, he suffered from the opponent's conqueror's haki. Unexpectedly, now it was Shanks who was still accidentally hit. It's a long story, but in fact it only took 1 or 2 seconds. If Shanks had taken this opportunity to attack Uchiha Itachi when he was distracted, the outcome would have been decided by now. Fortunately, Shanks is a proud man, and this is not a life and death battle, so he doesn't have to be so mean. Haki! A ripple flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. With the help of the Manjiki Sharingan, he could easily learn armament haki, but he still had no clue about this haki, which shows how rare it is. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind, and refocused his attention. When he got serious, the Susanoo outside his body suddenly stretched out a hand, and in its hand, the majestic chakra burned with blazing flames, and after the flames faded, a divine weapon was revealed inside. Yasaka Megatama. This is the most powerful long-range divine weapon that Uchiha Itachi Susanoo has mastered. A faint light flashed in the depths of Uchiha Itachi's eyes. It was obvious that he had already made up his mind. In just a short moment, he adjusted the battle plan according to Shanks' strength. Then, Yasaka Megatama was thrown out by Susanoo, and it spiraled in the air like a shuriken, making a sound of breaking the wind, and flew towards Shanks as fast as thunder. However, as the 4 emperors who ruled the second half of the Grand Line, Shanks not only possessed the domineering haki, but also mastered the observation haki, which was the ability to know the enemy's attack direction in advance. Although Yasaka Megatama was extremely fast, even with Shanks' speed, it was very difficult to dodge it when it was caught off guard. But with the help of observation haki, Shanks knew the whereabouts of Yasaka Megatama 1 second in advance. Don't underestimate this second. When masters compete, they dance on the tip of a knife. Any detail will have a major impact. Shanks was like an actor who had read a script. It looked very thrilling, but in fact, he passed by Yasaka Megatama very safely. Boom! Yasaka Megatama is a divine weapon made of 3 Megatama connected together. It missed the target and fell on the beach. It instantly merged together and condensed together like nuclear fusion, and then burst out with extremely amazing power. Under such a violent impact, the entire beach was hit by a wave of sand 10 meters high. In the core area of the explosion, a deep pit the size of a basketball court was formed. The sand on the edge melted due to the extremely high temperature, and bursts of crackling sounds kept coming out. Wisps of white smoke kept coming out, which looked like hell on earth. It was so terrifying with one blow. Shanks looked back and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, Fortunately, if I had been a step later, there might not be even a trace left." Shanks looked at Uchiha Itachi with lingering fear, and his mouth twitched fiercely. "Why is this necessary?" Uchiha Itachi said nothing, just stared at Shanks coldly, and the black windmill in his pupils spun rapidly. In Shanks' eyes, for some reason, Uchiha Itachi's pupils kept dilating, and the black windmill became bigger and bigger, gradually becoming a presence that covered the sky and the sun, covering his entire field of vision. Damn! When Shanks realized that something was wrong, he was shocked to find that the surrounding environment had suddenly changed dramatically. There was no blue sky and white clouds, no seagulls on the beach. Instead, a scarlet waning moon hung high in the sky, and the surroundings were pitch black darkness, so deep that people dared not look too much. As for Shanks, his hands and feet were tied to a wooden stake, forming a big character, like Jesus being tortured. No matter how hard Shanks tried, he couldn't break free. This was Uchiha Itachi's signature ability, Tsukuyomi. "Where is this?" As soon as Shanks spoke, it immediately caused an uproar in this space. His words seemed to be refracted in the air, echoing in Shanks' ears one after another, as if countless of him were whispering in his ears, making people depressed and wanting to vomit blood. At this time, Uchiha Itachi appeared. But what Shanks found strange was that there was not just one Uchiha Itachi, but countless of them, surrounding poor Shanks from front to back, left to right. Each Uchiha Itachi was like the coldest executioner, picking up a sharp blade with a cold face, and stabbing Shanks' body with one knife after another. Thousands of knives. Cutting. Lingchi. Chapter 549. I haven't lost yet. Thousands of knives. Cutting. Lingchi. It seemed like a century had passed, and it seemed like a blink of an eye, and Shanks' face turned pale. In this Tsukuyomi space, Shanks didn't know how many times he was stabbed by Uchiha Itachi. From the severe pain at the beginning to the numbness now, it was almost devastating. When the surrounding environment faded like a tide, the drastic change in space was as exciting as a roller coaster, making Shanks feel nauseous. With a plop, Shanks fell on one knee, holding up his hands tightly, half kneeling on the beach, sweating all over, as if he had just been fished out of the sea, and his clothes were all wet. Drops of water seemed to be free, falling from his hair continuously, soaking circles of water on the beach. Before this, Uchiha Itachi had never used Tsukuyomi even against the admirals of the navy, but only used some ordinary illusions. This also caused Shanks to be completely defenseless against Uchiha Itachi's eyes, and he was caught off guard by the extremely terrifying Tsukuyomi illusion. Ha ha ha! Shanks' chest rose and fell violently, like an old fan barely running, and he kept gasping for breath. But even if his spirit was damaged by millions of tons of Tsukuyomi, Shanks was worthy of being the 4 emperors who ruled the second half of the Grand Line. He still did not lose consciousness, but just looked extremely embarrassed. On the other hand, Uchiha Itachi's use of high-intensity Tsukuyomi on Shanks was not without cost. His face suddenly turned pale and colorless, and he looked as if he had applied thick rouge and powder. Luffy's eyes almost popped out when he saw his idol in such a mess. How could things turn out like this? In Luffy's view, Shanks was an omnipotent person. Luffy couldn't imagine that someone could make him into this state. Not to mention Luffy, even Pluto Rayleigh, who was very familiar with red hair Shanks, had watched Shanks rise from an apprentice sailor on the Pirate King's ship to the throne of the 4 emperors step by step. Even when he saw Shanks being defeated by Uchiha Itachi, his heart was a little disturbed. Pluto Rayleigh looked at Uchiha Itachi with fear, and glanced at Yang Ming from the corner of his eyes, but was surprised to find that Yang Ming was not surprised at all in the face of such a situation. His face was still calm, as if he had expected all this. Could it be? Pluto Rayleigh adjusted his reading glasses on the bridge of his nose, feeling extremely fortunate that he had not neglected Yang Ming at all. With such powerful subordinates, who exactly is Yang Ming? Is he really just an ordinary chef as he seems on the surface? Rayleigh couldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. This is true. For a moment, Yang Ming's unfathomable image once again left an indelible mark in everyone's mind. Ha ha ha. Shanks panted, pushed his hands hard on his knees, and stood up shakily. Although his face was still not so good, his eyes were still so bright that people dared not look directly at him. Shanks looked at Uchiha Itachi, grinned, and laughed unusually 3 times. Good. Good. I haven't met such an interesting opponent like you for a long time. As the saying goes, heroes appreciate heroes. Although Shanks suffered a mental attack from Tsukuyomi, he was not angry at all. Instead, he gave people a sense of open-mindedness. Itachi, your move just now was very powerful. What's its name? Uchiha Itachi was still in the state of using Tsukuyomi at high load. His head was aching and swollen. After a long rest, he said in a hoarse voice, this move is called Tsukuyomi. Shanks frowned as he saw Uchiha Itachi in a bad state. You still want to continue fighting with me in this state? It doesn't matter. Uchiha Itachi said coldly. Then, in Shanks' puzzled eyes, Uchiha Itachi pulled out a kunai, raised his hand and dropped it, accompanied by a puff. The sharp tip pierced into his thigh, and blood stained his pants red. The intense pain surged into his heart like a tide, and immediately dispelled the fatigue entrenched in his mind. Uchiha Itachi pulled out the kunai expressionlessly as if his legs were not his own, and a blood arrow spurted out immediately, which made people gasp. But he was good, like nothing happened. He tore open the corner of his clothes very calmly, and then made a simple bandage for his wound. This is a person who is cruel to the enemy and even crueler to himself. All these changes fell into Shanks' eyes, making him brows jump. Shanks had a feeling that his decision to fight Uchiha Itachi would be a wrong decision. Unfortunately, now he is also riding a tiger and can only bite the bullet and continue. Shanks put one hand on the hilt of the sword, still reminding Uchiha Itachi. In that case, you have to be careful. When Shanks finished speaking, the whole world seemed to be silent. No. Or, at this moment, time seemed to stand still, and space seemed to be frozen into a photo. Then, a shocking sword light flashed out, and no one could see clearly how Shanks drew the sword and when he sheathed it. Even if Yang Ming opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, he only saw a shadow. After the sword light, the clock seemed to be on the right track, and the world returned to the original time again, and the sound of the sea breeze was heard again. But at this moment, like a flash of lightning, followed by a belated thunder, a sudden rumble suddenly exploded. Boom! Everyone turned their necks stiffly, but they were shocked to find that at some point, the white clouds in the sky were suddenly cut into a gully, as if they were cut in half by a knife. The sky cracked. But before everyone could react, a series of creaking sounds came from Uchiha Itachi's side. However, Susanoo made a defensive move at some point, protecting Uchiha Itachi in his body. Even though Susanoo had amazing defense, it was still covered with spider web-like cracks, like cracked soil. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the cracks on Susanoo became more and more numerous and denser, and finally it could no longer bear it, and pieces gradually collapsed, like a tofu dregs construction project, and all turned into shatters. Puff! Uchiha Itachi was severely injured, his face turned pale, and he suddenly spit out a mouthful of black blood. Shanks walked slowly to Uchiha Itachi step by step, looking down at him. You lost. No. Uchiha Itachi's pupils seemed to burn with blazing flames. I haven't lost yet. Chapter 550 Itachi's Trump Card. As mentioned in the previous article, every time Uchiha Itachi uses the power of the Mangeki Sharingan, it will put a heavy burden on his body. Although he has joined Yang Ming's shop and can eat healing food every day, it is only a temporary solution, so that Uchiha Itachi is not suffering from a terminal illness like in the original book. Unless Uchiha Itachi is willing to attack Sasuke and make his eyes evolve again, this is an unsolvable situation. Obviously, this is impossible. At this moment, after a short and fierce confrontation, Red Hair Shanks was affected by Tsukuyomi and suffered a very serious mental injury. As for Uchiha Itachi, Susanoo was destroyed by Shanks' sword and suffered a terrible backlash. At this time, he was exhausted and his body was shaky, as if he would fall down if a gust of wind blew. But even so, Uchiha Itachi still held on to his body, his waist straight as if a spear pierced the sky. If Yang Ming loses this competition, he will be taken away by Shanks to become his personal chef. If so, all the efforts of Uchiha Itachi will be in vain, and his parents and Shisui will never be able to revive. This is the result he absolutely does not want to see. The wind is roaring, and the blood is burning. In his scarlet pupils, the black windmill began to spin rapidly despite the intense fatigue. Because this is a forced operation of the Manjiki Sharingan under a high load, drops of blood as bright red as red agate drip from the corners of Uchiha Ataka's eyes, forming 2 blood marks along his cheeks, which makes people look sideways. This is not the activation of Amaterasu, but the eyes are close to being unable to hold on. Amaterasu itself is too powerful, which puts a heavy burden on the Manjiki Sharingan, leaving blood and tears. Seeing this, red-haired Shank's eyes condensed, and he felt that the other party was like a beast in desperate situation exuding a determined aura. He could not help but take a few steps back and distance himself from Uchiha Ataka. Although Shanks also understood what it meant to kidnap the captain of a pirate ship for his crew, he never expected that Uchiha Ataka would burst out with a desperate aura. Those scarlet eyes were like the gaze of the god of death, and the cold gaze was like the whistling winter wind, which made people shudder. The majestic chakra turned into a raging flame, burning wildly on Uchiha Ataka's body. 2 skeleton arms stretched out from inside and supported the ground, allowing his huge body to regenerate from the flames again. But at this moment, due to the tingling pain from the Manjiki Sharingan, Susanoo could not change again, so he had to maintain this skeleton appearance. But for Uchiha Ataka, this was enough. Uchiha Ataka reached into the package with one hand, took out a kunao at random, and threw it at Shanks. His pupils were full of fatigue, but with a hint of confidence. He formed seals with his hands and shouted. Kunao Shadow Clone Technique. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. A large cloud of smoke rose in the sky, and then turned into a sky full of kunao. No one knew how many there were. They flew down like stars in the sky. Seeing this, Shanks couldn't help but frown and looked at Uchiha Ataka in confusion, not understanding why the other party did this. Although there were a lot of kunao, they couldn't cause any harm to Shanks. Shanks didn't even need to use his observation haki. He could easily dodge them with a slight move of his feet. Even if he couldn't dodge them, he could use the western sword in his hand to lightly touch them and deflect the direction of the kunao. The whole process was relaxed and comfortable, just like walking in a garden. His movements were chic and unrestrained, coupled with his mature uncle face, it was simply cool. However, Shanks did not dare to be careless and was always alert to his surroundings. He absolutely did not believe that Uchiha Ataka's method was limited to this. Sure enough, at this moment, something strange happened. Just as Shanks deflected a kunao with another sword, the detonating tag on it burned out in a short moment and then exploded. Boom! Although this level of explosion did not cause much damage to Shanks, the black smoke that spread with the explosion blocked Shanks' vision. Is it coming? A gleam of light flashed through Shanks' eyes. This time he did not hesitate to use his observation haki directly. Although his vision was blocked by the black smoke, a 3D stereoscopic image appeared in his mind, and he clearly perceived the surrounding environment. In his perception, several kunao with silk threads behind them came from all around him. And the silk threads connecting the ends of these kunao were exactly chakra threads, and the other end was all in Uchiha Ataka's mouth. At this time, Uchiha Ataka had already completed the seal, and a wisp of sparks appeared from his mouth, followed by a raging flame. The flames boiled and soared against the wind. Following the chakra thread connected to the end of the kunao, these flames turned into fangs and claws of fire dragons, flying from the front, back, left and right of Shanks. Something is wrong. Seeing this, Shanks kept moving his hands, and the western sword drew a series of sharp arcs, while resisting the continuous kunao attack, and splitting the oncoming fire dragon with his sword. Although these combined attacks are also very effective against ordinary strong people, they are still not enough for Shanks. With Uchiha Ataka's intelligence, how could he come up with such a stupid tactic? The more Shanks thought about it, the more frightened he became. At this moment, he felt that he had fallen into the big web woven by Uchiha Ataka. Shanks was like a little snake. Although he was extremely powerful, once he was trapped in the spider web, he could only be slaughtered. No. This must not go on. Shanks waved his hand casually, and the sharp sword light of the western sword flashed in the air, and the fire dragon that could easily burn a house was instantly annihilated. Then, Shanks stepped on his feet, with the overwhelming kunao on his head, and he pounced on Uchiha Ataka like a tiger out of the cage. But he saw that Uchiha Ataka's mouth curled up a smile of conspiracy, and uttered a word. Boom! Just like the explosion of firecrackers during the New Year, the blasting talismans pasted on the kunai burned out, and the continuous explosion sound was deafening. Black smoke spread, and the thick smoke covered the sky and the ground, covering the area within a few miles in darkness. Seeing this, Shanks walked faster, and his muscles were tense, guarding against Uchiha Itachi jumping out of the darkness to attack. Because Shanks focused all his attention on Uchiha Itachi's possible attack, when he didn't notice, several kunai shot at him from tricky angles.